Fear. Worm/DC Comics. Prologue. I opened my eyes to a sky filled with piercing light. The bright moon burned my eyes even as the glare of each star seemed to strike through me. As I rose, the muscles in my neck, back, and shoulders protested after a night of sleeping on a bare hillside, and the world rocked around me as if I were at sea, instead of on solid ground. Maybe I wasn't. Even as I closed my eyes to shield them from the light, I couldn't force my mind to settle or catch my bearings. I felt uncertain, almost paralyzed, the world around me far from making sense anymore. On one hand, I felt afraid, knowing even now that I was surrounded by enemies, worlds and worlds of enemies who would hunt me down so long as they weren't crushed and brought under control. And yet, at the same time, I balked at the idea of doing so, though I wasn't sure why. I had to control, yet I had to survive, and so I wasn't sure whether to do either. I couldn't move forward and I couldn't move back, nor did I know if there was anything to move forward or back to. There were doors open to every world, and if I took my time, regained my strength, built up my power once again, I could return, but... I blinked my eyes quickly and then turned them back up to the sky, feeling young and weak and very, very small. I'd killed the greatest enemy of all, yet before the vastness of the night, I felt small. But that same upturned gaze was how I first saw it, a flash of light that cut through the night sky, aimed directly at me. I brought my hands up in reflexive reaction, though my body left the motions feeling clumsy and weak, and reached out to my meager swarm as well, but it was far, far too slow to stop it. It seemed my indecision didn't matter. Already, it was about to end. Except it didn't. Taylor, a bear of Earth. You have the ability to instill great fear. Welcome to the Sinestro Corps. I opened my eyes slowly, not even realizing I'd closed them, and stared down at the yellow object that now bound my ring finger. Ignoring the fact that it had spoken, it looked like just a ring, and yet the first thing that struck me was not the fact that it could speak or the question of its origins, but something much simpler and more important. It had spoken. And I had understood. Speech. It affected me more than I thought it would, the ability to hear another and understand their meaning. Even if it had only been a short while, it felt as though. And somehow, that simple thing was enough to settle me a bit. Center me. At least enough to react with curiosity and interest instead of just anger and fear. What are you? I said, reacting again as the words took shape with seeming ease. Even though I'd understood the words, I hadn't thought I'd be able to simply return them, and it both shook and excited me once again. Why are? I paused, not so much losing the words as trying to remember how they fit into place again, what the order to them was. What is your purpose? I tried after I failed to recall how to finish my first sentence. I am the Cordian Power Ring of Sector 2814, it said. My purpose is to facilitate the imposition of fear, for to instill fear is to instill order. Taylor, a bear of Earth. You have the ability to instill great fear. Welcome to the Sinestro Corps. I accepted its words on fear as a truth easily, but that didn't explain the rest of its ramblings. I didn't know what Sector 2814 was, or what the Sinestro Corps were, or what it had chosen me for, though, in truth, only the latter mattered. What are your intentions for me? I demanded, though any bite behind it was stripped away as I searched for the words. They slowly came easier, but still felt unstable, leaving me feeling wary and struggling. Instead of replying, the ring flashed, and something swept over me. In the fighting and my escape, my costume had been dirted and torn in places, but it was quickly replaced by something new. Pitch black material dyed its colors even darker, in contrast to the armored portions, which turned bright yellow, with a stylized, unfamiliar design on the chest, and a half-cape of hard light hexagons around my shoulders. It covered me from head to toe, as if I were wearing a new costume altogether, with even my arm. My arm. I looked at it in awe as a new hand appeared where my arm should have ended, pure yellow in contrast to the black fabric of my other hand. It felt strange and new, but when I willed it to move, my fingers did. Then, almost as if in response to the sudden realization, it turned jagged and wavered, the once solid arm fluctuating like it was some kind of energy. Then, as I reacted quickly to keep what I'd lost, it returned to normal, a yellow replica of my previous arm. Understanding and not, I focused on it and watched as it split down between each knuckle, the fingers growing clawed and twisting into a circular arrangement around an empty hole in the center. And them, beads appeared to form on its surface like condensating water, only to grow quickly more defined, sprouting wings and taking flight in a growing swarm of insects. Willing them to, they gathered into the shape of a person of me, cast in yellow, and then another. A member of my swarm whose name I'd forgotten but whose power was useful. Together, we will instill fear. We will instill order. The ring said. Yes, I thought, not knowing why I needed to impose order and yet not certain it mattered as long as I was powerful and in control. With this, it would be simple to return, to take control. But once more, a part of me blanched. A small part, smaller than ever, but they're enough to make me falter for a moment, make me nearly stumble and bring me back to the ground. My head hurt, my mind still felt frayed, but the ring helped somewhat. Now that I focused on it more intently, I could feel it. I could feel its power. I didn't know why it came from, but it was mine. It became clearer, with the ring. Made more sense in my head. Soothed me slightly. And yet, unsure of what sound to make, I snarled and laughed and screamed, and yellow light took shape around me. It was a meaningless display of something, frustration, anger, despair, lost, demand, and more that I couldn't understand. Yet somehow, the ring could. Identifying signal, it said. Locking on. Scanning, location found. Preparing for transport. Yellow light rose around me, twisting and spiraling into something familiar and not. It was a shape that bent and folded and slipped through itself, growing larger and larger even as it fractured and broke, becoming less complex over time. It was a tesseract that became a cube and a cube that became a square and a square that became a door. I willed myself forward, controlling my body as I would any others, but was surprised when I actually flew forward, carried a barrier of yellow light over my skin. Already used to being moved by my swarm, however, I adapted quickly and passed through the portal and into the space high above an unfamiliar world. No, not unfamiliar. It was Earth, still, but overgrown. Devoured. I floated in the space high above a world covered in crystal and alien flesh, floating over the creature, thing, and place. Above us and myself. I shouldn't be here, I thought to myself, the notion welling up from somewhere deep inside. My passenger, perhaps, or somewhere even deeper. But the only one who could decide such a thing was dead at my hand. I went and did what I wanted. I thought as well, willing myself to descend. I was higher up than I'd ever been, far too high for a person to survive, but I felt safe and protected even as I descended towards a particular spot, where she waited. And she stood as me. The me I'd been before. What should have been my costume was made into my skin, lenses into shining glass eyes. The same cape of hexagons that I'd made around myself now shrouded here, even as what might have been hair were it not so somehow off danced on the breeze behind her. She floated, silent and still above the world, watching me but not approaching. If that girl, who stripped away powers and spirits, had taken me, was this what I'd look like? I banished the thought quickly and continued my approach. The moment I entered the bounds of the world, the odd and invisible boundary I recalled from the clairvoyant's sight, I lost control of myself. But even so, I simply made myself continue to move. Only then did she lift her head to look at me, as if we'd become abruptly familiar. She took control of my body and I took it right back, the same power at work. We were equally in control of each other, just as we were out of our own control. Yet somehow, in the exchange, we understood one another. Are you me or am I you? Or does it really even matter anymore? It doesn't. Somehow, I felt relieved. The dichotomy, the uncertainty, and even how lost I felt seemed to slip away, the anger and hate twisting into something new. I drew closer, close enough to touch, and reached out a hand even as she mirrored my movements. I opened my mouth to speak and found myself wholly unsure what to say. I wasn't sure what I wanted, what I planned, what I'd even really come here for, even when I'd thought it impossible. But you and we. Proposal, I said and stopped, unable to finish or put the rest into words. She, it, I, and we reacted subtly at that, somehow seeming to understand me and seeming as surprised as I'd been. And yet, just as I had, she honed in on that, focused. The world beneath us seemed to shift and shake as something flowed through it, making the world tremble. Agreement, I understood her say. The ring on my finger gleamed once and I raised a hand, reaching somehow into space, withdrawing what I felt was there. It was a large, bulky shape, appearing like nothing so much as a yellow lantern, but I felt a power in it that we both needed and craved. Withdrawing my hand, I pressed my ring to it and around me, shape arose from light. It took shape as I remembered it, gathering into my swarm at its utmost, thousands of shapes in the sky attacking a distant figure. I remembered how it had felt for each of them, recalling the fighting and the control I'd had but also the control I now felt, my will giving shape and controlling the swarm. I let her feel how it felt through my body, and then gave up my control, allowing the images to fade abruptly into nothing. Then, I reached out a hand to her, touching her again and let her take control. As I had before, I allowed my passenger to guide me, more directly than she ever had before, and saw that she understood. My hand drew away and pressed against the lantern once more, a perfect repetition of my previous motion, but this time, light covered the world. Quickly, yellow spread slowly across the being below us, marking our flesh in the same way our costume had been changed. It flew across it, covering and protecting us, but then grew beyond that. Just as my will had given shape to my lost arm, it took shape beneath us as pieces. Structures, limbs, and organs that rose like mountains, engulfing more and more of the world below us as it soaked in the light. The hardware was gone, but the information remained and took shape again. The world below us reacted, and then so did she. She moved and my body did in turn, drawing closer until she seized me in her grasp, as if to crush me. And yet, instead of suffocating, it felt only warm, as we slowly descended towards the world. We were lost as to what to do, but together in how to do it, and so it was together that we turned away from to the world to observe and decide on the only thing that mattered. How best to instill order. Fear. Shivers 1.1. Bruce Wayne stood among the crowd gathered on one of the upper floors of Wayne Tower, the life and center of the party. He smiled when he needed to, drank enough to keep up appearances, and chatted with co-workers and old flames and prospective partners. He said what was expected of him, laughed at the right jokes, struck conversations about stocks and deals and upcoming games, the jovial, somewhat careless rich man everyone hopefully knew him to be, enjoying the latest in an endless string of parties. Hopefully, none of them realized he was literally counting the seconds until he could get out of here. Most nights, playing his part as the owner of Wayne Enterprises was just another task, a duty he had to perform as much for those he cared about as for himself. That he was sometimes here instead of out there was essential, because Batman would inevitably be out there. Batman would never rest or drink or party while a killer was loose. Even as the crowd of Gotham's rich and famous enjoyed being in perhaps the safest place in the city, he'd be at the heart of the matter, facing it down. But that was why he had to be here sometimes instead. For years now, the secret identity was something closely intertwined with the superheroes, a measure to protect themselves as well as their loved ones, but it mattered more to some than others. Clark had his family to worry about, Lois, but even if the truth were well known, he had options, powers. But if someone opened the door in Gotham and pulled the trigger on someone he cared about, he couldn't run across the city fast enough to catch the bullet. And someone already had. That was why he did this, if not happily, then with determination. As much as training and preparing, this was a way of protecting his family, and it was his responsibility to do it as best he could, so he threw himself into it utterly. But tonight, the partying and pleasantries were almost unbearable. Tonight, there were horrors lurking in his city. Because tonight, Arkham was empty. Someone signs currently pointed to Bane, with inside help, though who wasn't really his biggest concern right now, had staged an attack on the asylum, killing many of the guards and staff and unleashing the criminals within upon Gotham. It was a distraction, obviously, and likely meant to hide something even worse, but that didn't change the fact that it wasn't something he could ignore. Already, there had been signs of two separate gas attacks, one by the Joker and another by Scarecrow. Already, there was a report of a break-in at the Gotham Botanical Gardens, the power plant, and a host of different stores as his enemies worked to arm themselves. There'd been dozens of sightings already, which meant there had probably already been a fair few too many deaths, but perhaps most worrying of all, Hugo Strange and the Riddler had been spotted working, bizarrely, together. Two of the people who'd come closest to unraveling his secret identity if their suspicions had united them, then, Nigma likely wouldn't reveal that knowledge immediately, but Strange. So despite the fact that every fiber of his being commanded he act, here he was. Dick was wearing his mantle tonight, out in the city as Batman while he was left to make public appearances and guard Gotham's wealthy long enough to make them second guess and hesitate. Tim's family was at stake and Barbara's and even Alfred, to say nothing of his clan, and so he had no choice but to stay, even as a cloud of almost tangible fear hung over the city. It was almost enough to make a man. Bruce Wayne of Earth, a loud, bizarrely intoned voice abruptly said to him, nearly making him crush the glass in his hand. You are needed. So that's how that feels, he thought to himself as he turned towards the source of the voice and found nothing there. No one around him reacted, whether to an odd voice or to his reaction, and so he forced himself to remain calm. Bruce? Ms. Starr asked as his silence continued, tension rising at the recognition of a possible threat. Is something wrong, dear? My apologies, Sophia, he replied, slipping back into the role with practiced ease. Reaching into his suit, he withdrew his cell phone, the push of a button causing it to vibrate. Showing it to her, he smiled haplessly and stepped away. I need to take this. It could be. Sophia nodded quickly, understanding the implication. With Gotham's greatest murderers on the loose, one didn't simply miss a call, and more than one worried glance was sent his way. With that shroud as an excuse, he withdrew from the party, giving a quick nod to Lucius before stepping into a side room. For a moment, he was silent, looking, listening, waiting for any sign before he spoke. Can you hear me? He asked, deliberately whispering. Bruce Wayne of Earth, the voice said again, though this time he was prepared for it and took careful note. It had no accent, something rarer than most people think. The intonation of each word was perfect, but lacking in feeling, leaving it almost robotic sounding. Perhaps actually robotic, in fact, and the addition of Earth to its words was telling. You are needed. Examining the room carefully one more time, he began adding and discarding possibilities. At this point, he was almost certain no one else was in the room, allowing for the possibility of invisibility, which narrowed down the possible suspects significantly. The voice wasn't one he was familiar with, however, nor the modus operandi, and while being targeted was concerning in and of itself, being singled out as Bruce Wayne was surprising in its own way. He weighed his options for a fraction of a second and decided to act ignorant. "Who are you?" he demanded, making a larger show of looking around. He had to determine more about the nature of the threat before he could consider how to counter it, and for that he needed more information. "Where are you?" The voice, however, ignored the question. Bruce Wayne of Earth, the criminal known as Victor Zsasz, has taken residence in a house located on 1927 Park Row. It said instead. He has subdued the home's previous residents with the intention of killing them one by one. Current status: the father is already dead. The mother will likely die in 2 to 5 minutes from blood loss. The eldest daughter has been designated as the next victim, but is currently unharmed. This condition is unlikely to last as Victor Zsasz has expressed interest in her. The younger siblings will presumably follow. You are needed. Those words waylaid any line of questioning, silencing him on the spot. He could see it. Zsasz was cruel at the best of times, and a family of 5 might be too tempting for him to rest, particularly with a young woman in the family. He was more familiar with Zsasz's particular brand of madness and, if what the voice said was true, he might already be too late. But with lives on the line, he couldn't take any chances. He weighed his options again in a split second and took a risk to save lives, deciding that whatever the voice was, if it was deliberately telling him this, his secret was likely already known. And even if it wasn't. He dialed a number on his phone quickly. "Bruce," Dick said, voice gruffer than usual in an attempted imitation of his own, taking the role of Batman. His slimmer build would likely give away the differences between them should he be observed carefully, but he was agile enough that getting a good look at him in the dead of night was harder than it sounded. "What is it?" "Batman," he replied, only feeling a little odd in the process. "Are you near Park Row?" "By the courthouse?" Dick asked before pausing. "I can be." "Why?" "I received an anonymous type that Victor Zsasz might be at 1927 Park Row," he replied. "Not Oracle. I can't confirm if it's true, but there may be a family of 5 involved." "I'm on the way," Dick promised, and he could hear a slight screech of tires in the background. "Be careful. It might be a trap." "Got it," Dick said. "Any idea where the tip came from?" "Jesus Christ. Batman!" he almost shouted, only just managing to keep himself from raising his voice. "What's wrong?" "I think I may have found that friend of yours," Nightwing answered tensely. "I don't suppose you're hearing voices lately, Bruce." "What did it say?" he asked. "It called me by my name. Said about what you did, but with more detail." "Bruce, about the family." "Be careful, Batman," he answered sternly. "Confirm what it says for yourself." "I will. Stay on the line, I'm almost there," Dick said, and the rising hum of the engine in the background said he must have been pushing 100. He wasn't the only one who'd lost his parents. "I'm heading home now," he said. "Family emergency, I'll clear it tomorrow." Dick didn't answer and Bruce was left to hope he hadn't give his secret identity away, but if his was known, it unfortunately meant they all were, with the possible exception of Barbara. Pushing those thoughts aside, he hurried to the express elevator and headed down, keeping his phone to his ear all the while. When the 7th floor ticked by, he heard Dick swore. "It's true," his ward said, voice a growl. "Bruce, I'm heading in, I have to go," he said tightly, understanding even as the call ended. Nightwing could handle himself and had for years, but once he finished suiting up, he could head over himself. But first, he had to call. Bruce Wayne of Earth, the criminal known as Garfield Lynns, is preparing a large-scale arson in the area known as Burnley. The voice spoke to him again, bearing more bad news. Burnley, besides being a likely intentionally ironic place to burn down, was fairly densely packed, the buildings claustrophobically close, enough to let a fire spread with ease. Given half a chance, Firefly might well be able to get the fires raging far beyond anyone's ability to stop and kill thousands. He had to keep that from happening. Quickly, he dialed another number. "Master Wayne," Alfred said. "I'd thought something came up, Alfred," he cut off as the elevator doors opened. "I'm sorry, but I'm going to need another suit. I'm heading to Burnley." "Of course, Master Wayne," Alfred answered seriously. "Shall I send it over?" "Have it meet me on the way there, please," he replied, hurrying to where his Porsche was parked near the front. "Thank you, Alfred." He hung up, then, getting into his car quickly, and it was only once he was driving that he spoke again, resuming his line of questioning. "Who are you?" he asked, and though he waited, there was no response. After several lights, he continued. "What do you want?" There was another long pause, long enough that he was almost sure the question would go unanswered as well, when at last there was a reply. Order, the voice said. And obedience. It was an odd dichotomy, the city on nights like this. Gotham was an enormous city, the sister of Metropolis, and it never slept. What's more, it was said that there was no rest for the wicked, and nowhere was that truer than Gotham, where illicit goods and deeds flowed both day and night. No matter what day, no matter what time, there was always something happening in Gotham City. But tonight, the city was oddly quiet, subdued and united by one thing. Fear. With Arkham empty, even the criminals of Gotham were afraid to go out at night, so afraid, in fact, that their absence left the city almost at peace. It was a false peace, a tenuous one, by its nature something waiting to be broken, but impossible to ignore even so. Even the streets were all but empty. It was for that reason that he managed to meet up with the secondary Batmobile just outside of Burnley and change without being noticed. Stopping the Porsche for just a moment, he stepped out of the car, handing control of it to Alfred through the hidden system installed, didn't want to leave it behind and risk anyone else making the connection between Batman and Bruce Wayne. He was uncomfortable enough as is with this mysterious voice almost certainly recognizing him, and was already compiling a list of details to consider later. Either the source of the voice was invisible and intangible, or it was contacting them from a distance. While keeping an open mind, he was leaning towards the latter explanation, given its phrasing. Possibly extraterrestrial, possibly magical, possibly psychic. Range at least 15 miles, judging by the maximum distance between him and Nightwing, and likely greater, can communicate with multiple people at once. Seems interested in stopping crime, though whether for altruistic reasons or, more likely, because of its apparent focus on or obsession with order was unknown. Possible relation to the Lords of Order? Impossible to confirm without contacting Dr. Fate or Captain Marvel. Perhaps most notably, once it had determined the nature and location of a crime in progress, it had contacted him, rather than the police. The reason for that was unknown. Possible reasons included a respect for superheroes, recognition of some kind of familiarity, a display of power, or a concern for the potential loss of human life. Also, notably, once he'd contacted Dick, the voice had contacted him as well and given him the mission of dealing with Jaws, before finding a new task for Bruce. Had it been unaware of Nightwing prior or simply contacted the most notable hero first? It was even possibly that it had wanted him to make introductions, giving Dick a reason to follow the mysterious voice. It was possible that once he was done with Firefly, it would give another task, but it was also able to hear him and respond normally, without apparently being noticed by others. He considered contacting Zatanna, to see if she could shed more light on the matter, but refrained, not wanting to draw attention to her just yet if she was still unknown. If instead, he contacted someone who could hide themselves from its sight somehow, it would be easier to coordinate and determine what was happening. Would it be able to eavesdrop on a telepathic conversation? He'd need to find a way to contact Jayon to check. He'd also need to check the range of its perceptions, to see if there were some who could shift to places it couldn't follow. But for now, the task at hand. Activating several of the Batmobile scanners, he drove a careful but quick circle in a 2-block radius from the building he'd been guided to, confirming as much as he could without drawing near. There were traces of Firefly's work that matched those in his records, and he decided that the voice had probably spoken truthfully once again, before exiting the Batmobile and grappling to the top of a nearby building, hiding in the shadows of his city with practiced ease. The criminal known as Garfield Lynns is in possession of 37 incendiary devices connected to a single trigger. The trigger is stored in a pouch on the left side of his belt and is encased with a plastic protective case. The trigger appears to be designed not to activate unintentionally. Recommendation: remove the device from his possession prior to combat or disable both hands. Batman filed that information away, suspecting something of that kind from past run-ins with the pyromaniac. Even so, it was useful information, assuming it was true. Where are bombs? He asked instead of voicing that, and then paused as his vision changed. Yellow lights seemed written in the air, outlining shapes through the walls of buildings. A quick count proved there were 37 total. Testing it without moving more than necessary, he closed his eyes and couldn't see the lights, possibly implying it wasn't a mental illusion. Turning his head slightly caused the outlines to remain seemingly stable, but he quickly realized that wasn't the case. Lifting an arm in front of his eyes and watching it continued to shine through the limb. A motion opened his communicator, and he looked at himself in the reflection, noting the presence of tiny lights in his pupils, so small he wouldn't have seen them if he wasn't looking. They were like stars in his eyes, minute outlines just for him. It was interesting and spoke highly of the precision and ability of the maker. They were likely projections of some kind, though whether they were more like Dr. Fate's or Green Lantern's in nature was beyond him. Even so, it was, possibly, useful. Can you highlight Firefly and the trigger? He asked and noted the new outline that appeared, moving closer to it quickly, using the location of the figure to best avoid sight. As he approached, the outlines around him grew and shrank depending on his location, helping him grasp their locations, even as he got close enough to confirm the voice was telling the truth. I should look on the bright side. Any day where I can burn a city down can't be that bad. Firefly raved to himself. A lot of his enemies did that, honestly. Fair enough, he thought as he crashed through the window. Wah Batman, how did you? Firefly began, but he ignored him, grappling hook firing towards him and hooking on his belt. He pulled the villain towards him, grabbing him by the head, lifting him, and slamming him to the ground even as his other hand swept the device from where it shined through his belt. Firefly's hands went for it a moment too late, reaching only an empty pouch, and even through the dark, reflective lenses of his gas mask, he seemed surprised. How? Shut up, he answered, delivering the finishing blow as he slammed him to the ground once more. Removing some ties from his utility belt, he bound the man hand and foot and then tapped his mask. Oracle, send someone to my current position, he said. Firefly is down. Got it, another voice replied, the distant sounds of typing on the other hand. After a pause, it continued. Batman, what's with this bossy voice Nightwing told me about? I don't know, he replied. But I'm going to find out. Firefly left 37 incendiary bombs in Burnley, I'm going to make sure they're all deactivated before anything else can happen. Any word on the others? Not yet, which is worrying enough. But Dick already brought in Jaws and says he's heading for Two-Face, Oracle said, sounding a bit frustrated. Maybe because all her hard work hadn't turned up anything, maybe because someone else's had. I feel like someone knows something we don't. A lot of some things. Yes, he replied, before ending the call. For appearance sake, he didn't remove his hand from his mask, ask if he were still talking to someone, though he left Firefly behind. Anything else you'd like to say? The voice didn't answer for a long moment, but when it finally did, the contents surprised him. Bruce Wayne of Earth. Records show that you have taken a parental role to Timothy Drake of Earth. As the one responsible for his well-being, you should be notified. Records show that 3 members of the team known as the Teen Titans have died in action within the last 5 months and 4 others have suffered serious injuries. This situation is untenable and implies the Teen Titans are ill-equipped for what they face. He pursed his lips partially because Tim had been revealed even without being contacted, but mostly because this was something he did know was true. The Teen Titans were a team that was almost as old as the Justice League, having started with Dick and his team, but in that time, they'd lost a lot of their own. All teams did eventually, in their line of work, but the Titans had lost more than almost anyone. And whatever they said, they were children. He'd tried to move to stop them before, to shut them down and draw at least his own children away from them, or demand further oversight, but whenever he tried, he pushed too hard or something interrupted or... What do you propose I do? He asked after a long minute, moving towards the first bomb. His voice was soft, but an edge of frustration might have slipped into it. Shut them down? Attempting to control him to that degree merely drove Dick away in the first place and it won't work on Tim. He considers them a second family. The voice was silent for a moment, perhaps considering, before chiming back with a suggestion. Recommendations: obtain the assistance of a precognitive. Obtain the assistance of a healer. Obtain the assistance of someone capable of mass teleportation or transit in case of emergencies. He considered that for a moment, weighing options. The idea had come up before, of course, but people with powers like that were rare, valuable, and usually needed where they already were. But if there was anyone else? Who do you propose? He asked after a long minute. Searching for viable candidates, it said, and then fell silent for nearly 20 minutes, during which time he moved quickly to collect and deactivate the many hidden bombs. Unfortunately, when it finally answered, it wasn't with good news. Emergency noted. The criminal known as the Joker has entered the GCTV building. Analyzing, identified, criminal is armed and in possession of lethal force. Among the tools possessed are the substance known as Joker Venom, a disguised shock device, an acidic projectile weapon, and several projectile weapons. He nearly swore, taking only a minute to realize what was about to happen. It was almost midnight and several comedians would start their live performances soon, which the Joker was almost certainly planning to interrupt. Oracle, he said, touching his mask again. The Joker might be near the GCTV building, I have to stop him. When Nightwing is finished with Two-Face, direct him to Burnley. We need to make sure all of these bombs are disposed of before anyone gets hurt. On it. But Bruce, if he's heading for the GCTV building, he must be. I know. I won't let that happen, he replied, pushing a button on his gauntlet to summon the Batmobile. It was going to be a long night, still. And yet, as he raced towards the TV station, he received at least one bit of good news. Search for mass teleporters pending. Search for precognitives pending. Search for a healer underway. Subject A has expressed a willingness to work for hire. Negotiations for going rate in progress, assistance required. Make an appointment, he replied. Fear. Shivers 1.2. Hey, Bats, what are you doing? You're interrupting the show. I even had a surprise waiting, just for you Ga. He nodded curtly at the host of the nightly show as he dragged the Joker bound and now gagged, of course off the stage and away from innocent lives. He'd managed to make it across lower before anyone had died or gotten seriously injured, but only because of the Joker's ego and sense of showmanship. He'd literally had a captive audience, with armed guards at every doorway, and he'd taken his time terrorizing them before getting to the main event, some demented game show he'd intended to make the audience play for their lives in, and then likely force him to do the same when he arrived. Thankfully, he'd managed to prevent that, something that had admittedly only been possible thanks to knowledge and assistance of the mysterious voice. If nothing else, he could acknowledge that it had already helped save hundreds, if not thousands of lives. If not for the fact that it had outlined the guards through the walls and indicated the nature of their weapons, disabling them before anyone got hurt would have been problematic. Though he could only imagine where the Joker had gotten them this time, both the guns and the thugs to use them. That didn't make an unknown and extremely knowledgeable voice in his head any less concerning or suspicious, but it was still true. And the night wasn't yet over. The Joker's brief appearance had likely terrified millions of people and, while no one had died, that alone would be like blood in the water for some. If Scarecrow wasn't planning something already, he would be soon, and if unleashed his fear gas on the city in this condition. What next? He asked, slipping quickly into the Batmobile and directing the words at the air. The voice had been silent since he'd gone in pursuit of the Joker, thankfully not proving a distraction in an emergency. At the same time, that silence itself was worrying, as he couldn't imagine that problems had ceased appearing solely because he was busy. Warning: multiple emergencies. The criminal Roman Siamese is preparing to assault Wayne Tower in force with the intention of killing Bruce Wayne and Lucius Fox, as well as threatening the wealthy within. The criminal Floyd Lawton has been hired to assassinate Commissioner James Gordon. The criminal Ulysses Armstrong is preparing an assault on the Gotham Police Department. Evidence suggests a coordinated attack. Batman's hands tightened on the wheel so hard he thought he might break it and, despite himself, his heart began to pound in his chest. He recognized the first two names, Black Mask and Deadshot, and that alone was cause for concern, but a simultaneous attack on Lucius, Jim, and the GCPD? Not only did it put the lives of some of the few people he called friends at risk, not only did it threaten to deal a crippling blow to city in an already tumultuous time, but it spoke of far more tactics and coordination than the villains generally displayed. Admittedly, Black Mask and Deadshot were one of the more believable Team UPS, but to organize such a thing so quickly and at a time like this. He wasn't surprised when, moments later, he received two calls, Dick and Barbara, he noted, and immediately patched them both through. "Bruce, did you hear that?" Barbara said, forgetting to call him Batman in her sudden panic. Not that he blamed or that it even seemed to matter at the moment. "My father." Bruce Nightwing began, cutting himself off when he heard Barbara's voice. Whatever he was about to say, he filed it away, his tone changing as he put on a brave front instead. It didn't matter, Bruce understood what he wanted to say better than anyone. "Barbara, contact your Bat and tell him to get to the GCPD building as quickly as possible. If he gets inside, they can ford up long enough for me to get there." "Bruce, are you close to Wayne Tower? If you can stop Black Mask, I can handle Deadshot and this Ulysses guy myself." "Both of them?" Barbara asked incredulously, but he could hear her typing quickly in the background. "Ulysses Armstrong, God, he looks like a kid. Last seen enrolled in a military school, until it suddenly burnt down, killing everyone inside. But recently, the GCPD's made not of someone called the General making waves amongst the gangs. It might be him." "Great. Another crazy kid. How many men does he have with him? Let me bring up the cameras and..." The criminal Ulysses Armstrong is accompanied by 112 armed men, the combined membership of 6 subsumed gangs, armed and reinforced by Roman Siamese. In addition, Roman Siamese is accompanied by 27 guards of his own, also armed. The voice supplied before she could bother, and the numbers left them briefly silent. Over 140 armed men total, publicly attacking Wayne Enterprises and the GCPD even for a night like tonight. It was absurd. Insane. And very, very dangerous. Even leaving aside the difficulty of defeating that many men at once, both locations would be filled with people. Could Nightwing defeat Deadshot and this general? Bruce had enough faith in him to believe that he could. But could he defeat both of them and 112 men and protect Jim and protect the people in the GCPD building, most likely full in this state of emergency? That was asking a lot. "Bruce, my dad, he's already heading that way, but he's going to run into the gangs first at this rate. And I don't know where Deadshot is, I can't find him." "Bruce," Nightwing said, voice tight. He stopped at that and didn't continue, but they both knew what he wanted to say. "Enough," Bruce said, the firmness of his voice halting them both. "Focus. We're not done yet." Then, he took a deep breath, grit his teeth for just a moment, and spoke to the air. "Any ideas?" There was brief pause and then the voice replied. First recommendation, contact Lucius Fox, Commissioner James Gordon, and Detective Harvey Bullock and inform them of the nature of the threat. Explain the nature of our current communications, to avoid confusion and hesitation in an emergency. I will provide assistance. He remembered how she'd guided them tonight, from providing information to even highlighting targets and threats. It had already been a godsend for them and it was easy to see such a thing saving a lot of lives. If nothing else, if she could indicate Deadshot's location to help Jim avoid him, or note the locations of threats to Lucius and GCPD, it might help hold them off for a bit longer. That wasn't to say it wasn't worrying or that he wasn't at all concerned about the repercussions of connecting the voice to even more people he knew, but if he didn't do something now, a lot of people would die. Will supporting that many be a problem? He asked, considering the concentration and effort that likely went into giving accurate instructions to so many different people, to say nothing of visually highlighting hundreds of things for so many people. No, it said, the reply as flat and empty as every other word, without excitement or concern. Nightwing, Oracle, did you get that? He asked, unsure whether the voice was speaking only to him. Yeah, Batman, I heard, Nightwing replied, voice still tense but slightly less on edge. I'm heading towards the GCPD now, just, get the commissioner there safe, okay. It took him a moment to realize that last part wasn't directed towards him and if there was a reply to it, he didn't hear it. Then I'll head to Wayne Tower, he informed them both. Oracle, can you contact them? Already on it, Batman, she said. But still, this is... Second recommendation, contact reinforcements, the voice interrupted, continuing after a pause. The Justice League is unavailable, currently responding to an emergency, codename, Doomsday. The Justice League International has already been disabled, all available teams have been deployed to assist. Critical emergency in progress and countermeasures in development, the Justice League cannot assist. Searching for alternatives. Bruce couldn't keep his shoulders from jerking slightly at that, abruptly alarmed before focusing. A critical emergency was preoccupying the League enough to draw in all available resources. What and how and why hadn't he been informed? Admittedly, he wasn't exactly available at the moment, and likely wouldn't be able to respond even if they'd reached him, but only Oracle and the voice would know that. Unless the voice was the one doing the contacting, in which case a number of things made more sense. But this situation wasn't one of them. Had someone known what he hadn't, been aware that he was cut off from most reinforcements? Is that why they were confident enough to push this hard? Alternatives found. Contacting the heroes known as Batwoman, Green Lantern, Huntress, and Ragman for aid. Bruce frowned to himself, not entirely pleased and a little surprised. Batwoman, Huntress, and Ragman made sense as heroes operating in Gotham, even if their pasts were sometimes troubled. But Green Lantern? If there really was a League emergency occurring, why? Alan Scott, he realized. One of the oldest heroes in the world and the first of many to bear the title of Green Lantern on Earth. As a founding member of both the Justice Society and the All-Star Squadron, he predated even Batman as a hero of Gotham, though he'd entered semi-retirement quite some time ago. If he was willing to help, however, Batman would welcome it on a night like this. Suggestions for additional reinforcements, presence of mercenary Lady Shiva confirmed within Gotham City. Batman twitched slightly at the name. Lady Shiva was an assassin for hire and one of the most dangerous humans in the world. She was well known in certain circles for her propensity to track down some of the greatest martial artists in the world, challenge them to one-on-one combat, and brutally murder them with her bare hands. She'd visited Gotham a number of times in the past and it was always dangerous. And? He asked. Recommendation, under the guise of Bruce Wayne, contact Lady Shiva. Using the excuse of having been informed of the danger beforehand, hire to support and defend, starting with Wayne Tower. It was a grating suggestion, to even consider hiring a known killer like Lady Shiva, made worse by the fact that he was considering it. In the state of emergency Gotham was now in and with countless lives at stake, even he couldn't deny that he needed all the help he could get. Already, a night of intense crime fighting was starting to wear him down, and there was no end in sight. If he told her not to kill, if he just had her protect people's lives, then would it really be? He cut off that line of thought before he could go too far down it. I'll consider it, he said, racing towards Wayne Tower. For now, we need to focus on the task at hand. That said, he fell silent and tried to do exactly as he said, working hard to push everything else from his mind. But how's the situation with the League? Situation extremely dangerous and uncontained. Battle has moved towards occupied areas in Metropolis. Battle with Doomsday underway, high probability of heavy injury or death to multiple heroes. Providing support, solution in progress. Negotiations recommended with prospective healer as soon as possible. What the hell was happening in Metropolis? Fear. Shivers 1.3. What the hell was happening in Metropolis? Superman lay still for a moment as shudders of pain went through him, not an unfamiliar sensation, perhaps, but still a rare one, particularly because of the cause. It wasn't kryptonite that was causing this, nor exposure to a red sun leaving him vulnerable, it was pure force pounding its way through all his defenses and leaving him beaten bloody. Few things had ever done that before, and this one, even amongst the strongest foes he'd faced, this one was different, strong in a way that was hard to define or describe. Strong enough that a punch had slammed him into and through the ground, burying him in darkness down by the hard bedrock even as it continued to fight above. But even down here, he wasn't alone. Generating yellow sunlight, a strange voice said, sounding utterly disinterested and robotic. Yet regardless of how it sounded or seemed, it was here beside them, helping and saving lives, and as yellow light appeared around him, flowing into him even in what should have been utter darkness, he drew strength from it in more ways than one, feeling wounds begin to mend even as he forced himself to stand once more. "Thank you," Superman said, breathing hard but slowly evening out. He swayed for just a moment before straightening up, wiping blood from his split lip. How are? Booster Gold and Fire are down and drained of power," the voice answered promptly, seeming to understand. "Blue Beetle is down and in critical condition. Transport to safety in progress, access to healers pending. Ice and Bloodwind are wounded but insist on pursuit. The Green Lantern Guy Gardner is currently blinded, providing guidance in place of sight. Maxima and Guy Gardner are currently providing escort and support, and their transport of the wounded is in progress. Priority must be given to the safety of Maxima for the time being." He closed his eyes and grit his teeth at the mention of so many of his friends hurt and wounded, but still understood the voice's point. Maxima was an old foe turned unusual friend, a royal from the planet Almerac who'd once pursued him romantically. She'd eventually joined the Justice League after a battle with Brainiac. She was strong, possessing tremendous psionic powers that had been able to stagger even him, but perhaps most notably of all, she was capable of teleporting entire groups of people massive distances. From what the voice had told him, it was gathering and mobilizing groups of heroes that couldn't travel quickly under their own power, preparing to draw them into the fight, but in order to do that, they had to keep Maxima safe and prepare a safe landing point for the others. Easier said than done, especially since the two of them had been the only ones able to inflict any meaningful damage to the monster, so far. Ideally, it'd be possible for her to withdraw and focus solely on gathering the others, but neither of them were having any luck even slowing this beast down. "Where are they now?" he asked, feeling more or less ready to fight again as he rose into the air and flew at full speed out of the hole his impact had made. He'd already confirmed the voice didn't have any trouble talking to him while he was in motion, and, after most of the day, it was an almost comforting assurance. Though it was a bit hard to believe the day had started off so simply. Well, relatively speaking, he'd started off by facing down the Underworlders, a group of genetic experiments made by Project Cadmus gone horribly awry, which had descended into the sewers to construct a society, only to fall under the sway of a war-worlder that had escaped the alien battle planet that invaded the Earth, who intended to lead them in an assault on the surface world using its stolen technology. Luckily, he'd managed to stop them thanks to the help of a young boy named Kevin and the intervention of a possibly magic, possibly alien voice that seemed bent on coordinating heroes for the sake of justice. Thinking about it, perhaps it wasn't surprising that the day was going like this. Nonetheless, he was as thankful for the voice's help as he was for any other new teammate, particularly given the circumstances. Too bad he didn't have time to give a proper welcome. The battle has continued to progress towards civilian populations, heading northeast. Doomsday has left Ohio and is currently crossing through the Pennsylvania at high speed. Current trajectory will take him through Pennsylvania and into New York, in a likely collision course with Metropolis. Because they'd proven completely incapable of stopping him, went unsaid. What's worse, he wasn't entirely sure he could stop him before he reached the city. Doomsday was unbelievably strong, so much so that he'd taken apart most of the JLA already, and if he couldn't stop him now, the damage he'd do, the lives he'd take. He willed himself to move faster. "I wish I knew where this Doomsday came from," he said, closing his eyes as if it might blind him to the millions of lives at risk because of his failure. "I've never seen anything on Earth or off it like him before. What he did to Guy, to Blue Beetle and Booster Gold. Complete analysis pending, but Doomsday's biology appears to be Kryptonian in nature." The voice answered unexpectedly, providing the answer he sought but not that he wanted. "K Kryptonian?" he asked, unable to keep himself from stuttering in surprise. "But was he? Doomsday does not appear to belong to the same species of humanoid Kryptonian as you," it answered. "However, it appears to bear distant genetic similarities, implying similar but remote ancestry. Attempting to analyze Kryptonian genetic structure for more information. Decryption of genome slow, but in progress. Attempting to borrow understanding to hasten process." That wasn't surprising. Kryptonian DNA, if it could even be called that, was evidently extremely complex and hard to decrypt properly, possibly because of whatever in it gave them their powers. As far as he knew, the closest anyone had come to truly figuring it out was Luthor, and even then. No, he chided himself for being distracted. None of that mattered. If what the voice had said was true, Doomsday was from Krypton, his home world, but had somehow developed powers surpassing even his own. Once again, and like Zed before him, a relic of his lost home had become a threat to his adopted one, which made it all the more important that he stop him. But if he really was from Krypton, will kryptonite work on him? He asked quickly. Red sunlight. Cannot confirm or deny possibility. However, Doomsday's genetic structure vastly differs from your own. Caution recommended regarding use of known Kryptonian countermeasures, particularly because of your own susceptibility to them. Attempts to exploit such measures have already been prepared for use by others. The voice had a point, even if it wasn't easy to swallow. If he attacked Doomsday with kryptonite in hand or while exposed to red sunlight and it didn't work, it would weaken him enough that he might not survive being so close to Doomsday. But if it did work, then every moment he delayed risked lives. How far is he from Metropolis? He demanded. 50 miles and approaching fast. Current speed is approximately half the speed of sound. Estimated time of arrival is within 8 minutes. Damn it, no. He cried, realizing he might not make it in time. The city, we have to evacuate the city. Can you do anything? Evacuation is already in progress. The Metropolis Civil Defense Command has been contacted, as well as Team Luthor and Supergirl. Currently guiding the populace to safety. He heaved a sigh of relief at that, thankful beyond words. He didn't bother questioning if the voice could guide and direct that many people at once, though when there wasn't a national emergency going on, he really should ask for more information about its powers. Though he was still nervous about the younger Lex Luthor because of his father, the man was proactive and concerned with protecting Metropolis, to say nothing of Matrix. A part of him mourned the mistakes he'd made regarding his friend from another universe, but with any luck, and God willing, perhaps he could set things right after this was done, now that she was back from outer space. Even if he questioned her decisions in dating Luthor, he really needed to focus. Perhaps having spent half the day getting punched repeatedly in the face was taking more of a toll than he thought. So instead, he looked forward, telescopic and X-ray vision cutting through the air and distance as he looked upon the city he called home and the monster bounding towards it in 10-mile leaps. In the city itself, he could see people moving, police cars and emergency response vehicles out in force, and while the panic and fear in them was clear, they were moving with what would normally have been shocking order and coordination. He saw a child lost for a moment only to have a parent beeline right for them, even as a police officer picked up and carried another child at a quick job. The crowds flowed and twisted through the streets, heading towards shelters as orderly as could possibly be expected, minute flashes of yellow in their eyes. If Doomsday reached Metropolis, and it seemed almost inevitable that he would now, there would be casualties, but the voice that was aiding him was doing its best even now to minimize them as much as possible. What would normally have been potentially thousands of needless casualties as people panicked and ran screaming without direction as they were lost, separated from their families, trampled, or even just too slow to respond or understand what was happening in the total confusion surrounding them might be almost entirely diverted, as long as people listened. In fact, it was likely that the voice, without a word to them, had been steadily evacuating and guiding people from Doomsday's path as they fought, keeping them from being caught in the crossfire. He could do nothing but give thanks for that. Even if they're terrified, he said, a hint of mourning and anger in his tone for not being able to stop things before they got this far, for not being able to keep this fight away from his home and the homes of others. Despite his best efforts, the battle was going to be dragged into Metropolis itself, subjecting it to an unfettered clash of superheroes where he couldn't afford to hold back. There was a cloud of fear over his city now, which he took so much pride in protecting and allowing to live lives of happiness and ease because of Doomsday. And it would only get worse from here. All of them. Yes, the voice answered simply before continuing. Reinforcements inbound. The Flash, Wonder Woman, and Martian Manhunter will arrive shortly on their own power. Additional reinforcements will arrive with Maxima as planned. Doomsday appears to attack anything he sees, based on previous behavior, prioritizing attention and proximity over threat level. His attention will need to be kept preoccupied while reinforcements are positioned. I'm on it, he said, relieved to hear more of his friends were inbound. Then, after a quiet moment. Do you think we can stop him? Determining countermeasures. Stand by. It answered, neither promising nor reassuring, yet somehow sounding sure. It was probably the best he was going to get as he closed in on the threat to his home. Doomsday! He shouted as he swooped in. Your rampage ends here. Fear. Shivers 1.4. Fists covered in bony spurs struck him across his face, carving jagged furrows through normally unbreakable skin. He struck back with all his might, a small part of him afraid that he wasn't even putting a dent in the monster, for all the dents that had already been put into him, and yet he didn't hesitate or halt, determined to stop Doomsday here if it killed him. And the way this was going, it just might. HAAA! He shouted, the noise rising from his barrel of a chest as he struck upwards, the blow striking Doomsday's chin with enough force to send shockwaves echoing through the city and break shards of Doomsday's bony chin loose, even if it drove those same shards into his hands. Doomsday's head snapped back hard enough that for a moment it actually seemed like he might topple back, only for him to reverse that momentum abruptly, hand heaving high above him and coming down like a hammer, striking Superman hard enough to slam him into the ground and send almost literal waves of asphalt rippling outwards. Before he could even try to get up, Doomsday reached down to loop a hand around his throat, hauling him to his feet only to immediately deliver another punishing series of blows, the first crashing across his face, then driving into his gut, then his face again, setting his skull to ringing and putting his world on tumble dry. For a moment, a brief but frightening moment, he wasn't sure where he was. He tried to reach back and give context to the situation to understand it, but all that rose up was how far he was from home. It was warm enough lately that he might have been out with Lana, drinking 2 sweet strawberry cola that Mr. Don made out by the country store in preparation for hot days. Or was it warm? Maybe there was just something hot sliding down his skin. Superman! Someone shouted, and the massive grey blur in his vision reared back before heaving him up, and away, sending him flying through the air with enough force that he could have demolished half of Smallville. Then, something red flashed before his eyes and he had the strangest sensation of both speeding up and slowing down, before his view of the world changed. All of a sudden, he was on his back beneath the clear sky, staring up at the sun. "Easy there, Soups," the man beside him said. "I got you." The Flash recognized dimly. "Wally, not Barry." "Shit," Flash said, sounding as if he'd just heard or noticed something. "One sec, maybe I can okay, here, yet. Don't go flying off for a minute, okay? You'll need a minute." Slowly, the pain in his head that he'd somehow not noticed began to ease and vanish, dulling to a minor ache in seconds as if hours had passed in seconds. When he blinked again, his eyes focused and his thoughts cleared. He shook himself once and smiled tensely as he rose. "Thank you, Flash," he said. "Sorry for the trouble. I thought, weren't you in Europe? Seemed like a nice time to visit Metropolis," Flash said with false cheer. "A little bird told me it might be a good idea to stop by, said a friend might need some help." "Thank you," he said again, speaking to both of them. "No problem," Wally answered. "But is it just me, or is it weird that a magic voice is talking in our heads? Like, all our heads. And it's not one of the usual magic voices, either." "Don't be rude, Flash," he chided gently. "They've helped save a lot of lives." "Hey, I didn't say it wasn't cool or anything, I just said it was weird." Wally answered defensively. "I mean, did it know you, too? I was in my other suit when it called me and it used my full name, too. No one does that." Superman nodded to placate him and quickly regretted it as the world tilted awkwardly. He took another moment to get his bearings, welling his own super healing taking the edge off, and exhaled. "I apologize on his behalf," he said to the disembodied voice a moment later, not wanting to be rude. "He doesn't really think you're weird." Flash rolled his eyes and the voice didn't answer, possibly off doing different things. "Who else is here?" he asked a moment later. "The Justice League," Wally answered. "Every living members. Or they're on their way, at least. Power Girl and Metamorpho came with me, but the rest are flying over just in case. The voice told us about the Kryptonian thing, so he and Firestorm are giving Kryptonite a try. Any luck?" "No." The voice notified impassively, making both of them wince. "Doomsday appears immune to normal Kryptonian weaknesses, possibly due to distant genetic relation. Suggesting attempts to test resistance to magic once the safety of Dr. Fate and Zatanna can be guaranteed, Captain Marvel has already engaged." Superman considered that, taking a deep breath, before nodding again. "Anyone else?" he asked, making the Flash shoot him a look. "You don't think it'll be enough?" he asked, not sounding upset so much as deeply concerned. "I think we could use all the help we can get," Clark answered before taking one more deep breath. "I think I'm okay now. Put us back in, Coach," Flash said, looking concerned for a moment before nodding, and apparently, he'd been elected as his temporary doctor, but only then did lights appear within his eyes. "Confirmed. Doomsday has continued to progress towards civilian populations, evacuation continues to progress. Flash, assist in hastening their removal." Superman, approach Doomsday. Wonder Woman, Power Girl, Captain Marvel, and Captain Atom have engaged Doomsday physically with limited progress. Attempts of unconventional means in progress. Black Canary will scream in 3, 2, 1, now. Thanks to the warning, he was able to cover his ears before the attack occurred, which didn't keep him from feeling like someone had rammed a sword into his head and he was still far from the blast site. As he did, his eyes trailed up, gazing towards the news helicopters in the sky, hovering too close, though one could argue that even being in the city was too close. Without even realizing it, his vision shifted, showing him who stood inside Lois, Jimmy, Cat Grant. All people he knew and cared about, reporting on the clash that might take down Metropolis as more and more heroes gathered. Suddenly, his worries spiked. Unexpected reaction noted. Doomsday was briefly disabled by Black Canary's sonic attack before his apparent ears closed, seemingly to prevent a second attack. Evidence suggests that Doomsday may display an unknown extent of adaptive regeneration. Threat level increased, testing pending. Temporarily withholding magic users in light of new information. Determining least dangerous path of testing, Superman, attempt to disable Doomsday's eyes with heat vision. In contrast, the voice in his head kept up its dispassionate commentary, idly noting what was happening and making suggestions without the slightest signs of a change in emotion, which was enough to make a part of him suspect they might be a machine. Not that there was anything wrong with being partially or completely mechanized, of course, but it did stand out to some degree. None of which kept him from seeing the point in his suggestion. Already, his heat vision had proven ineffective, and if this monster did indeed have, as the voice said, the ability to adapt to things that damaged it, it would explain a few things. All throughout the fight, Doomsday had seemed to be getting stronger even as he was worn further and further down, and nothing they did seemed to put a dent in him. But if he was being hurt and just constantly growing past it, that made this a lot more dangerous. So for the sake of proving the theory and being the one to suffer should it be true, Clark flew towards Doomsday at full speed. He saw Diana, Karen, Billy, and Nate, but went right by them, not slowing down in the slightest as he flew into Doomsday, grabbing the beast by his neck and a shoulder spike and driving him headfirst into the ground, digging a trench down the length of 4th Street. And all while, he bombarded the creature with the full force of his heat vision, burning right into his eyes. Ugh, Doomsday grunted and snarled, trying to avert his gaze even as a hand came up and grabbed at his face with monstrous force. Clark kept it up, trying against all odds to burn through Doomsday's hand, but he just contorted, turning and driving him into the ground instead. Clark couldn't get any leverage as Doomsday forced his skull into the dirt, but he had something better and so willed himself to rise, pushing up at Doomsday from an unexpected angle, even as the others closed in on them, Diana wrapping an arm around its throat and pulling harshly back. "Got you, cuz," Power Girl said, striking hard at Doomsday's arms to force him to release his grip, even as Captain Marvel struck Doomsday with an uppercut that could have rattled mountains. "Drag him back. Get off him, you beast," Diana said through grit teeth, doing something as Captain Marvel pushed him off balance, disrupting Doomsday's stance with her footing, bending him back like a bow, and then tossing the monster with a heave and flex of muscle, sending him in a wide arc towards the sky until Doomsday reached out with a bony claw and hooked it on the edge of a building, still snarling at them like a rabid animal as it glared their way. But as Clark looked at him, he couldn't help grimace slightly as he saw its eyes. Previously protected by bars of bone, they were now completely hidden and encased, concealed entirely and yet somehow not seeming to prevent Doomsday from seeing. "Adaptive regeneration confirmed, extent unknown," the voice chimed in. "However, adaptive regeneration appears biological in nature. Confirming, Dr. Fate does not detect any traces of magic from a distance, nor are there signs of detectable technology at work. Warning, due to potential dangers from adaptation, a prolonged fight or half measures are unadvisable." "Good to know," Captain Atom said dryly, having apparently been kept in reserve by the voice, possibly to avoid Doomsday developing an immunity to its powers. His words were terse, either because of the fight or because he was receiving orders from an unknown and unverified source. "And what's that leave us with exactly? This fight hasn't exactly been going quickly, in case you haven't noticed. Based on previous examples and given the subject's durability, Doomsday must be defeated utterly before it has any chance to adapt or recover. Conjecture, the best to defeat Doomsday would be to eradicate him completely with a single attack or to attack in such a way as to render his biological nature meaningless." "Okay," Superman replied, wiping the blood from his mouth. He made sure to be politer than the sometimes terse captain to make up for the sarcasm in his tone. It was useful information, even if there wasn't a clear way to make use of it. "Do you have any suggestions on how we do that?" "Preparing countermeasures based on previous encounters with adaptive regenerators. Preoccupy Doomsday until preparations are complete." Even he couldn't keep himself from sighing slightly at that, but he nodded in understanding and rose as best he could. "You heard him," he said, trying to stay positive for everyone's sake. "Let's go, team." "Yeah," Captain Marvel said with similar, or even superior, brightness. "Let's go, guys." "Yay," Captain Atom grunted, but rose into the air as well. Fear. Shivers 1.5. Wonder Woman, go high. Superman shouted. Flash, support. Diana was flying before he even finished the words, golden lasso shining in the light before flashing forward, looping around Doomsday's neck while Captain Atom and Hal kept him busy. Snarling like a beast, Doomsday whipped his head back, trying to yank the lasso from Wonder Woman's grasp and possibly drag her along with it. But he was too late, as Diana had already let go of the lasso, just moments before the flash swept by in a blur of red and yellow, taking the pass and zooming by Doomsday, yanking the lasso taut as he brought his full momentum against the monster and jolting slightly as Doomsday brought him fully to a halt, feet barely dragging across the city streets. Even so, the force on its throat was enough to pull him slightly off balance, and give them the opportunity they needed. "Power girl!" he cried, flying full speed towards Doomsday. "I'll take the low road," she shouted back, already behind the beast. As he flew high, fist colliding with stunning force with Doomsday's chin, she went low, tackling the back of his pillar-like legs out from beneath him. Off balance as he already was, he couldn't recover in time and began to fall. The moment his bony feet left the ground, green light flashed. "He's mine!" Green Lantern said as an emerald sphere formed around Doomsday. "Tell me when you get back from outer space, ugly." As Hal turned and heaved his arm as if he were throwing a ball, the sphere around Doomsday rose to follow, flying upwards like a rocket only to explode in midair as Doomsday recovered enough to drive an elbow into an emerald wall, shattering the entire sphere and leaving Doomsday free to fall back to Earth. "Don't let him reach the ground," Diana called, rallying them as she flew up first, Captain Atom at her heels with hands alight. Superman flew up behind them, drawing a deep, deep breath, compressing and containing it in his lungs even as he felt its temperature plummet. When at last he released it, he exhaled a wave of frigid ice that caught Doomsday at once, freezing his skin and blowing him back. Wonder Woman didn't slow down in the slightest, arm pulled back to strike the creature and hurl him straight into orbit. And then muscles flexed. Ice broke. A gray, bony limb flashed out with what should have been impossible speed, striking Diana with force enough that a cushion of air struck them all. Diana fell like a meteor, Captain Atom moving behind her to try and catch her and slow her descent, but all it did was make her collide with him hard enough to send them both careening from the sky. Superman slowed, nearly stopping, but Power Girl zipped by him without hesitating. "I've got them!" she shouted, not even looking back at him. "Get Doomsday! Follow my lead, Big Blue!" Hal said, catching up to them. Instead of flying straight for Doomsday, he'd taken a circular route that now put him above the falling monster, and he used that to his advantage, sending binding chains of green light down to bind Doomsday. They looped around his neck, wrists, ankles, and waist, holding him nearly flat as Green Lantern continued to rise, towing him towards the sky. "GRRHK Ra!" Doomsday shouted and spat, twisting and kicking as it tried to escape, but Hal just lengthened and shortened the binds in response, barely slowing his ascent. Apparently realizing that, Doomsday pulled against the chains until he could grasp a chain with the opposite arm, breaking it and pulling a limb free. "Not today, Doomsday!" Superman shouted, striking Doomsday in the face hard enough to send him halfway and only halfway up to Hal. "Hal, full speed ahead." "Roger that." Hal replied, focusing entirely on his ascent and pulling Doomsday harder towards the atmosphere's edge. Superman followed up by rising quickly to meet Doomsday again, striking him back up. In the time it took Hal to rise back to a safe distance, Doomsday would fall back down half the length he'd been blown up, but though it was relatively slow going, it was going. Seeing that, Clark did it again and then a third time, but when he went in for the fourth, Doomsday made his move. His free limb snaked out, snapping out and grasping Superman's throat in a crushing vice, while his other, bound arm reached back, looping around green chains and pulling them down to twist them around Superman's throat as well, yanking them tight. Superman coughed and gagging, eyes bulging even as Doomsday dragged him closer, holding him with his bound arm while the other reared back and swung. His vision flashed white once, twice, and then again and again at an increasingly faster rhythm. He felt something impacting him repeatedly, but in a dim kind of way, like something far, far away and getting further by the second. He couldn't move, could hardly breathe, struggling then to make sense of what was occurring around him. "Him go! Let him go, Green Lantern! Get him out of there! Out of the way, I'll blow him out of the sky!" Something happened then, overtaking even the flashes that blinded his sight, a wave of light and sound and force that shook him to the core and left him feeling weightless for a moment. But all too soon, that moment ended, with a crash that left him witless. There was a ring in his ears, a vague empty feeling, and then, nothing. He opened his eyes again to a dimmer sky, cast over by fire and smoke, with a red figure above him that was too blurred to make out. "Stay down, Soups. Okay? Just stay down," he heard the Flash say, though no matter how he blinked his eyes couldn't focus. "How many fingers am I holding up?" Superman didn't answer, still stunned and blinking. "Shit," Flash said. Damn it, I know, okay? Soups, just stay here for a minute, okay, I'll be back before you know it, okay?" And then he was gone. In his absence, Clark tried to put the pieces together and make sense of what was going on, slow going though it was. But there was something important there, waiting just out of reach, it was, what? "Oh. How?" He croaked and then fell silent for a moment, trying to make sense of the thought. How are those countermeasures coming? Preparation 89% complete, the voice answered, as if it had been there all along. Maybe it had been. Was that good or bad? How long had it been? He wasn't sure. Where are the others? He asked, concern growing even through the disorientation. My friends, and Doomsday. Doomsday is approaching the civilian population, contact expected in 8 seconds, the voice said, merciless and merciful at once. It did nothing to spare him the edge of the words, but also did nothing to hide the truth of them. The Flash has moved to assist in evacuations again, but is experiencing difficulty trying to remove everyone from Doomsday's path. Probability of civilian casualties is high. Remaining combatants are attempting to halt advance with minimal results. Kill people. Doomsday was going to kill even more people, in his city. His friends were going to be hurt and the people he'd sworn to protect were going to die, if he didn't. Do something, he murmured, managing to flop over onto his stomach. With shaky, unsteady arms, he tried to push himself up. I have to do something. I have to stop Doomsday. The probability of that appears low, the voice answered simply. Then help me, he asked. Your condition is unstable, risk of serious injury if fighting continues is high, it continued, though the way it spoke made it sound like that meant nothing to it. Waiting for the Flash's return and allowing transport for medical attention is recommended. Please, he said to it, not just as Superman, but also as Clark the Kansas boy who'd moved to the big city and made it his home. There was a long pause. And then. Understood, Clark Kent of Earth, it said, and there was a part of him that was still both surprised and pleased that it chose that name over Kall of Krypton. Generating yellow sunlight with spare power. There was a blinding flash that lit up the darkening city like a miniature sun, a sphere of almost liquid yellow light that consumed him, surrounded him, and burnt brighter and brighter even as it seemed to soak into his body. He felt his strength return even as wounds mended, the wounds that could mend with just accelerated healing, at least. His vision sharpened and he felt, briefly, as if he hadn't spent the whole day getting kicked around and pushed to the breaking point. He felt powerful, like he hadn't in a long time. Restrain Doomsday while the Flash evacuates all civilians. Risk of casualties if countermeasures are deployed in their vicinity, but target must be kept relatively still to ensure termination, it said. I'll make it happen, he replied. And thank you. He flew up, faster than he remembered, following the path of destruction with his X-ray vision before the voice even highlighted his destination. The people of Metropolis had already been evacuated, most of them moved outside the city itself in case the entire city was turned into a battlefield, but even that distance meant little before Doomsday's surprising speed. He could see barely the Flash zipping by, each pass removing someone from the crowd in a way that must have been straining Wally to the limit, while the others followed Doomsday, all looking more than a bit worse for wear. He flew by them all, pushing himself as hard as he could, not even able to afford a moment to nod their way. Doomsday had taken a leap and was coming down now in the middle of a crowd, even as Wally moved through it, desperately trying to at least remove people from his path. But he wouldn't make it in time, not for all of them. Not alone. But he wasn't alone. Superman swept under Doomsday, catching him just as he came down and stopping his descending arms with his own even as the force drove him almost to his knees into the ground. But behind him, Flash managed to sweep by and save the girl and her mother that Doomsday would have crushed. He'd count that as being worth it. What happened to waiting for me, Supes? Flash said, still zipping by, his words stretching, shortening, and blending together as he moved. This close, Superman could see flashes of something yellow, almost like lightning but not, around him, but didn't have time to ask. I made no such promise, Flash. He shouted back. And you looked like you could use the help. Flash probably wanted to argue about that, but it also wasn't the time. So instead, he just continued to move through the crowd. Buy me 10 seconds. He said, people vanishing every second. Clark nodded once and then punched Doomsday harder than he ever had before, fist sinking into the creature's gut before it recovered and struck him back, hitting him across the jaw. He felt the spikes scrape his skin, tasted blood against his tongue. He leaned back against the blow and then forced himself forward, grasping one of Doomsday's forehead spikes and then pummeling his face, not letting up even when Doomsday returned the favor by punching him in the gut. He turned, ripping a foot from the city streets and slamming it back down, turning the full force of his body in the process as he brought Doomsday up and slammed him back down. He drew a deep breath then, exhaling in a puff that left Doomsday in ice, and then blasted him with his heat vision all the harder, aiming to blind rather than hurt. Countermeasures complete, preparing to fire. All combatants leave blast radius immediately, the voice chimed as he did, and all around him he saw a wide circle, written in the air with yellow light. Abandoning Doomsday and trusting the voice, he turned and flew away at full speed. When behind him the ice broke and there was a sudden yank at his collar. Doomsday rose as if from a bed of sheets rather than ice, arm reaching out to snag his cape and draw him near. Flash. But before he could, something else swept by. I got you, Soups. Flash said, grabbing one of his arms and pulling on his hard enough that between his efforts to escape and Doomsday's strength, even his reinforced cape began to tear. And the moment it did, they were gone. Doomsday howled, rising with one hand on the ground for leverage and the other reaching out, shreds of his cape dangling from his fingers. But unbeknownst to him, something else was already occurring. Deploying countermeasures, the voice said, and above and behind Doomsday, just outside his possible reach, something appeared. Yellow light took shape in 1,000 different pieces, coming together and combining into a pseudo-mechanical device in the space of a moment. Something turned and moved within the semi-transparent object, glowed for an instant and then it exploded. There was a brief flash of light. A wave of almost subdued concussive force. But more than either of those things, everything within the range the voice had marked turned abruptly into glass. Not as if a massive explosion had occurred, the heat and force enough to turn the dust and sand into something similar to it, but actual glass. The road. The ground. The grass and trees, cars and discarded objects, rubble and rocks and Doomsday. From head to toe and all the way through, he stood like a flawlessly made glass sculpture, with even the piece of cape he held now transparent. It hardly seemed real, but off to the side of the road there was a tree that was only partially converted, with the glass ending and wood abruptly beginning. It was. Whoa, Wally whispered. Maybe I should be more polite, after all. Superman chuckled at that, sliding down to the ground, but in doing so, his world went askew, like gravity itself had shifted. Suddenly, and once again, he began to fall. Warning, Superman has received extensive internal injury. Immediate medical attention necessary, the voice said, unchanged as if the recent victory meant nothing. What? The Flash said, suddenly moving again. God damn it, I told him to stay down. Where S.T.A.R. Labs. I'll get him them in a minute. Physical condition critical, effectiveness of conventional treatment uncertain. Several individuals with healing powers have already been contacted, but negotiations with preferred choice is ongoing. With the Blue Beetle incapacitated, priority must be given to either assisting Batman with current crisis in Gotham or with Green Arrow in Star City in order to address concerns regarding payment quickly. Alternatively, payment may be acquired by. You heard him. Someone, hurry and contact. Fear. Shivers 1.6. Jaws. Firefly. The Joker. Black Mask. The General. Deadshot. Killer Croc. The Riddler. Scarecrow. Poison Ivy. Mad Hatter. The Ventriloquist. Amygdala. Cavalier. Two-Face. The Film Freak. Cornelius Stirk. Abattoir. Bane's Goons. A dozen more. God, a dozen more at least. And waiting at the end of it all, Bane. It had been a long, long night. Stopping the attempted arson of half of Gotham, taking down Jaws, and preventing the Joker's deranged broadcast had only been the start. With the aid of their strange helper, they'd managed to maneuver in time with the GCPD to first, avoid their destruction and, second, to help slow the tide that was washing the city away. If they even could, in time to matter. Already, Killer Croc had rampaged through the streets, provoked by something, even as the Riddler planted a bomb in the clock tower and set a trap by the harbor, driven steadily madder by whatever drug Bane had pumped into his system. The Mad Hatter had robbed a store of all their hats and altered them to turn an entire crowd into his hostages and slaves, including Film Freak who'd been killed when they'd tried following him to Bane. The Ventriloquist, normally harmless without Scarface, had teamed up with Amygdala somehow and left bodies in their wake. The attack on the Bates School for Women, that had started with 15 hostages and escalated as the police and tactical team sent in experts who didn't come back out. Stirk had gone for Gordon and Crane had gone for the mayor, and while they'd managed to protect both, it wasn't before Scarecrow managed to get the major to make several questionable decisions. Poison Ivy had turned the park into her own personal playground called Neo Eden and filled it with plant zombies, Cavalier antagonizing several neighborhoods, and Two-Face. He'd been so exhausted, pushing and pushing even as he was worn down. That didn't excuse anything, didn't make it any better, but it was a fact. By the time he tracked down his old friend, Harvey, and his goons had managed to get the drop on him, cornering him and forcing him to undergo some kind of perverse mock trial. If it hadn't been for Nightwing's last-minute rescue, he'd have died. But Batman wasn't supposed to get rescued. Batman wasn't supposed to need to get rescued or rely on others. Batman wasn't supposed to get tired to the point that he struggled to stand. Wasn't supposed to get hurt and stressed to the point that he struggled with minor problems, that he started to collapse in the Batmobile, that he set the next location within it and dozed as his drove. Batman wasn't supposed to get sick after days out in the record-breaking rainstorm in August, and if he was, that sickness wasn't supposed to keep coming back or getting. Batman's civilian identity probably also wasn't supposed to keep missing doctor's appointments and sleep to fight crime, either. But all sorts of things were happening tonight that weren't supposed to. He was being worn down, and not just physically. When he'd confronted Scarecrow to save the Major, he'd made a mistake, been too slow, and caught a dose of his fear toxin, and he'd seen Jason. God, he'd seen Jason dying all over again, because he'd been powerless to save him. Dying alone, probably thinking he was abandoned, or else, believing to the end that Batman would come save him and realizing too late that he was wrong. There were a lot of things the Batman wasn't supposed to be, and one of them was just a man. But he was anyway. And now, the criminal known as Bane has entered the vicinity of Mountain Drive. Most likely target, Wayne Manor. High chance that the secret identity of the Batman has been discovered. Potential victims, 1 Alfred Pennyworth. Nightwing is in pursuit. It was a simple, almost automated message, of the type that was now becoming almost standard. The voice simply made a point to note who was doing what, so they didn't waste time or get in one another's way. It served to help them keep a running tally on who was still out there and what needed to be done. But Bane? The mastermind behind it all, the cause of all this death and destruction, the one who was responsible for 100 tragedies already. He knew, might have known, Bruce's secret identity. Even now, he was approaching his home, either to lay a trap or destroy what he loved. He was threatening Alfred, the man who'd raised him like a father, who'd helped put the pieces together when he'd shattered into a million pieces, who? Belay that. I can pursue Bane now. Negative. Continue pursuit of Catwoman. Nightwing is in pursuit, the voice replied, completely unchanged. Any dismissiveness he felt from the words was probably just him projecting. But for a moment, it was still enough to leave him speechless. Pursuing Selina was perhaps not pointless, but a minor concern at best tonight. While she might use the opportunity to steal something that interested her, she wasn't a killer, and with dozens of killers on the loose, mere thieves were a way down his to-do list. He was only pursuing her at all because the voice hadn't mentioned anyone else. He caught himself there, nearly grit his teeth. He was doing it because the voice had told him to do it, and not doing anything else because it hadn't told him of anything else. While it had been easy to tell himself to remain vigilant and never let down his guard, it had also grown easier and easier to just rely on it as the night wore on and left him more and more beaten down. But just because no one had mentioned anything else didn't mean there was nothing else there. Nightwing, where are you? He asked, pushing a button in his cowl. On my way to the mansion, Batman, Dick replied. That's not what I asked, Bruce replied, voice low. A push of another button told him what he'd half expected. You're halfway across town, I can get there faster from here. Batman, Nightwing began and then stopped for a moment. Once I'm on the straightaway, I can get out of town in maybe 5 minutes. I can handle Bane, you focus on whoever else needs help. You knew, didn't you? He asked, ignoring the justifications. There was a moment of silence and then a sigh. I told it to do it, Nightwing said. It updated us on your condition, which I note you forgot to, and I asked it to let me handle things. Why? I can't believe you're even asking me that, Nightwing replied, though the flatness of his voice made it clear he absolutely could believe it. You're tired, Bruce. Sick. Wounded. It said that you got sprayed with Scarecrow's fear toxin. I'm fine, he replied. I don't call screaming Jason's name and beating the Scarecrow to a pulp in a blind rage, okay, Bruce, Nightwing replied. You struggled to defeat Cavalier. You got trapped by Two-Face. Bruce, if I'd been knocked out by Two-Face in a fist fight, you'd rightly make me go home. I am going home, Bruce answered, and when he heard Dick swear, hung up before he could reply. Dick had known all about what he hadn't said, meaning either Oracle or the voice were keeping him updated, probably both. The question, then, became what hadn't they told him? Had they pursued villains he wasn't notified of while he pursued Catwoman? What had he missed? And, hell, was Selina in on it? Usually, Catwoman thought of their chase as almost a game, with being caught or escaping an almost equally amusing result, but she'd managed to keep consistently away from him for most of a half hour, never leaving his sight but never letting him to close. Was it deliberate? Or was he just too exhausted to pursue her as well as he should? I'm going after Bane, he said, both to brace his exhausted mind for the upcoming fight and to inform the voice. That is unadvised. Your physical and mental condition has deteriorated extensively. It is unlikely you will accomplish anything. Recommendation: allow Nightwing to face Bane or stand by until reinforcements arrive. No, he wanted to say. True, his condition was bad, but what of Nightwing's? While he may not have been sick, he'd also been fighting all night, against foe after foe. His odds may have been better than Bruce's, perhaps, but better odds weren't the same as good odds. Could he win? And what if he couldn't? Jason. He tried to force the thoughts from his head, but he couldn't. He'd gotten Jason killed. He'd gotten Barbara shot. He couldn't let that happen to his ward as well to his son. A part of him was glad that Tim was with the Teen Titans, a training exercise, Nightwing had called it, though the truth of it was clear, he was testing the waters, seeing how well Tim got along with them and they with him. Seeing if Tim might want to one day become a Teen Titan himself. That should have upset him, had upset him, but here and now he was glad just for him to be gone. No, Batman said. I'm going. You are acting irrationally and endangering yourself. Likely causes are Jonathan Crane's fear toxin mixed with physical and mental exhaustion. Priority must be given to preserving your well-being at this time, in order to negotiate with healer candidate, to ensure the safety of other heroes. It took him a minute to remember what she was even talking about, and when he did, it didn't stop him. I'll contact them once I stop Bane, he said. I have to do this. Probability of success is exceedingly low, probable benefit is also minimal. Cannot recommend a direct confrontation, given current condition and alternatives. Evidence suggests that Bane desires such a confrontation and will likely wait at least a short period of time to obtain it. If action is deemed absolutely necessary, it would be most effective to wait for additional aid and approach situation from multiple angles. Suggestion: use self as bait while Nightwing enters from another route for a surprise attack, or vice versa. He shook his head, refusing wordlessly. No, he couldn't bring Nightwing into this. It was likely that Bane already knew about and had planned for him, and he couldn't let what happened to Jason happen to anyone else. He had to stop Bane here. He had to stand between these monsters and Gotham. He had to stand between them and his children. If he failed, who would be Batman? Dick? No, not Dick. It couldn't be Dick. He didn't want any of his children fighting this monster, and Dick deserved and had so much better. He was his own man. And if anything happened to him, it wouldn't have to be Dick. He wouldn't push that on him, just like he wouldn't bury another son. He'd stop Bane and save the day. It didn't matter that he was nearing his limits, the limits all men tested and knew not to push past. He'd ignored those limits for years. He'd also spent about that long ignoring speed limits, which was how, despite Dick's words, he beat him home. He managed to make it up the stairs as well, stumbling and struggling and honestly wishing Alfred had been there. His sarcasm would have been worth his help. Instead, he found Alfred in the entryway, unconscious, bruised, and bleeding on the ground. Alfred! I left him alive, a deep voice said, the sound of boots loud in the hall. After all, your butler is not the one I want. I'm here for you, Bruce Wayne. Contact made, situation undesirable. Retreat recommended. Alternative strategies: retreat back to automotive in such a way as to lure Bane outside, attempt automotive collision with Bane. Acquire flammable materials within house, attempt to ignite Bane. Access storage of medicinal materials within house, attempt to. The one who entered then was a massive figure, enormous and bulky, wearing a mask reminiscent of a luchador, with tubes on the back that lead to a gauntlet at his wrist. He recognized him. Bane, he growled. How? It could be no one else, Bane asked, almost dismissive of the secret of his identity, as if what he'd guarded so fiercely for so long meant nothing. I've been watching you, Batman, and watching your foes. Seeing who was there and who was not. Measured your resources, linked the threads, and I know you, Batman. I know you all too well. Bruce Wayne was just your mask, and it's a mask that has no further value. Unlike mine, that is. Bane pressed a button on his wristband and almost immediately, his muscles began to swell, pumping what was no doubt the derivative known as venom into his system, giving him inhuman strength. Strength far beyond his. Especially like this, so far beyond his. Attempt to disable flow of venom from apparatus to bloodstream, preventing further enhancement. Attempt to increase or continue flow of venom to a debilitating degree. Attempt to inject tranquilizer labeled. Why? He had to ask. Why, Bane? All of this freeing the inmates from Arkham, watching me deal with them, wearing me down, what was the point? You didn't do all this just to weaken me. What are you after? Gotham, of course, Bane said. The ultimate prize. It was yours. Now, it's mine. He nearly snarled. That's it. All those deaths, all those wasted lives, you killed them just to own Gotham? All of that, just for? I'd kill for anything. To silence a grating voice. To snuff out the light in the eyes that dare look at me. Then I'll stop you, he said. While you and your ilk revel in the blood you spill and the death you cause, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the chaos and the horror you've brought to Gotham, to my own doorstep. I've spent my whole life fighting against men like you, madmen and worse, and I've stopped them all. I wouldn't be here, otherwise, replied Bane. Just like I'll stop you, Bane. He said, lunging and praying and promising that he'd win, at least one more time. Direct confrontation unadvised, the voice warned. Attempt to delay until. But this time, it wasn't meant to be. Bane backhanded him hard enough to toss him across the room, sending him crashing into a china cabinet. His vision flashed white, and when it cleared, Bane was lifting him up by the throat. He felt himself be thrown again, crashing into the grandfather clock that hid the Batcave into it and then through it, sending him tumbling down the stairs. He tries to get up, only for Bane's boot to come down on his back. Tries to stand only to be backhanded into the machinery. He falls as much as leans out of the way of the next strike, letting Bane's massive fist dent and deform the steel, and then tries to counter, his fist aimed for Bane's gut. But it does nothing. The giant doesn't react, doesn't even flinch. Batman had pushed too hard for too long. Had faced down the madness of too many madmen, borne the brunt of too much violence and pain. He'd burned from each end, been cornered from every angle, been beaten and stabbed, burned and scarred, and worse. He wobbled even now, feeling the vertigo creep in, hearing his ears ring, feeling his eyes complain the world was too bright, always too bright, even in the dark. With no sleep, with no rest, pushed by nothing but a desperate need to get up and keep going, even when. "You are already broken," Bane said, brushing off the blow and pushing closer. A kick sent him tumbling over a railing and crashing to the floor. Before he could recover, a low to the back of his neck smashed him further to the floor. "You are nothing." A disappointment. Bane kicked him then, smashing him into the base of his giant penny, which began to shake and topple a moment later. It crashed down on his legs, tearing a cry of agony from his throat, a cry that Bane paid no heed, punching him across the jaw. He began to topple, but Bane grabbed him and pulled, ripping him out from under the penny and smashing him into the hood of his old Batmobile, laying him across it. "You've got no spine," Bane snarled, turning and grabbing a hold of a stalagmite and ripping it free, swinging it at his back, but Bruce somehow managed to roll in time to take it on his side, breaking several more ribs. He struck Bane's wrist with all the force he could muster, making him drop the weapon, and then brought his arms down on Bane's shoulders, making him lower his upper body only to be charged at like a bull, carrying him across the Batcave until he slammed into glass. Cloth the costume fell on him then. Robin, Jason. He couldn't give in to the pain. Couldn't accept the blissful release that would come from ending it all. Had to try, for Jason, for Tim and Dick. Slowly, he stood. Wobbling, shaking, all but falling, he stood and threw a painfully slow, painfully clumsy, weak and trembling punch and Bane brushed it aside. Punched him. Kicked him. Pushed him down upon another stalagmite in a fresh bout of bleeding, impaled pain, and that's it. It was all he had. He gave all he had, and what was left wasn't enough. "Beg for mercy," Bane snapped, glaring and leering at once. "Say my name." "GG go be back, to hell," he spat. Perhaps his last act of defiance as Bane struck him again. "I could kill you," Bane said, lifting him high. "But that would simply end your suffering and your shame. So instead, I will simply break you." Bruce was only barely aware, but he still knew what was coming, as he felt himself swing down. "Reinforcements have arrived," the voice noted, not that he was able to pay it much heed. Only to not feel the impact. He saw someone, through his blurred vision, and for a terrifying moment he thought it was Nightwing, that his son would have to face this monster because of his failure, but instead. Diane, he managed to say. Then, a moment later, managed to make his thoughts connect. "Superman, Metropolis, okay. Not necessarily the first thing I'd recommend you worry about, Batman," Wonder Woman said. "Though I imagine KALL will appreciate the concern. Damage severe. Searching for temporary solution, contacting Dr. Michael Holt. Swift resolution recommended, immediate medical attention required." Then, moving fast, far too fast for him to follow, she moved towards Bane, whose confidence had already turned to fear, and there was a crash. The sound of an alarm going off. That Batmobile was probably a goner. But it may have died for a good cause. When Diane returned to his side a moment later, his eyes had almost started working again, and he same the expression on her face. Concern, of course, but also concentration. Wonder Woman floated there for a minute, before closing her eyes and looking confused. Who was that? She wondered, before shaking his head. It doesn't matter. I've got you, Bruce, stay with me, I've got you. I'm going to take you someplace safe, so just hold on. We need you to. Fear. Interlude, Dream. The cold air rustled the branches of scattered trees. Already, leaves were turning into blazes of orange and red, their most glorious moments a harbinger of the fall to come. Winter was fast approaching Witchcross, England, leaving the ancient Fawny Rig Manor house looking like the empty shadow it had been for so very long. Despite how it looked, the manor had a long, far-reaching and all too often inglorious history, stretching back to the Lord Magus Roderick Burgess and further. It was a house of magic, or so some would claim, and a house of practitioners it certainly had been once, small and petty though they might have been. Once, it had been the seat of power of the Order of Ancient Mysteries and the Daemon King that had once held its reins. In their time, they'd thought themselves powerful, and perhaps it had been so. In their time, they had thought themselves dangerous, as mighty lords of magic, and perhaps once at least the former had been true. It had been a different time, then, before the first or second age of heroes, before the raging clash of countries had been shaken by a society of justice. Before men had looked to the sky and believed that a man could fly. Before heroes had banded together to save the world once or twice or 100 times. It had been a different time, where a distant working of spells to spy on one's enemies or start small fires had been something to fear. Before the world had learned and relearned the true power of magic. But in their time and in their way, to those who knew no better or worse, they had been frightening. Yet even those days had passed. In his day, the once Lord Magus Roderick Burgess, born Morris Burgess Brocklesby, a perhaps less imposing name, had boasted to the world that he would capture death. He'd gathered and grown his order around himself, drawing it together in bits and pieces, only to see it fall apart. Its members betrayed each other, its traitors betrayed themselves. In time, the small history of a small group faded away. Which was, perhaps, why so few knew the truth. That Roderick Burgess had made his attempt to make a slave of death, tried and failed, perhaps, but in failing, accomplished something else. Few would ever even think to trace the plague of sleep sickness that had spread through the world in the wake of the war to Witch Cross. Few would think to ascribe the inspiration that came to some in their sleep to the old Fawny Rig, either. The man, the being held captive deep within that place, bound and caged in place of death, didn't know those things either, nor would it have cared. He was trapped, and so he waited. He was trapped, and so he watched. And he has watched and waited for a long, long time. Locked within a crystal cage in a magic circle, he had been trapped for longer than many had been alive, and he waited through it all without a word. He'd watched Roderick Burgess, his captor, grow old and die, and gained no satisfaction, for he was still here. And then came his son, Alexander Burgess, heir to his father's position, fortune, and crime, and remained silent, as he had with his father before him, in the face of his attempts to bargain. Within his glass sphere, he'd watched him grow from a too young boy to a too old man. Watched as the place of feeble power became a house of yet pettier things, but even still remained a prison, with a pair of guards that never slept, and the master of the house lost himself to his own delusions. Yet even still, there is nothing he can do but wait and watch. Until, one day, something changes. And it starts, with a shiver. He looks at one of the guards' watch, waiting, and for a moment the man meets his gaze. The captive man's eyes burn like stars in his skull, staring out of darkened pits, and after a moment, the guard looks away with a shudder. It's nothing that hasn't happened 1,000 times, but for a single thing. From the collar of the man's shirt crawls a bug. It's a tiny thing, insignificant and easily overlooked, but for one aspect it's yellow, pure and bright yellow. It crawls across the man's throat for a moment and then takes flight. The guards turn away, in time, paying their duty no mind, not after so many years. When they do, the insect lands, crawling upon the painted circle. There's a flicker of the lights, a dimming of candles, and it grows ever so slightly. The guards snap up, their attention shifting and turning, jolted to awareness by the change in the light, and the insect grows more. The man watches, his attention held rapt by the sight. Where once it had been no larger than an ant, it grew now to the size of a fingernail, and larger still as the two men noticed it, bright against the dark paint of the circle. There was a shout on the other side of the glass, and then a flinch as one of the men snapped a hand over his ear. "Who said that?" said one of the men. "Shut up," said the other. But then, their attention is stolen again as more of the insects appear, crawling from sleeves and collars, out from underneath clothes. They crawl across the men's skin. Across their faces. They scream, instinct driving them to terror. They swat at themselves, brushing insects to the floor in their hurry to escape, but for every one that falls, 2 more take its place. Fear spreads like a disease as the number of insects doubles and redoubles, and they draw a breath to cry for help. Only to fall silent. A moment later, insects pour from their mouths, and then from their noses and ears as well. As the terror in their eyes grows, so too does the swarm, making them shake and struggle and rage against something they cannot resist, and then they fall, bizarrely as one, left frothing on the floor as the swarms gather. They're alive, he sees, merely knocked somehow unconscious, but their dreams remain fitful, terrified. The yellow insects abandon the men, their numbers dwindling quickly to a fraction of what they were as they scurry across the floor, taking places here and there. Scritch scratch. The sound is small, even before being muffled by the sphere. But it continues and grows, the yellow creatures blending together and changing even as they overlapped and blent together. Termites gnawed at the floor, tiny mandibles scarring the wood and the paint. Within the sphere, he reaches out for the first time decades and breathes. Not the air, something he's gone without for more than half a century, but something far more vital and far more missed. The crystal cage had bound his body, but the circle had trapped his spirit and now that spirit was free. But it was not yet enough. The shifting mass of insects turned upon the sphere, then, and upon the keyhole at its base. The twisted swarm crept into the hole, into the mechanism of the lock, changing to fit and then turning. Click. Dream of the endless, you are free, a voice said. And then he was gone. XXXXXX. The old man opened his eyes within a long and twisted hall, the sides covered in mirrors. Seeing a light at the end, he drew nearer, passing by a mirror that showed a different face, his face, from 20 years before, with a full head of hair and a face full of scruff. Looking away, he scratched once at the new and old scruff on his own, and continued down the hall to the light. A small oil lamp rested on a pedestal and he took it with a feeling of dread. Meow. The sound echoed through the hall, drawing his attention behind him, but the hall was gone, replaced now by a winding stair. High above, a cat was perched on a ledge, looking down, and he took a step up to it and then another, not sure why. His scruff smoothed into a beard and then a clean-shaven face, his hair shortening and then growing long. Each step seemed to carry him further back into his youth. It was almost funny. He'd dreamed so long of being young again, and yet now, with every step taking him back, he felt like little more than the terrified child he'd been all those years before. And then, he reached the end of the line. The cat on the stair led to a cat on a chair, but the cat was a man, then, with skin white as snow and hair dark as night and eyes that burned like stars. Hello, the man said as he stared in seemingly endless, silent terror. He'd dreamed this before, dreamed it 100 times, but it couldn't be real. He'd wake up now, had to wake up, and yet, he didn't wake up. Wasn't sure, even, that he'd ever wake again. Nothing to say. You, Alexander Burgess said, trying not to scream. It's you. Yes. Me. The figure replied. Oh God, please, it wasn't me. My father, he was the one I didn't know, I wouldn't have, I am sorry, but I didn't. Hush, the man said, almost gently, and Alex fell silent. There are things, you must know, that cannot be forgiven. Have you the slightest idea what it was like? Can you even imagine? Trapped in a glass box for an entire human lifetime. Father Time moves no faster for my kind than for yours, and in that prison it crawled at a snail's pace. I am the lord of this realm, the king of dreams and nightmares, and you bound me to a coffin with your petty hedge magic and your twopenny spells. Me. You did that to me. The shadows shifted then, along with the stars in the sky, and something shuddered within the man-turned-boy. You barred me from my home with your foolish spells, with no thought to what my absence might have done to your world, and demanded things that are neither yours to receive nor mine to forgive. You threatened and pleaded and bargained, and yet now you are silent. Have you no excuses now? No reason why I should not take what is my due? We didn't, it wasn't. He stammered. And then told the truth. It wasn't supposed to be you. We weren't trying to, we didn't want you. It was supposed to be death. What? You wanted to capture, death. The dark man seemed almost baffled, though no less furious. Then count yourself and petty planet lucky that you failed and that you snared her little brother instead. You'll never know how lucky you were. Now, where are my tools? Excuse me. My pouch, my helm, and my crystal gem. You and your ilk stole them from me. Where are they? I don't know. It was one of the things that Sykes stole, years ago. That's, 50 years ago. It's gone, we never saw any of it again. In the night sky, 2 stars burned like eyes. The sky began to twist, then, to turn and unravel into limbs. So I see. Then I will take my leave. But first, a gift. For all your years of hospitality, I will let you wake. And then he stuttered, drawing breath to shout. XXXXXX. No. He screamed, waking in his bed, with Paul by his side. Alex, love, are you all right? Paul said, hurrying to his side and clutching him tight. Yes, he said, heaving a sigh of relief. Oh God, yes. I'm sorry, I must have had a nightmare. I dreamed our prisoner had escaped. He did, Paul said. He blinked once, moisture appearing at his eyes. His lips. The skin of his face began to bubble and melt away, before something broke, and out of his eyes and ears and mouth, something awful poured. Don't you remember, Alex? He checked out this morning. XXXXXX. No. Stay away from me. He shouted as he woke, pushing the figure away. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, please, calm down, it's just a dream, it's just. Oh God, Alex tried to swallow, feeling bile rise even as he relaxed ever so slightly. It was horrible. Have you ever had one of those dreams where you think you've woken up, but you haven't, and it's just part of the nightmare and you're still in it? The nurse looked frightened and confused as she shook her head. I can't say I have, dear, but you know what? She asked, right before her throat split open, something tearing her head off from the inside, tossing it into his lap, even as the eyes on the walls opened and the monsters came out from under her bed. The nurse's head smiled at him, then. I think you're gonna have a lot of M from now on. XXXXXX. That had taken more effort than it should have. Without his tools, after all this time, it sapped the last of his strength. But it was done. His captor, one of his captors, would never know the waking world again, merely the act of waking. And for a time, he, too, was rid of that world. For all too brief a time, the Dream King had walked through the lands of sleep, through his lands, the ones he'd been taken from what now felt like so long ago. He'd left this land a monarch and returned to it naked, hungry, and alone, but he'd returned nonetheless. He'd grasped a passing dream in search of food, his first food in so many years, and devoured it so fast he'd barely tasted it. He'd sculpted clothes for himself from the stuff of dreams, imagining the touch of it against his skin until it simply was. And he'd gotten some of what he'd needed most. Revenge. But not what belonged to him, what had been taken. Not his items of power. And when at last he tried to dream his way back, he couldn't find the way. He, the prince of stories, couldn't dream his way home. And when he tried regardless, he simply came crashing back down to earth. It was humiliating. Once, before his imprisonment, the journey would have meant nothing to him. Once, he wouldn't even have needed to travel. But now, the mere journey home was a trial and he was far too weak to face it. Even free, he was adrift, lost far from home with nothing but single name to possibly lead the way. Sykes, he said aloud, more to hear the sound of it than anything else. It brought to mind a face from years ago, a man trying to seem dignified and composed. He tried to remember more, anything that might have been of use, but there was nothing. If he'd ever been foolish enough to speak of his plans in front of Dream, something which he rather doubted, he'd long forgotten it. Where? Who? Likely match, Ruthven Sykes, former second-in-command of the Order of Ancient Mysteries. Abandoned the order and fled with a number of magical artifacts and $200,000. Evaded the assassination attempts of the order for 6 years through unknown methods, only to die abruptly 6 years later in San Francisco. Last seen in the company of Ethel Cripps, with whom he'd fled the order. A voice abruptly said into his ear, startling him from his distracted state. He was alone, or so he'd thought, but... After a moment, he understood. He could not see her, but when he looked, he found her there. Felt the connection, felt her thoughts and dreams still there, if hidden as if by layers and layers of cloth. It was a cage in some ways like his own had been, but of a very different sort, a step to the side and a world away even as it was close enough to touch. And familiar, in a way, however strange. You were the one who released me, he recalled, though he'd escaped the moment it was possible, not even speaking to his rescuer. Perhaps that, too, was a sign of his condition, his appalling manners. But then, after a moment, he turned his head to the side. San Francisco, and Ethel Cripps? Tell me of them. San Francisco, an American city and county named for St. Francis of Assisi in the state of California, located on the western coast of the United States of America. Ethel Cripps, former mistress of Roderick Burgess and member of the Order of Ancient Mysteries. Status, alive. Current alias Ethel D. Known associates, one son, John D., the criminal known as Dr. Destiny. Current location, Gotham City. I see, he replied, the picture clearing. It had been many years, but he vaguely remembered several of those human cities. San Francisco and Gotham were familiar, though he could only imagine they had changed. But how much? And how did you find me? And why did you choose to set me free? It meant little, in the end. But he was curious. Approximately 10 million patients have been diagnosed with an unusual medical condition referred to as sleep sickness, with several times as many potential or mild cases noted. Victims have displayed a variety of symptoms, primarily displaying either an increasing inability to sleep or an increasing inability to wake. The medical condition notably first began to occur on a global scale during the midst of the First World War, developing within several thousand patients simultaneously worldwide on June 10, 1916, with no prior examples of the condition noted. No chemical or biological vector was found nor any consistent relation between patients. However, several statements and inquiries were made by the occult community on and after that date, with the words dream, Morpheus, and endless being repeated by numerous sources. In addition, in 1916, the Daily Mail published a news article about Roderick Burgess, in relation to the then recent suicide of museum curator John Hathaway and his then recent claim that he would bind death. John Hathaway was connected to the theft of Magdalene Grimoire from the Royal Museum. Connection made to terms dream, Morpheus, and endless. Connection made to time and date. Investigation of the Burgess Manor revealed additional evidence. She could have just said it was magic, he thought, noting that she did not stop at any point for air. And that led you to me, he said aloud. Correct. Signs of unjust and extended imprisonment were noted and action was deemed necessary independent of previous concerns. Simultaneous with your escape, however, the effects of the illness known as sleep sickness have almost entirely abated. I see, he said. Then I owe you my thanks. I have much to do, but I will not forget it. Yet I must try again, now, to return home. The voice the girl did not answer, and so he took his leave, even as a thought lingered in the back of his mind, waiting for another time. He'd given his captor wakefulness. It was perhaps only fitting he give his freer sleep and the dreams that came with it. XXXXXX. She was curled up on the couch, a book open on her lap, waiting to be read. And to even her own surprise, read it she did. The words on the page were twisted and garbled into a mess of letters, but somehow they made sense. It wasn't much, just a list of names on one side and a mess of meaningless number on the other. But it was a phone book. She looked down at it, trying to remember why it mattered, but she couldn't. But she still read it, going down a list of names on one side, progressing in some kind of arbitrary order. Lacey, Lila, Lainey. She closed the book, aggravated for some reason. Stared down at it. Opened it again, to the same page, and read. Laura, Laurel, Lauren. Is something wrong, sweetie? The woman in the room asked. She sat on the other side of the couch, her blonde hair loose. She didn't know her. Should have been scared by that fact, nervous. Should have responded with anger and suspicion. Should have attacked this unknown on sight. She opened her mouth. She began and then stopped. Shut it. Looked back down at the book. Leela, Lena, Leonard. Taylor, the woman asked, and there were others there, then. A tall woman with red hair. A dark-skinned woman, messing with something in the background. No one familiar. Taylor, is something wrong? She tensed. Relaxed. They were talking to someone else. There were too many of them while she was alone. It was dangerous, suspicious. But it wasn't, because there was nothing to fear. But it was, because this was everything she was afraid of. Taylor, are you? Linton, Linwood, Lionel, Lee. XXXXXX. Green eyes opened. The dream faded. But at the last moment, before the last piece slipped away, a thought floated to the surface. Taylor. Fear. Tension 2.1. He started awake, woken by nightmares that were by now too familiar to leave any real impression. Even as he did, however, he was already on guard, body picking up inconsistencies before his mind was even in gear. The somewhat stale and sterile scent in the air, the too loud hum of the air conditioning, the harshness of the bed and sheets, the glare of the cheap lights. The absence of his mask. He almost tensed at that, but forced himself to be still, not wanting to give himself away if he hadn't already, not until he knew more about what was going on. Had he been captured by one of his enemies and, if so, which one? The situation was terrible, to be sure, but may not be unsalvageable depending on who had found him. But the last thing he remembered was Vane. A moment later, he realized how hard he was struggling to ignore the pain and how unsteady he felt despite it. Muscles that were strained and sore all over his body, the pull of stitches in 5 different cuts, broken bones and ribs, his left arm, his right hand, his everything. He'd been beaten and beaten badly, all but broken at the hands of Bane, and then, what? He couldn't remember, couldn't make the connection to how he'd gone from a fight with Bane to this bed. Which meant he had to assume the worst, that he was likely captured, meaning escaping, or at least learning more about what was going on was the priority. He took stock of himself once again, measuring and judging his own condition before making a decision. While both of his legs were badly injured, he could support himself on the left leg so long as he ignored the pain. He needed to stand up, get a better look at his surroundings, before. I know what you're thinking, Mr. Wayne, and I would seriously recommend against it, a voice said, stepping into view a moment later. It took him a moment to recognize the man, mostly because he struggled to focus his eyes, but when he did, he wasn't sure how to react. The man's name was Michael Holt and he was one of the smartest men on earth, a self-made millionaire with a dozen doctorates, a gold medal, and more. His business, cyberware, had produced a dozen patents for game-changing technology. Bruce would know. That was why he'd bought it out. He trailed off, unable to finish. Your friend, Batman, brought you to me, Holt continued. I told him to take you to the hospital instead, but apparently Gotham's been having some bad days and they said they needed to keep you safe and hidden for a while. How are you feeling? You've been in that bed all day. He tried to make sense of that and struggled harder than he'd have liked to admit. Someone Nightwing? Zatanna? Jaeon, wherever he was, must have disguised themselves as him, taking off his costume to keep from revealing the truth to Dr. Holt. He knew that was important, because he grasped for straws for a moment before remembering why his secret identity was important. He had to hide it. Protect it. They, whoever they were, knew that. Which was why he had to do his best to not give it away. Starting by answering naturally. Terrific, he said drily. Where am I? He tried to rise slightly and look around, only for Holt to put a hand on his chest and gentle keep him from rising. Don't move, Holt said, looking worried. Bruce, I'm not sure if Batman brought you to me because I'm an amazing doctor or just because I'm really good at jigsaw puzzles, but either way, your skeleton was a ruin when you first came in. I set everything as best I could and you got some special help, but everything you're feeling right now? That's through the medicine. If you try to stand up, I'm half convinced you'll just fall apart. Obediently, because he was Bruce Wayne and not Batman right now, he went still and laid back down. To answer your question, though, you're at one of my old offices, Dr. Holt said. Batman had a few of his friends swing by and help move the equipment back, and do some touch-up work on you. You should thank him, when you get the chance. Your family has already been notified and will be coming by as soon as they can, but said you'd want them to make sure nothing happened to your employees in Gotham, first. The mention of Batman's friends struck him suddenly, dragging things back up through the haze over his thoughts. He remembered bits and pieces, Nightwing and Oracle working alongside him, a mysterious voice in his ear, word that Clark was in trouble. They, the others, he tried, struggling not only to speak carefully through the medicine, pain, and head injuries, but just to remember what had happened in the first place. Clinically, he noted that it was probably the effects of a concussion, standard short-term memory loss. When he did start to talk, however, he had to stop himself from saying the wrong names. Gotham, Metropolis. Superman and Batman. Are they? Michael Holt looked to the side and Bruce followed his gaze as best he could, realizing in the process that he was wearing a neck brace. But that didn't stop him from catching a glimpse of what the doctor was looking at, colored in red and blue. In the hospital bed beside him, the Man of Steel lay still, machines running quietly at his side. Is he? Bruce stopped, simply because he wasn't sure what he wanted to say. No, I don't think he is, Michael Holt shook his head, a look of fear and frustration chasing away any sign of bedside manner. You've been out for a while and with everything, it's understandable you didn't have a chance to watch the news. But now isn't the time for anything but rest. Please, he said, the word nearly falling apart as it left his lips. He tried again, faking more strength. Please. I have friends who might be. Michael Holt was silent for a moment, probably weighing his options. On one hand, telling the truth risked agitating a patient in critical condition. On the other hand, saying nothing to someone worrying if the people they cared about were dead wasn't much better. It was part of why he'd said it that way. Finally, he sighed, blowing out an exhausted breath. There was this monster that tore up Metropolis after carving a path across the country. Doomsday, they've been calling it. Superman and the rest of the Justice League stopped it, but they took a beating. Superman's the worst off, but the Blue Beetle and some others, they stopped it, but it was bad. How bad? Superman hasn't woken up yet, Holt said. Neither has the Blue Beetle. He's in an actual hospital and they called me to take a look at him officially and he'll probably be okay given time, but Superman, I'm no expert at Kryptonian biology, which is part of why there's not much I can do, but it looks bad. For all I know, he could be hibernating, but if he were human, I'd label him comatose. Comatose. Someone had beaten Superman into a coma. As for the others, relatively speaking, they're fine, he said. Lots of bruises, some broken bones, some blood loss, and a few worse things, enough that I'd have demanded they all stay in the hospital for at least the night, were I not already aware that they'd ignore me. Most of them just went right back out after they were sure you were safe. But they gave me this communicator and told me to contact them when you woke up, which I already did. They're probably on their way now. They can probably answer most of your questions. Bruce nodded, knowing that was true but not actually intending to stop asking questions. Why, here? Why you? He asked cautiously. Michael Holt wouldn't have been his first choice of doctors. Not because he wasn't skilled by that standard, he was one of the best choices. But he was, if anything, too smart. He'd said that Batman had brought him in, but Bruce didn't believe he'd been fooled for a second, and even if he had been, he doubted it had lasted long. Once he'd started giving them a checkup, at least Bruce's own list of past and current injuries could be tied to his other suit. It wouldn't have surprised him if he now knew both of their secret identities. Why choose him instead of someone more easily deceived? Granted, the types of doctors that were easily deceived when it came to medical issues had their own problems, but still. I was recommended, it seems, Michael said, making a gesture at the air like it meant something. Maybe it did, now. The Justice League contacted Star Labs first, of course, but it was just a diversion, to get the people who might come after Superman a different target. The lab in Metropolis is on lockdown, apparent, with all non-essential personnel set home and heroes guarding it, but already, there have been 4 different attempted break-ins, to say nothing of the army of reporters planted outside the door. They took him to me, undercover, and asked me to hide him. Both of you. Holt paused then, looking uncertain for a moment, conflicted, even. You have to understand, I didn't advise any of this, Holt said. I went along with it because I realize the implications. It should go against everything I stand for not to take Superman to a hospital, given the state he's in, but I know what would happen if I did, both to him and the staff that might be caught up in the mix. I don't want that, at least out here, I'm the only one at risk. So I promised to do what I could, to keep Gotham and Metropolis' favorite sons alive. He definitely knew, Bruce thought, the notion almost making a shiver crawl down his spine. And if someone knew his identity, figuring out a number of his associates would be easy, potentially endangering them, as well. But, on the other hand, Holt had also stayed, despite knowing the potential risks to himself. If either of their villains found them here, in this state, Holt wouldn't survive it. But he also knew what would happen if Superman was seen in a hospital bed and word got out about how bad it was. Without a doubt, everyone knew that he'd been injured by now, but seeing was believing, and if Superman was anything, he was something people believed in. A symbol of hope as much as a man, everyone who'd heard he was injured probably believed, deep down, that he'd bounce right back from this with no problem. Even if the reporters were probably blocking traffic outside Star Labs, it was only because it was the biggest story around. Even they probably still believed that Superman was invincible. And if something proved them wrong, it could be bad. Bad enough that hopefully someone was playing his part while he was down, too, if just to put in a few token appearances. Like I said before, after I was done, the Flash swung by to work some magic, and so did Ms. Zatanna, Holt continued, drawing him back to the conversation. But they said there were limits of some kind to their inexplicable magical powers and recommended leaving you be for a while. They were trying to reach a few of their other associates, to contact someone, but they were having some kind of confidentiality issues, last I heard. The Flash and Zatanna being involved explained a few things that hadn't matched up, like how what little he did remember made him think he'd been hurt a lot worse than he felt. The Flash could use his powers to accelerate others temporarily, including the natural healing of their bodies, with the notable downsides that it didn't necessarily make the body any better at healing itself, and that since it was just accelerated healing, the body still had to pay the costs for healing itself, which tended to take a heavy toll on it. His body eating itself was preferable to the alternative, but still dangerous. Presumably, Zatanna had been there to help with that somehow. But apparently, neither of those things were enough to help Clark. He shouldn't have been surprised or disappointed. He knew better than perhaps any other normal human that magic had its limits and its rules. It would have been nice if Zatanna or Dr. Fate could just deal with any problem they faced because they had magic, but that generally wasn't the case. And he knew Zatanna well enough to take a guess at why. Kryptonian biology was still a mystery to even the greatest minds on the planet, and while Zatanna could cast a spell on him to try to make him heal, Superman was no more resistant to magic than anyone else was, which could be dangerous here. If the spell somehow played off of her lack of knowledge or, worse, tried to use what she knew of human biology instead, it could very easily do more harm than good. For all he knew, there were ways around that, but while Zatanna was one of the most powerful magic users on Earth, healing wasn't her specialty. Best to look for another way, if they had the time. But did they have the time? Dr. Holt had already mentioned that it was difficult for him to say anything conclusive regarding a Kryptonian, and if he couldn't tell, there was a very short list of people who could. At the end of the day, even after all these years, none of them really knew what qualified as normal for a Kryptonian. His current condition could have been a sign of something horrible, or could be completely normal, or could even be a good sign. There was no way for them to tell with what little they knew. Meaning they needed to find someone on that short list. He remembered that the voice had said he was supposed to contact someone. A healer of some kind. But he was having a hard time remembering the specifics, or maybe nothing else had been said. He was having a hard time remembering, but maybe it was as simple as asking. Voice, he said after a long pause, well aware that Holt was looking at him oddly. But from the way he'd talked and what he'd said, Bruce had a feeling he would understand. Are you still there? Who did you want me to contact? How do I reach them? For a long moment, long enough to make him start to feel foolish for expecting it to be waiting and respond, there was nothing, as if he'd just been speaking to the air. To his credit, Dr. Holt just raised an eyebrow and said nothing. And then the moment passed. Wait, the voice said suddenly. Another long minute passed and he felt oddly as if he'd been put on hold while the person on the other line spoke to someone else. The healer has agreed to meet with you, face to face, in a neutral location. Are you willing to proceed? He was. He might need a wheelchair, but he'd go. Where? The meeting will take place in the pocket dimension referred to as the Oblivion Bar, which caters to magical clientele. To avoid problems and help with the negotiations, it is recommended that you take either John Constantine, Zaydana Zadara, or both as escorts. Both are familiar with the Oblivion Bar and its patrons, would help avoid confrontations, know the healer in question, and can be realistically believed to be temporarily employed by Bruce Wayne or to work with him in return for favors. The voice spoke as if it were obvious that he would need to attend the meeting of Bruce Wayne, instead of Batman. Which, to be fair, it kind of was. He really couldn't allow Batman to be seen in the state he was in now, especially if they couldn't be sure of the results of the meeting. High on the list of things that Batman did not do was get pushed around in a wheelchair. Of course, Bruce Wayne getting involved had its own issues, but most of them could be addressed or covered up by the classic rich man excuse. The most immediate was the potential risks involved and the security needed, but the voice's choices on that front weren't unwise. Aside from their professional relationship, Zaydana's father had been a personal friend of his father and they'd known each other while they were young and in their time in Gotham. Drawing up connections and excuses would be simple enough. Constantine might be a somewhat harder sell, unless he was broke again, which he probably was, and when it came to finding magical ways to evade medical issues, he was high on the list of people to call. He could make it work. Granted, there was a small, suspicious part of him that suspected both the voice, this bar, and the supposed healer, which thought that Dr. Fate and Captain Marvel would make even better bodyguards, but it was a lot harder to justify knowing and employing them. Okay, he said. When? There was another brief pause, presumably for negotiations. 2 hours from now. Zaydana Zadara and John Constantine have been notified and shall arrive shortly, it said. Done, he answered, and the voice didn't speak again. Bruce looked back down at Dr. Holt, who was watching him with interest. I figured as much, but I see you're hearing voices, Mr. Wayne. Dr. Holt said, like it was a normal subject of casual conversation. It contacted me when my friends and family were about to be attacked. Later, it asked me to pay for some kind of treatment for Superman, Bruce replied, telling the truth, or close enough. That's nice of him, Dr. Holt said. I think it wasn't a contained phenomenon. Bruce said carefully, looking at him. Dr. Holt barked a laugh and smiled, looking down at a notepad. Having long since trained himself to read upside down, Bruce saw that it mostly consisted of notes, names, places, locations, even a sketching of a map of the. No, Mr. Wayne, Holt said. Not as such. Would you like to see? Fear. Tension 2.2. Bruce watched as Dr. Holt rolled in a television stand from what he could only assume was the waiting room of the office, bringing a laptop with him as he did. He arranged the television in easy view, hooking it up quickly, and then positioned the laptop on a rolling table after removing the tools on it. He turned the laptop towards himself first, typing quickly and talking all the while. As best I can tell, the voice appeared or was released, or was activated. It's too early to tell or rule anything out everywhere on Earth, more or less simultaneously. There's some disparity in when it's noticed, of course, but that could be human error or lack of information. We know it contacted some people before others, after all, and I'm betting not everyone's talking. Everywhere? Bruce asked, voice hoarse, mostly for lack of water. How many languages do you know? Holt asked instead of just elaborating, turning the computer his way. He'd opened something like 50 or 60 tabs, each showing a different news article, web post, or video. A few of the titles were in English, most of them weren't, but they were languages that he recognized, though some he was rusty in. Most of them were common languages, after all, languages spoken by tens or hundreds of millions, if not billions. Mandarin, Hindi, Spanish, Arabic, Portuguese, Bengali, Russian, Japanese, German, Punjabi, Javanese, Korean. Dr. Holt was going down a list, Bruce realized, showing reports and headlines in the most widely spoken languages in the world. Trying to get a feel for how many people were affected that way, working his way down. Towards the end, it broke down into seemingly random examples, as if to find somewhere unaffected, but from the headline in Afrikaans to the Czech news, there were examples. He tried to read the names, but they were scrolling by too fast, and switching between so many different language families gave him trouble. Switching between romantic languages was simple enough, but when the entirety of the sentence structure changes, keeping track could get difficult. So instead of trying to understand the entirety of each page, he made mental notes as they went by, remembering what he could and the sites of origin to come back to later, picking out keywords to look into later. Zonghua, that is, the People's Republic of China, denies? Rejects? Support for, group, Stars of Destiny? Leader star? Songjong, timely rain, spoke, words denied. The Maharati, attacks wave no, Thera is being used as a name for a, group? Human trafficking, ties to Nepal? Claims descent, or avatar? Gives strength, Durga. Goddess Durga. Sent by Durga. Unknown, vessel. Ship. Lands off coast of, Yemen. Returns 200 missing, name, alternate spelling of Sinbad. Possible ties to Saudi Arabia heroes, different language, Persian, Hazarafsan. The Thousand Stories. Connection to, unconfirmed, dubbed Scarazade. The Watchers, Watchmen. No, Grigori, supposedly angelic powers, magical abilities, named after, leader unknown, but potentially. Odeba, Sentai. Man turned into, giant. Are they all like this? He blurted. Pretty much, Dr. Holt said, glancing down over the top of the screen. That's not even the weirdest one. Do you remember how, after Superman first appeared, it seemed like other heroes came crawling out of the woodwork? Hidden heroes became public, old heroes came out of retirement, new heroes appeared. After the Justice Society retired, we went decades without heroes, and then, in just a few years, there were hundreds? It feels like that, but faster, more widespread. Like a few hundred people woke up and decided all at once that they were going to be superheroes and then found 5 other people who wanted to do the same and made a Junior Justice League. Or got told to, Bruce whispered. Or that, Holt agreed. And all at once, everywhere. I managed to get some footage and put some times on a few of these. At least a few happened at the same time as that business in Gotham and Metropolis. Even while it was helping, Batman and Superman were fighting off riots and beating up monsters, Arabic pirates were returning captured soldiers and children taken by the Cobra cult, and people in Korea were turning into ghosts to fight the government, and plant monsters were walking out of the jungle in South America. I don't know if they were there all along or were somehow made to appear, but they're here now and they hit a lot of different targets already. The computational power that would be needed for something like that alone is mind-boggling, the amount of information required to make it all work, even more so, it's hard to believe, he said quietly, still looking at the screen. You think it could be causing all this, giving these people powers somehow? Dr. Holt actually looked surprised by the question, before recovering quickly. Oh, that's right, you would have had bigger things to worry about at the time, he said. You wouldn't have seen how the battle in Metropolis ended. You mean with this doomsday? He asked, because Bruce Wayne might not have been sure. It's easier to just show you, Holt replied. It's not very good quality. It was some kid who decided recording the fight on his cell phone was more important than running for his life. The news helicopters had already been grounded and they found it. He turned the computer his way right as the video began to play. As Holt had said, it had clearly been taken on someone's phone, with the motions of those with superspeed blurring even more than they should have. What's more, the camera was shaky enough that Bruce was painfully reminded that he'd recently had a concussion as a mild wave of nausea hit him. But he watched it anyway, seeing blurs that he assumed were Superman and this doomsday fighting while someone, maybe the Flash, moved people out of the way. It went on for a minute and a half of, presumably, fighting, and then it stopped. The blurring, the shaking, everything, like the owner had stopped in his tracks. The camera zoomed in slowly and after a few seconds, focused. It took Bruce a moment to realize what he was looking at because the monster and everything around it had been turned into glass. The creature stood like a statue, arm extended in the middle of a motion, nearly transparent among a garden of glass sculptures. The ground, the trees, the very beast that had put Superman into a coma, they were clear and dead and still. Transmutation of matter, a part of Bruce noted and filed away. He considered the possibilities of that for a moment, possibly explanations and the issues they carried, but there was still too little to tell. The voice could be a magic user, alien, or deity, or something stranger yet, but he couldn't be sure just from what he'd seen. He'd have to ask those who would know: Dr. Fate, the Green Lanterns, maybe Diana or Mr. Miracle. Orion, if he could be reached. Hell, better speak to Booster Gold and the Flash, on the off chance that the former remembered anything useful from history or the latter's villains from the future had mentioned anything. Best to just arrange a meeting with the entire Justice League, really. They needed to discuss this and, in all likelihood, he'd need to make at least a few people think things through and consider the alternatives. But for now. What about America? He asked. Gotham, Metropolis. Dr. Holt shrugged after a moment of consideration. Not as many new heroes, relatively speaking, just a few here and there, so far, in places that don't have their own heroes, making local news crow about having heroes of their own. Some rumors of more, here and there, but nothing major yet. It's part of why I got suspicious. I figured that if these were just normal heroes deciding to go out for the first time, there'd be lots here, too, but if you look at the numbers, we're pretty far down the list. I figure the voice doesn't see much point when there's plenty of heroes to go around already. Bruce considered that, making more mental notes. It wasn't that he doubted Holt, per se, but it would need to be confirmed. If possible, they'd need to determine how many heroes had appeared relative to local populations, their distributions, possible areas of focus and their implications, and whether it had anything to do with the Dominator's invasion a while back and the supposed metagene. Were there common denominators with the powers or the people given them? Could they track down and meet with any of the local heroes, figure out what they'd been told to do? What about the voice? What's happened since then? Has anyone managed to? He asked, trailing off just to see how Dr. Holt filled in the blanks. You can speak to it. Sometimes, it'll even answer, Holt said. If it thinks what you said matters, mostly, or at least that's my guess. Otherwise, it just ignores you. But either way, it seems to hear what you say. And the local news? Bruce inquired. How did Metropolis and Gotham react? The Galaxy Communications actually beat the planet to a Superman story for once, Holt said. Cat Grant covered it first, instead of Lane, and interviewed the people on the scene. Somehow, she even got an interview with someone at Star Labs. She broke the story about the voice in Metropolis first, followed by WLEX and then the planet. They weren't the first ones to talk about it, but they got a lot of the publicity. Probably because Lois was more worried about the man she loved being beaten into a coma than tomorrow's news, Bruce thought. What did they call her? Take your pick. Since what seems like every news station, paper, magazine, and website in the world became aware of her at the same time, and everyone's trying to be the one that makes a name that sticks, at least in their own country. Galaxy Communications, WLEX-TV, the Daily Planet, and the Metropolis Star are about 5 minutes away from starting a knife fight in the streets over it. You should watch the news when you get a chance. They keep putting more and more emphasis on their chosen name every chance they get. It's honestly kind of hilarious. I'm just waiting for someone to finally start shouting it randomly. I fully expect tomorrow's headline to be Local Report Murders Other, Inferior Local Reporter. It's just a question of who is going to publish it. And name? Bruce asked, only a touch impatiently, as his voice nearly broke. Cat Grant called it Taichi in some early interviews, but apparently changed it to Fortuna by the time she got on air. But WLEX-TV took the Greek idea and ran with it, except they picked the name Moira instead, possibly as a way of taking a jab at it and inspiring distrust, but probably because they're legally obligated to oppose Galaxy Communications on everything. Either way, blat. When the Daily Planet finally showed up to the party, they started pushing for Echo, which I like a bit better, but they showed up late enough to the game that I'm not sure it'll catch on. Well, unless they can get Superman to endorse it, in which case, God knows. All Greek in origin, Batman noted, considering the possible implications. Just corporate rivalries, as far as I could tell, Holt dismissed, as if he could read his mind. None of the other news outlets seem to care about the Greek theme specifically, which is probably for the best. I mean, Wonder Woman is right there. And if we're going the Greek route, I'd rather go with philosophy myself rather than any more mythical figures. Archie is a good name, I think, or Kodokan. Hell, even Sophia or Monad would be alright. But even the Tavima at least called him Palladium. Bruce hummed, showing a polite amount of interest in Dr. Holt's naming sense, while actually wondering if he contacted Alfred, he'd be willing to begin the data mining process on the Bat computer. Given how badly he'd apparently been injured and why, probably not. Alfred would probably consider it unhealthy, say he needed rest, and refuse to allow him to work from a hospital bed based on suspicion alone. He'd have to contact someone else, instead. But first he'd need to get a hold of a phone or convince Dr. Holt to give him one. A sudden crack of displaced air snapped him from his thoughts as a pair of figures appeared in the middle of the room. Michael Holt started, nearly falling back in his seat, but Bruce merely forced himself to relax at least, after his instinctual reach for a batarang came up short. It was just as well, given who he saw standing there a moment later. Bloody hate doing that, John Constantine said, though he mostly just looked sullen. But then, he always looked like that. He also looked like he'd seen better days, with rumpled hair and clothes paired with bloodshot eyes with bags beneath them. Again, standard fare. He was also smoking, but it remained to be proven if John Constantine could breathe air without cigarette smoke in it, so the only thing new was the large, attention-drawing warning on the pack. Smoking while pregnant may seriously harm your baby's health, he informed Constantine duly. I make a point of only buying packs with that warning, John said, sneering in the face of health concerns and continuing to smoke what was probably just the first of the 300 cigarettes he'd go through in the next hour or so. See, I'm not the only one having a rough day. You look like piss, Wayne. Quiet, John, Zaydana said, the smoke completely avoiding her, probably because of magic. Are you feeling okay, Bruce? Well enough to get this over with, Bruce replied, carefully keeping his voice from cracking. Is it time already? Nah, we're just here to talk to the doc, John said dismissively. Z here thinks I might have a smoking problem or some such. I'd be happy to discuss it, Holt replied. How about you start by not smoking in my office? Told you this was a wash, Z. It's time, Zaydana confirmed. Thank you again, Dr. Holt will contact you as soon as everything's done and pay you back. Meaning he would, Bruce thought. Of course, Holt said. Is there anything else I can? Evagay Kerberai Akliu. Ikotso ot et Noivilbo Rab. And we were gone. Fear. Tension 2.3. The barroom hushes as they walk in, all eyes briefly flicking towards them, he realizes, brushing over Bruce entirely to look at the people besides him. It was surprisingly to him, on some level, simply because he was used to being looked at, whether because he was rich and famous or because he was a man wearing a bad costume. But he supposed that in magical, other-dimensional bars, Bruce Wayne wasn't a name that came up often. Zaydana Zadara probably was, though, to say nothing of John fucking Constantine, a large man growled, lights flickering in his eyes as he lumbering up. What god did we piss off to bring your ugly ass to our doorstep? With you, Anton, who the hell knows, John replied. Are you playing bouncer now or just hiding? The man's lips pulled away from his rotten-looking teeth, skin slowly paling even as his eyes turned glassy. It was only then that Bruce managed to make the connection to some scattered old reports. This was Anton Arcane, the father of Abigail Arcana, who was connected to several known persons of interest. He was a supervillain, if not one Batman had faced before, a necromancer of some strip, supposedly. Don't matter, does it? The man growled with a leer. We don't want trouble here. You are exclusively trouble. Get out. John took a deep drag of his cigarette and looked at the old man, exhaling smoke slowly. Did you enjoy hell, Anton? He asked. Seems you had a time of it, getting out again. Anton snarled at that, fingers cracking and popping as he flexed one hand, and Bruce watched as the skin seemed to tighten as it was filled from within. Why are you even here, Constantine? He growled. You aren't welcome here and you never have been. We all know what you've done. Bruce took a careful look around, taking notes. This was a new side of things, a new beat to follow. Which he knew everything he could about his world and his side of things. This was a different place and neutral territory or not, it was a known killer glaring down at Constantine. But all around them, while no one was quite watching them, many were staring at them from the corners of their eyes as they looked down at their drinks and meals. No one argued with Arcane. He looked over his shoulder, glancing at Zaydana and expecting her to intervene, but while she watched what happened with a frown and furrowed brow, she didn't say a word. Meeting his eyes, she shook her head minutely. Did she want to see how he reacted? Or was she wondering, as he was, why Constantine was here? Zaydana's presence made perfect sense, but he'd expected Constantine to take some convincing. Instead, he'd come with Zaydana to pick him up. He'd thought that perhaps Zaydana had managed to do something, but if instead... And here I thought my invitation just got lost in the post, John said with another puff, before surprising him with what he did next. John Constantine stopped smoking. He dropped his cigarette on the ground, stamped it out, and didn't reach for another even as he exhaled his last breath of smoke. Bruce double-checked with Zaydana, making sure he wasn't seeing things, and saw her blinking fast. I'm late to an appointment, Arcane, he said. Really, really late. So if you mess with me today, you're gonna get all kinds of trouble, mate. And you know damn well I'm not above raising some hell. All at once, what seemed like the entire bar tensed. Several people like they were planning to attack Constantine, most like they were getting ready to duck for cover. It seemed that, even in a place called the Oblivion Bar, John Constantine had a reputation that preceded him. It would have been nice if Bruce knew more about what that reputation was, admittedly, but his information clearly came from different circles, and Zaydana and John Constantine were supposed to be here serving as escorts and peacekeepers, preventing or stopping fights, rather than causing them. Maybe, he thought, bringing John Constantine along wasn't a good idea when avoiding trouble was the goal. But, somewhat against his expectations, Arcane looked away first, lips still pulled away from twisted teeth. The moment he broke eye contact, Constantine sauntered past him, reached an empty table, and sat down with a thump. He still didn't reach for a cigarette, instead glowering at anything that caught his eye. Behind him, Zaydana sucked in a deep breath and began to push his wheelchair after him. Gonna be one of those days, she muttered under her breath, and Bruce couldn't help but feel she was right. A minute after they were at the table, a waiter swung by and put drinks on the table, even though he'd never asked for their orders. 2 glasses of water and something alcoholic, though, so it was probably close to what they would have ordered. Maybe exactly what they would have ordered, given the location. But even with the immediate confrontation resolved, everyone in the bar was watching them in one way or another. Fortunately, after a moment passed, they began to gossip about it, too. John Bloody Constantine. Is it even safe to be in the same room as him? A voice off to the side said. After that incident in Newcastle, I heard he went nuts, as in, he was in Ravenska for years. That girl, Astrologue, you hear about her? An elderly-looking man with twigs in growing from his beard said. Constantine botched a summons and the girl. And Giovanni's girl, too. Heard she was working as a stage magician, taking after her old man. Who's that guy with her? Never seen him before. One sec, I'll check, a small man, who could have been a literal dwarf for all Bruce knew, replied before murmuring something under his breath. Gavffo, Zaydana said without so much as a glance their way, pronouncing it like Qfo. There was a dim flash as parts of the man's beard were singed in some kind of magical backlash. Whatever he was doing, he didn't try again. Ah, Qfo, Constantine said, the proximity of his voice drawing Bruce from his focus. My favorite spell. You've probably heard it enough, Zaydana replied. Now hush up. Constantine did so without protest, probably as used to using barrooms as sources of information as anyone. Slowly, with the focus that came from years of practice, Bruce filtered through the familiar names, searching for anything of value. It wasn't often he spent time among this community, might as well make the best of it. You hear what Maudlin said? She was talking about the Sandman. Maudlin's a nutter. The Sandman's just a myth. That's not what I heard, my pa's 200 years old now and he said he saw the Sandman once. What, in his dreams? Come on, mate, if the Sandman was real, where's he been? All that fuss about the sleep sick wouldn't be happening if the Dream King was around, now would it? That's just it, I heard they've been waking up. The mention of sleep sickness drew his attention and he made a note to verify it, but the rest of the conversation was meaningless to him. The only Sandman he knew was Wesley Dodds, but he assumed they were talking about the actual, mythical Sandman. He had no way of verifying that or whether it was important or not, however, so he made mental notes to reference later and moved on to another conversation, searching for something closer to home. I was heading back home to use the wall to, you know, when I saw one of those Grigori guys, fighting something. It was, I dunno, big. But definitely magic, both of them. Tasted goetic, but, you know, spicier. A man said, voice too loud and eyes too unfocused to be anything but a drunk. Are you talking Enochian spicy? Another asked incredulously. Because those are two flavors you have to be crazy to mix together. Historically speaking, that means there have been a few crazy people, then. Crazily dangerous people. Sure, yeah, but those guys are mad geniuses. Where do some punks pick up stuff like that? What, did they get the real book of the law as a bar mitzvah present? It's gotta be, you know. Right. You're talking about that voice. One of the mages said. He was sitting at one of the larger tables, looking more than a bit inebriated, but his words drew the attention of the tables around them, so apparently Bruce wasn't the only one interested in this line of conversation. It's gotta be, right? All these kids crawling out of the woodwork at the same time, you don't just start mixing angel and demon magic on your own when you're that green. Not without losing a few limbs, at least. Maybe, yeah, another said, looking around nervously. But you don't think it's, you know. Here, do you? Through dimensions? And into this specific dimension? A mage said, sounding skeptical. Not a chance. Is that right? Constantine muttered under his breath, looking down at his glass. A brief smirk flickered across his face and he tilted his head slightly, as if listening for something. I know. He caught Bruce's glance, then, and shrugged in response to the raised eyebrow. Just talking to myself, he said. They know what they're talking about. Bruce replied, dubious. I'm surprised you agreed to help so easily, John, Zaydana said, watching him curiously. Maybe even suspiciously. What exactly got you so motivated? Like I said, he replied. I'm just late for a very important date. So I'm just along for the ride and to get a drink before I go. Bruce noted that, as well, but forced himself to focus back on the conversation in the corner, making a mental list. These Grigori were one of the groups Holt had listed for him, based out of somewhere in the Middle East, presumably near or within Israel. Whether they were active exclusively inside of it or operated within that entire area, he didn't know, but the fact that they used real magic, that was something both new and worth knowing. And if it gave any hint as to the nature of the voice. So these Grigori, what are they like? Only saw the one. Pinmu, I think it was. Was some kind of armor, covered in patterns, like a bunch of overlapping rings, and it had wings, but they were, you know, feathered. Real. Did something with ink, I think. Wrote and painted spells, or some such. And the magic? Was it angelic or demonic? Dunno, couldn't tell, except what I already said. But there was something weird about it. I didn't see the rest of the gang, but they were all weird, from the news I heard. There was this one, name of Gadriel, who used magic makeup. Leader called himself Azazel. Dunno his deal, but who the hell calls themselves Azazel? He better hope the real one doesn't find out. What about Samayaza? A woman from a table over. When others turned her way, she rolled her eyes. The leader of the Grigori was Samiaza. Pinmu, Gadriel, Azazel, they're all mentioned in the Book of Enoch, but Samiaza was the one that got the band together. Should be pretty obvious. You know what it means, right? My name has seen, someone promptly answered. Or the name that sees. Yeesh. Gives me the fucking creeps. Is that what we're calling that thing now? God knows. No one can decide on anything these days. Heard it get tossed around in Jerusalem, but everyone's making their own shit up, like giving it the name makes it theirs. I knew a guy who could do that. Until he did it wrong. So this creepy fucking voice. It's magic for sure, right? Wouldn't be so certain, a new man interrupted, the edge of his accent harsh though which accent, Bruce wasn't certain. The look of the man was Asian, but hard to pin down beyond that, he appeared Chinese, maybe, but not like anyone you'd meet in China. More like a painting of someone who lived there 1,000 years ago. Or maybe more. Was feeling nostalgic this year. Went back home to where I once lived in the 9 states and heard of the stars of destiny. Thought perhaps they knew how to use the stars like we used to, that they might be some old friends. But it was not magic, they used, though it might have seemed it to some. Machines with power like magic. You mean sufficiently advanced? Ugh, someone groaned in the crowd and more quickly followed. No. Please no. Some more mages show up all of a sudden, fine. More heroes all of a sudden, why not? A magic voice talking to people, it's probably just some god dealing with a midlife crisis and trying to feel important. But not that Isaac Clarke bullshit. I've had it up to here with all these punk-ass new technomages and now the gods are doing it, too? Well, I'll tell you what, for right here and now, my dick is sufficiently advanced. You're telling me? A couple months back, this new god punk named Glorious Godfrey tries to take over the world, and you know how? Television broadcasts. See, back in my day, when a god wanted to conquer the world, they set out with an army of fucking monsters. None of this social media crap. Pansy-ass bullshit, I tell you. Big words from someone who's never fought Darkseid, Bruce thought to himself. I'm still not sold on these Justice League kids, either, setting themselves up as the new age of heroes, the way you hear it. I'll tell you what, I was here for the last age of heroes and most of them were assholes. Maybe. But, look, any team that Dr. Fate is willing to join, you've gotta give at least a little respect. I hear Shazam's champion is with them too. The way this new voice has been getting on, might be some new Lord of Order, too. I don't care if it's indistinguishable, it's not fucking magic. Beside him, Zayden sighed and tapped his shoulder, drawing his attention. Time to give up, she said. They're gonna be ranting about that for at least another hour and it's almost time. Best to compose ourselves. He was aware. Thank you, Zaydena, he said with a smile nonetheless, Bruce Wayne in full. Sorry again for all the trouble. It's no problem, Bruce. Yeah, that's great and all, John interrupted. But who the fuck are we meeting here, anyway? Do any of us know? I don't, Bruce admitted. Though I was told the two of you did. Us. Constantine replied, sounding skeptical. Dunno if you know what I've been through lately, but if I had a magic doctor friend, I'd be using M myself, not. Well, Zaydena hedged. There was this one girl. Except that's impossible, Constantine growled. Because I haven't pissed off anywhere near enough people to have that happen to me. I feel like that's not correct, Zaydena replied, even as the door to the bar swung open wide. Zaydena. I thought you might be here. And. Well. If it isn't little Johnny Constantine. I was hoping you'd have done me a favor and gone to hell by now. Trust me, I'm working on it, Constantine snapped. ASA, meet Bruce, Bruce, meet ASA. Trust me, you deserve each other. You hear that? Introductions made. Now where the hell is my ride? The last part was directed at the ceiling, even as Constantine raised his voice, but at some point between sentences, Bruce realized that someone was looming behind him. You are John Constantine, the figure stated, skin too pale and with eyes like dark, starry pits. At the sight of him, the whole room stopped. You have something that belongs to me. I would have it back. John Constantine. You will do the Sandman a favor and then you will go to hell. Constantine looked over his shoulder at the man, looking as stunned as the rest of the room. Then, he looked back at the ceiling. Oh, boy, he said at last, snatching up his glass and downing it in one fell swoop. Oh fucking, bleeding, bloody ass hell. Having made that eloquent statement, he glared at the woman named ASA. Just so you fucking know, when I say I'd rather be anywhere but with you, take this to show how much I fucking mean it, he snapped and spun on his heel. Let's go. Zaydena said, shaking off her stunned stupor. John. John, Wait. What did, are you seriously John, stop. And Haj Potts. But they were already gone. And in their wake, the bear was silent as a grave, stunned and perhaps, more than a bit afraid. So, magic voice, someone ventured at last. We're cool, right? What I said, I didn't. There was no response and his words trailed off into the silence. Smiling at the man and in the direction where Constantine had left with the Sandman, the woman named Asa claimed a seat. Well, today's been going pretty great so far, she said. I hear you two need help with something. Fear. Tension 2.4. A waitress came by a moment after Asa sat down, delivering her drink to the table before quickly scurrying off, apparently trying not to draw any more attention to herself than necessary. The entire bar was swallowed by silence after the announcement, which even Bruce couldn't shake his concern over. Under normal circumstances, a statement like "go to hell" would be easy to brush off as just a saying, but with Constantine and the unknown voice. Bruce looked to the side at Zaydna, someone far closer to Constantine than he was, and saw the concern written on her face, in the furrows of her brow, the narrowed eyes, and the twitch of her left hand's fingers. He could all but see her running through the thought processes, of the risks of following. She didn't know where he was or what he was doing, though he was clearly playing with powerful forces, and leaving to search for them without any clues would leave him and Clark in the wind as well. Best to handle the matter at hand, and then go and search for answers, he saw her conclude, and hadn't that been a running theme these last few days, bouncing from problem to problem with no end in sight. Zaydna said, voice tight even as a wall seemed to separate them abruptly from the rest of the room. Asa, we need to talk. So I've heard, darling, Asa replied languidly, clearly not in the same rush as Zaydna. Though I hadn't heard you were doing contract work these days. Who's this boy toy of yours? He's an old friend, Zaydna replied, brushing off the insinuation like it was nothing noteworthy. Bruce wondered, absently, if it was something they'd all have to get used to. So I see, Asa mused, looking at him with a measuring eyes. A fan of the rough play, are we, dear? Do you want me to play nurse and kiss it better? I'm afraid my hometown has been having a bad couple of days, Bruce brushed off with his best attempt at a winning, party-goer smile. Unfortunately, Bane had split his lip a few times and he still had a few bruises on his face. But no, not quite, I'm concerned with a bit more than just my own injuries. A friend of mine was severely hurt, we don't know when or if he will recover normally. What's more, in recent years, a number of people I know have been harmed and in some cases, even killed by a wide variety of threats. It's come to my attention that it might be time to seek the help of an expert. Asa rested her chin on a hand, elbow on the table as she contemplated them. And these wounds, they're things even one of the most accomplished mages in the world can't handle. My talents are too general, Zaydna excused. I know my fair share of healing magic, but I focused on common stuff and emergencies. But playing with the human body is delicate work, because it's so easy that it's dangerous. I could say a word to attach an arm and accidentally solidify everything in it, or force it to reconnect in a way it shouldn't. With so many different people and such a large variety of injuries, I can't trust myself not to make a mistake and make things worse. We need a specialist. Asa snorted. True enough, she said, sighing. It's not easy being as amazing and talented as I am. And so you want me to be the family doctor, is that it? Yes, Bruce said, nodding once. Of course you do, sweetie. And who, exactly, would I be doctoring for? Bruce looked at Zaydna, unsure on exactly how one needed to word a magical contract such as this. Zaydna didn't return the glance, but continued to speak as if she understood what he wanted, tilting her head for a moment in consideration. His friends and family, of course, she began. But he's responsible for people as well and owes them his protection. He owns quite a bit of land in Gotham, employs a lot of people, and serves as their protector because of it. The usual king's clause, then? Asa asked. Zaydna nodded, still thinking. Bruce, your son is getting married soon, isn't he? She asked, surprising him by revealing something so personal in front of an unknown. Dick's upcoming marriage was a sensitive subject, and not just because he was marrying an alien princess. His wife-to-be, Starfire, was mostly incapable of hiding her secret identity and tended to stand out from a crowd for various reasons. If her marriage to Nightwing was revealed to be a marriage to Dick Grayson, that single secret identity would start a cascade, revealing many more. He wanted to ask what Zaydna thought she was doing, wanted to get upset at the potential risk to his son and soon-to-be daughter-in-law before they even had a chance to say their vows, even briefly thought about withdrawing. But it was a choice between doing that or trusting that Zaydna knew what she was doing. He took a breath, weighed his options one last time to give himself an excuse to hesitate, and nodded. Yes, later this year. Is it a shotgun wedding? Asa asked. Any grandkids on the way? Not that I know of. Asa hummed, as if making note of that. We need protection for them, too, of course, family and friends again. Confidentiality, too, naturally, no speaking the secrets of the house, the usual. Naturally, Asa said, nearly rolling her eyes at the mere mention. And that includes Zaydana's little playmates, too, I assume. Before Zaydana could answer, Asa snorted again, unladylike and unashamed of it. I'm not a slave, you realize, and you can't just try and bind me into being a house spirit. I'm not a brownie, waiting to clean up your every mess. Family lines are one thing, everyone you know is quite another. No. Not unless. We can work on the terms, Zaydana placated, unruffled. Bruce will no doubt want to let his lawyers look it over, regardless. We could have done that already, if you'd chosen a different meeting place. Not all of us are so free as to trust every magical voice that pops into their heads, dear. You could have been anybody, and my popularity appears to be in decline these days. I can't imagine why, Asa, Zaydana said. But if you want a deal. We want a contract, Zaydana interrupted, voice suddenly firm. A contract, yes, Asa said, voice a bit too mild. If you want a contract, you'll need to make it worth my while. Particularly for the amount of coverage you seem to want. Like I said, we can work on the terms. We wouldn't need your abilities for every scrape and boo-boo, we can discuss what level of injury and risk requires your expertise. We could also offer you housing, payment for your work, and such, but I already know you don't want any money. That was a hint for him, Bruce noted. Whatever Asa normally dealt in, mortal money wasn't apparently a concern for her or something she held much stock in, and yet the voice had needed someone rich. Why? It was enough to make him think she likely had a specific type of payment in mind, something she was after, but that made him almost nervous. He was long since familiar with business dealings of all kinds, though he was a bit out of his comfort zone when it came to magical bargains. Even so, in his experience, talks like this mostly came in two stripes. There were people who had something you wanted and just wanted to get as much as they possibly could for it, and people who had something specific in mind. Both could be dangerous in their own ways, but the latter added a level of unpredictability to negotiations that was worrying. Particularly if they wanted something you didn't think held much value, because what were you missing? No, Asa admitted. I don't want money, per se, but I may want a few things that money can buy. The voice said you could find and buy it for me. Zaydana glanced his way, warning in her eyes, but she needn't have bothered, he was pretty sure they were both thinking the same thing. More than once, there'd been an auction or trade where someone was unknowingly selling an item of great power. And, more than once, it had caused a lot of trouble. Generally for them. Maybe we can, maybe we can't, Zaydana answered, noncommittally. Could you be a little more specific? I want to buy a house, dear, Asa replied. A house, Zaydana said, looking at her flatly. I see. And, which house would that be? Because if it's any of the ones I'm thinking of, the answer is probably going to be no. Luckily for you, it's probably not. I want the House of Secrets, Asa said, before bobbing her eyebrows once and correcting herself. Or a House of Secrets, at least. Last I saw it, it was somewhere in Seattle, but I lost the trail. But our mutual friend seems to know where it is. Zaydana leaned back in her seat, hand rising to her chin as she watched Asa carefully. Her expression was serious, even firm, and when Bruce looked her way she met his eyes for a long moment, holding his gaze with a look almost identical to the one of warning she'd given earlier. Only a close friend would have been able to tell the difference or know what it meant. She had no idea what Asa was talking about. That was concerning. You can't just buy the House of Secrets, Asa, Zaydana said, probably pulling that statement out of the same place she drew her rabbits without the slightest change in expression. It stood to reason, however, given it was a presumably magical house that was last seen in Seattle. No, she admitted. Which was good. Maybe. But that's what you're here for, isn't it? Zaydana hummed, apparently seriously considering the ramifications of such a thing. In truth, she was probably just thinking about what the ramifications of having no idea what the ramifications might be. Bruce took that as a sign to make his own wild guess. At least if he looked ignorant, it wouldn't be too suspicious. So you want us to purchase the property and magically bind it, I assume. He tried. Why? I'm getting into the mortgage business, she replied. Are you interested or not? Bruce paused for a moment to consider it before giving her another smile, back to being the witless playboy in a heartbeat. We'll need some time to consider it, he replied. Among other things, I can't, in good faith, bargain with something I don't currently own. I take it you'd like more than just my word when we sign the contract, no? Look at you, Mr. Wayne, Asa said, the almost fondness in her voice nowhere near enough to make him miss the fact that he hadn't told her his name. Since he was Bruce Wayne right now, a newsworthy billionaire, there was nothing wrong with that, though. At least, in theory. You're smarter than you look. No wonder Zaydna likes you. Yes, that's fine, love, I prefer men who don't overstate what they possess. He forced himself to keep smiling. When should we contact you again? Zaydna asked. Contact me whenever, dear, our friend has my number, she replied. Although, depending on how badly hurt that friend of yours is, you might want to decide quickly. We'll keep that in mind, Zaydna said, giving nothing away. Please do, Asa replied. I'll be eagerly awaiting your call, after all. With that said, she stood and turned away from the table, making as if to go before stopping in her tracks and turning her head slightly. And Zaydna? A word of advice from an old friend, she said. Be careful. Zaydna eyed her carefully for a moment, seeming abruptly uncertain. Careful of what? Just, in general. That Morpheus fellow's been gone for a long time. Now that he's back, I'd expect things to happen, she said. Call it women's intuition. Okay, Zaydna said, sounding honestly concerned. I'll keep an eye out. You do that. At least, until you get me my house. And then she was gone, stepping back out the way she came. There was a moment of silence at their table, as they were left behind for the second time, and then they looked at each other, equally unsure of what to make of things or what to do. Well, that was. Bruce began before trailing off. Either good or bad, Zaydna finished. Definitely one of the two. Let's go, Bruce, we should talk to some people before we make any decisions. Fear. Interlude, Constantine. There's one at the door, at the gate to damnation. Be it thief or thug or whore. There's one at the door, at the gate to damnation. And there's room for one more, until the end of creation. The rhyme trailed off into the distance as the demon Screwtape or Scatterblot or whatever the fuck shambled off into the distance. Bloody song's gonna be stuck in my head until the end of creation, John said, cupping his hand to light a cigarette and doing his best to pretend it wasn't shaking as he did. Hell. He was in hell for the third time. And the worst part about it. It still wasn't enough to keep his mind off of Rachel. Beautiful, amazing, stupid, bad for him, junkie Rachel, who hadn't been able to leave well enough alone, who'd take his old TV and microwave and comics A&D. And something she shouldn't have touched. That he shouldn't have touched. That he should have just turned away from when he noticed the touch of magic and left be. But he hadn't. And by the time they'd found her, she'd been all but worn away by dreams, and her father. God. He'd covered the walls. Still alive and he'd covered the walls. He couldn't put her out of his mind or any of the others, the many, many mistakes he'd made, the friends he'd gotten killed. Or maybe that was just it. Maybe hell was what you carried with you. And if so, hell fucking sucked. Torture would be better than this. But if nothing else, it kept him focused on one mistake in particular. Don't look back, stranger, look ahead. Be strong, don't run, don't hide. Come journey across the plains of hell, with Etrigan as your guide. A voice abruptly boomed, as a hunched figure shambled over the hill. John raised an eyebrow at the somewhat familiar sight and nothing more, staying on guard while the Sandman looked intrigued. Hell wasn't a place where he could let himself get distracted or given into the horrors that surrounded him. Etrigan, ah, yes, Merlin's demon, the half-man. I remember you, demon, but you've changed. When last we met, you were not yet a rhymer. You've rising in Hell's hierarchy, I see. He heard the Sandman say, as if it were normal to make conversation with demons. Then again, he wasn't one to talk. Etrigan the demon looked at him with a leering grin and tilted his head as if to laugh, but instead just continued to rhyme, turning to begin to guide them along their paths. Things change in earth and hell, to rise among the fallen is both strange and true. But as things change, Lord, they transmute as well, and if I've changed, then what of you? Where before, he seemed to just be making conversation, now the Sandman seemed positively flummoxed. I've been gone for quite some time. But changed. He mused to himself, sounding at once surprised and uncertain, like it should have been an absurd idea but somehow wasn't. Perhaps. John could have given his own thoughts on that matter, but he was busy focusing hard instead, keeping his eyes trained on the Sandman's back, in the dreaming facing that slipped across his cloak, while doing his level best not to look around even as they walked through a forest with trees like bound and shrieking people. He heard the Sandman mention the forest of suicides and reminded himself not to go testing it. Instead, he lowered his voice to as much of a whisper as he could, and spoke. You still there, love? I am many places, John Constantine, it replied, possibly missing the point. He didn't want to admit it, but he relaxed a bit at that, less because the bloody voice in his head was still there and more because someone was with him on this joyride who might have had his back. Jury was still out for a bit on that one, granted, but it was better than the rest of this motley crew. The Sandman was a mysterious being of perhaps cosmic importance, which never seemed to work out for him, while Etrigan was a demon, his history with blood aside. And it had spoken to him earlier and made him an offer he could not refuse. He'd heard a few people talk about it like it was a god or a demon or an angel, but in his experience, gods, demons, and angels didn't tend to be this helpful. She or he or it was something weirder yet, something worrying, maybe good and maybe bad, but good or bad. Her plan seemed like the kind of crazy he was almost used to, the kind that just might work. Of course, maybe this was all just an elaborate screw-over, in which case he was well and truly fucked. But one thing at a time. He said at last, still looking forward and nowhere else. Anything I should know? He didn't say any of the specifics aloud. He wasn't so dumb he thought no one might hear, but with the amount that might have been on the line, if her powers had stopped working, now would have been the time to say. The demon Etrigan intends to test you somehow, it said. Or hurt you. Remember what you came for. He took a long drag from his cigarette, hardly surprised that the demon had something in mind to fuck him with, but nodded. Etrigan led them up the side of a cliff next, the path dangerously narrow and the cliff face marked by barred gateways, prison cells, filled with the cold, the desperate, the needy souls of hell. He was forced to walk pressed up against the cells and hands reached out to him, grasping and begging even as he tried to shake them off and not fall. Ahead of him, Etrigan and the Sandman continued to have a merry little chat, but he was more focused on the potential death. All he caught was it was a brief conversation between the Sandman and a woman he'd apparently sent to hell. Which, note to fucking self on that bit, but he hadn't expected much from the guy. He was his ride, nothing more, and he'd teamed up with worse, for worse reasons. He brushed it off and figured that if this was the worst Etrigan had to offer, he was getting off light, near death or not. And then, as if to make him swallow those words, Etrigan led them past somewhere else. There was a barren field, leading up to the foot of a vast and twisted mansion, but he didn't care about the real estate values. Instead, his eyes locked onto the occupants of that field, for once taking in the sights he'd avoided seeing. In and of itself, it was nothing new, fields of fire here, knives and whips and spears there, people in agony and torment as far as the eye could see. But it was the occupants set it apart. The victims. See, it's not just the damned in hell. There were those who'd sacrificed themselves and those who'd been sacrificed. And in this field were gathered all the children in hell. Some were infants and near infants, babies traded away for power before they could possibly have done anything wrong. Some had it maybe worse, being old enough to understand what was happening and know there was no reason for it. But there were thousands of them. More than thousands, even, enough to make him nauseous and cause him to falter. There were too many by far, and yet from among them, he could still pick out her face. Astrologue stood out from the children sent to hell as different, at least to him, because she was the child he'd sent to hell. He'd been young and foolish, more foolish, at least. Arrogant at the thought of his own power. She'd been a secondary thing at best. He'd wanted to spite the devil, to summon him up and spit in his eyes, just to prove he could. And she'd paid the price. Her dad had been a fuck named Alex Logue, a magician who'd run his business out of a third-rate sex and drugs club and cared more about the orgies he'd used as an excuse than about actual magic. His daughter had been an unwilling participant, but unlike her fucking dad, she'd had actual talent, the type that could summon up and bind a demon without even knowing about it and set them upon her abusers to do onto others what had been done onto her. He and the Newcastle crew had found out the next day, thought to do something about it, and hadn't realized how in over their heads they were until he and Judith summoned up their own demon and failed to name or bind it properly. He'd summoned Nurgle and Nurgle had dragged her straight to hell. Who owns this place? He asked before he realized he was even talking, hand shaking as it rose to his cigarette, but not in fear. He saw Etrigan look back at him with a leering grin, but the demon did not say. Blood. Whose place is this? At the sound of his shout, the Sandman looked back, as if finally remembering he was here. Tread with care, John Constantine, and speak with more. My rank gives us some protection here, but no rank will halt the hand of the one we go to see, should he take offense. The Sandman said, tone almost chiding. John sucked down a deep breath, only then recognizing the taste of ash and tobacco in his mouth, realizing he'd bitten clean through his cigarette. He tried to go for a smile he didn't feel, but the best he could manage was a grimace. I ain't here to offend anybody, boss, John said, but thinking he might have been fine with killing a few, maybe starting with Jason's fucking bunk buddy. He hadn't actually expected backup from the Sandman, but if need be, he'd make his own way out and leave him behind. Do not stray from your path, John Constantine, the voice said, and as if predicting his pissed-off retort, immediately added something else. The demon Buer rules this place. He rules over all the children in hell. Buer, he recognized the name, which tended to be bad when it came to demons. One of Alistair's fucking buddies, which tended to be worse. But it was something, more than he had, and having a name gave him a bit of an edge. That, more than anything else the voice had said, made him relax a touch. When he did, the voice spoke to him again. Ask him now, John Constantine, it said. He exhaled and nodded, straightening out and following after his motley crew. Hey, boss, mind if I borrow a pinch of that sand? He asked, and the Sandman back at him, starry eyes abruptly piercing and searching, but for what, he didn't know. He didn't know what they found, either, or what the man made of his request. Maybe he thought John was just looking for a hit of something to take the edge off, maybe he had an inkling of his plan. Or maybe, he looked at him and saw nothing but debts receivable and repaid. Whatever the case, whether the voice had spoken to him or not, after a moment he gave John a small bit of sand. John took it carefully, a bit of magic gathering to make sure it didn't trigger on him yet. Be careful, John Constantine, he warned yet again, something dangerous gleaming in darkened pits. You got it, boss, he replied, continuing to walk like nothing was wrong. They didn't speak the rest of the way, as Etrigan led them to the Hell City. It was an awful sight, a twisted amalgam of already twisted pieces. The walls of the city had literal eyes and the high towers would have seemed carved in the shape of twisted, tormented figures, had those figures not been moaning in weak agony. Mouths spat blood and worse into the pit around the city, demonic sigils were carved on every surface, and the doors. The doors open as we approach, expecting us. Etrigan leads us inside and past the cavernous halls and streets that echo with sighs and screams and grunts. John does his best to ignore the smells and to not trip or fall as he climbs stairs wet with blood and worse, until they reach the city's summit, perhaps the last place he wants to be, in front of perhaps the last person he wants to see. Greetings to you, Lucifer Morningstar, the Sandman said. The devil looked towards us and smiled. Hello, Dream, he said, his voice easy and clean and beautiful. Aside from his vast, demon wings, he didn't bother trying to look frightening, his skin and clothes were clean, his hair neatly arranged. He didn't need appearances to be terrifying. And we see you've brought guests. Etrigan, please leave us. Dream, introduce us. This is a mortal who did me a favor and asked to join me on my journey in recompense, the Sandman said. His name is John Constantine, yes, Lucifer dismissed. We are aware. And why did you choose to make such a delightful journey? I'm the wrong kind of famous, John thought. Just looking for an eventual place to stay, Lord, he said. And seeing if anyone I knew was in town. And? What do you think of your future home, John Constantine? John liked his lips once and decided the admitting the truth was better than being caught lying before the devil. I expect, it's going to be worse than I expect, Lord. Lucifer smiled charmingly at that. Nicely said, mortal, he told him. Yes, several of our constituents are waiting with bated breath for your arrival. I'm certain they will give you the warmest of welcomes, in time, but for now be at ease. You are a guest in our house, for the time being. You honor me, Lord. I do, Lucifer agreed, smile unchanging. And the other? Who might you be, little bug? John tried hard not to start as a tiny shape left his shoulder and fluttered towards the morning star. It floated before him until Lucifer extended a finger and allowed the shape to settle upon it, but if there was a reply, it clearly wasn't meant for them. After a moment, however, Lucifer inclined an eyebrow. Well said, worm, he said, leaving the tiny insect there for a moment, which very carefully did not move. How amusing. Yes, we've heard some small things about your guests, sweet Morpheus, surprising company though you keep. We are surprised to see you, though, we heard you'd been captured like a little imp, dear. We expected better of you, but nonetheless, here you are. Have you come to join us, Morpheus? To align your realm with ours and acknowledge the sovereignty of hell. You know well my opinion on that, Lucifer, the Sandman said, not batting an eye at the casual insults. We do, the devil said, like it was nothing. Your family is well then? No matter. We assume this is not a social call. My helm was stolen from me, long ago. I have reason to believe it's come into the possession of one of your demons. I would like it back immediately, Dream said, apparently not very good at practicing what he preached on the not upsetting the devil front. Or maybe he just got away with more as an old friend. Ah, if only it were that easy, dear. Things have changed much since last you were here, Morpheus, Lucifer said, leaning back against the rails of his balcony. This new age of heroes has caused us nothing but trouble. And do you no longer rule hell, Lucifer Morningstar? Do the demons no longer follow your will? Things change, Lucifer, but not that much. The Sandman said, sounding as sure as the mountains. Ah, but they do, Dream Lord, a new voice said as flies began to gather into a giant shape. Oh, boy, John thought. This was going places. All things change in time, Morpheus. Even such things as this. This is Beelzebub, our CO monarch. We have met, Dream said, his expression faltering and leaving him looking shaken. So you spoke the truth. Hell is now a duumvirate. No, Dream Lord, another said, as space seemed to tear and something peer out through the darkness. Whatever it was, it had many eyes, and for each eye a mouth, stacked and twisted and mixed together. A triumvirate. There are 3 kings in darkness now, but we welcome you. Greetings, brothers. John tried very hard not to look around, or move, or otherwise draw attention to himself. Good fuck, and he thought meeting with Lucifer was as bad as today could get. It's good to see you well, dear Azazel, Lucifer greeted with a smile. We'd thought you might still be troubled. You honor me with your concern, brother, Azazel said, approaching his side. But it turned out to be nothing, in the end. I came to welcome the visitors to our realm as soon as I heard. Indeed? Then welcome them, brother, Lucifer replied casually. You should be familiar with both of Dream's guests. Azazel's eyes glanced past Constantine, acknowledging his existence and nothing more, before focusing on the insect that remained perched on the morning star's finger. Within the shredded space of his body, eyes narrowed and teeth gnashed. You have accepted them as guests, then, brother? Azazel asked. We have. After a long moment, Azazel tore his eyes away from the insect and seemed to do his best to pretend it did not exist. Then I do as well, he said. On behalf of Hell, I welcome you to our home. Lucifer smiled slightly at that, but nothing more. How did this come to pass? Dream asked, as composed as one could be while still clearly being staggered. Some years ago, a beast came from the shadows and challenged heaven, Lucifer said, and those words alone were enough to make Constantine understand and remember. He'd lost some of his oldest friends against the Brujeria and seen Mento driven to madness. Zadara, Sargon, the others gone. Yes, your friend understands, it seems. 3 demons rose up to follow the beast, and so 3 more rose to stop them. Several hands were forced in the process, and so several more were joined. So be it, then. I seek a demon who has stolen something from me. I want it back. Which demon, Dream lured? Name it and we will bring it here, Beelzebub said. I do not know its name. Then let us summon all of them. Oh, fuck me, John thought. XXXXXX. Feeling thirsty, not to mention tired after the day he'd had, John headed down to the Hellfire Club to grab a pint with his boys, taking a seat at a table near the stage. His pal Lucifer was rolling a glass of wine between his fingers, suit immaculate as always, while he watched the stage where Koronzan was preparing tonight's show. Is Azazel not here? John asked, slipping into a chair beside Dream, who was still wearing his fedora inside. But that was Dream for you. You're not still working him like a dog, are you, Lucifer? No, merely teasing him, betimes, Lucifer said, somehow managing to make his conversational tone carry over the clamor of a million odd demons. It might have been time to start looking for a new watering hole. Honestly, the Hellfire Club got a bit too packed for his taste on Friday nights. He's been in a bit of a spot as of late, bound up in mortal affairs. He meet a girl or something? John asked. He's really opened up lately. Truthfully, I like him better this way. Perhaps. We must admit, we're growing fonder of him ourselves, Lucifer said, lifting his finger to look down at another pal of ours. The Bint had always been a bit on the weird side, one of those disembodied voice types, but she was their disembodied voice. It's an interesting notion, to live half in this world and half in that one, even if in a different form. It's intriguing, even. But one should be careful whom they call up, lest they find themselves faced with something they can't put down. Yes, she said, before taking flight or being allowed to take flight, maybe, and fluttering back to his shoulder where she usually stayed. John Constantine, wake up. And tonight, for your entertainment and delectation, a formal challenge. As the challenged, I choose the game and take the first move. And our challenger tonight is a very special guest, so everyone give it up for Mr. Sandman. John nearly spun around in his chair, eyes going wide. Dream? You didn't tell me you were challenging anyone tonight. He said. What's the game? Dream, stoic as ever, stood and approached the stage without a word in reply. The game is reality, John Constantine, and you are trapped within it. Awaken or you will go no further, the Bint said. Geez, love, let me finish my drink first, he replied. Then the girl is lost, she answered. You will lose your chance to save Astrologue. All of a sudden, it came back to him. The trip to hell, the Sandman, the gathering of demons, the challenge, the sudden shift as he was trapped within a changing game, being humored and ignored. How'd he let this happen to him? He knew damn well none of the bars he went to served drinks this good. Oh hey, it's that guy, John said, not needing to fake his disorientation, just its source. Do you remember him, Lucifer? Perhaps, the devil replied, eyes on the stage. I'm gonna say hi, I'll be right back, okay? Don't wander off too far, Lucifer said, dismissing him. In the stage, Dream and the demon began their game, and his disorientation progressed quickly to nausea. I am a dire wolf, prey-stalking, lethal prowler, the demon said, and John could hear the panting of the wolves, the howls over the hills. I am a hunter, horse-mounted, wolf-stabbing, Dream said, and the wolves yelped and whimpered as the spear stuck. John smelt the blood mix with the scent of grassy fields. He smelt the alcohol, the smoke, the perfume. All of it was real or none of it was all of it was but a dream within a dream. 3 tables back, 7 to the side. Follow. The voice said, the realiest thing there was and the only thing he could safely cling to. There. Past the demon known as Rot. Booer. John greeted boisterously, taking a seat at the demon's table. All of a sudden, in an odd way John couldn't distinguish precisely, they were at their own table and had been for a while. Do I know you, Mr. Constantine, he replied, and something shifted in Booer's jaundiced eyes, too many muscles moving in his face to be human. And I think it's more that the two of us know some guys who know some guys. I am a horsefly, horse-stinging, hunter-throwing. I am a spider, fly-consuming, 8-legged. Perhaps, Booer said, eyeing the match once before turning towards John. But who might those friends be? There's 2, he replied. The second is a girl you've imprisoned, by the name of Astrologue. Booer took that in for a moment, not arguing against the assertion. And the first? He said, face changing as he realized he'd answered his own question. John leaned closer, over his newly emerged drink. You've got something I want, he said. And I've got something you want. I've no idea what you mean, Booer replied. Oh. John asked, and then pulled out his trump card, the bargaining chip the voice had given him when he agreed to go on this quest. The first of the fallen isn't dead, you know. Booer went still. Credit where it's due, John's reaction to that information had been significantly more extreme, and his first instinct had been to go hunt the man down, until he realized how he might be able to use him as a bargaining chip instead. He couldn't quite shake the feeling that he himself was someone's bargaining chip, however, or stop himself from wondering whether this whole thing was a part of someone else's deal. I am a snake, spider-devouring, poison-toothed. I am an ox, snake-crushing, heavy-footed. Dream said, continuing his sword and the stone rendition. And why would I care about that old demon? Booer asked, almost but not quite covering up his interest. Because of what he stands to lose, the voice replied, audible only to his ears. The children. Lucifer said there was a new triumvirate in town, John continued, remembering what he'd been told and combining it with what he heard the voice say. That business with the Bruteria fucked up everyone's day, didn't it? You used to be one of the First's most loyal followers and managed to bargain to become the Lord of Children's Souls, eh? But none of that means piss now, does it? I'm betting it's taking all you've got to hold on to what you have already. How long until someone takes you for everything you've got? Booer was silent and still for a long moment, staring at him hard. And if, by chance, that were true, what would you propose? Astrologue's soul for the First's location, he said. I am an anthrax, butcher bacterium, warm life destroying. I am a world, space floating, life nurturing, Dream said, surprisingly not going for the dragon choice. The game changes, Constantine. He will press a perceived advantage and reach too far. Wait for the turning point. The voice whispered to him. No, Booer said. No. John asked, not able to keep his heart from pounding, even if things were going to plan. Oh hell, who was he kidding? This plan was why his heart was pounding in the first place. I've no need for that information, Booer said. Did it not occur to you that I could just as easily find it on my own? You've given me all that I might need from you, mortal, and so you have nothing. You've overplayed your hand. John stared at him silently, knowing he wasn't done. Although, perhaps you could still be of some small use, John Constantine. How? He asked obediently, which should have tipped Booer off right there. There are old rules. Methods and means, to give demons power and to do memorable favors. The soul of a most hated enemy has value beyond words, no. My soul, you mean, John said. And the kicker was, Booer was right, might have had an idea of what was happening to the First, even. To a normal demon, something like that would carry tremendous power, but right now, the First was in a bit of a bind. He was mortal. Had been since he and Ellie shived the bastard a while back. But a soul like that, his soul, might change that. Selling the location of the First to demons, on its own, wasn't a problem, he was sure plenty of them would be happy to do horrible things with that knowledge. Giving him back his power, on the other hand. I am a nova, all exploding, world cremating. I am the universe, all things encompassing, all life embracing. You're honestly asking me to sell my soul to someone who wants to torture me for all eternity? You think I'd be willing to go along with that? John asked incredulously. I am anti-life, the beast of judgment. I am the dark at the end of everything. The end of universes, gods, worlds of everything. Then the girl will suffer, Buer said, gesturing slightly, and the table rippled. In it, he saw Astra burning, writhing in agony for crimes she didn't commit, because of him. If you say no, I will go on, hurting her. Every day and every night, I will redefine what it means to suffer for her and I'll let you watch. In your dreams, you will see it, John Constantine. His vision nearly went red, even as his guts became a bit watery, and when he tried to retort, he couldn't force the words past his teeth. He was still waiting for that sign, for that turning point that he was promised, but it was nowhere in sight. Fuck, right now he'd settle for some. And what will you be then, Dream Lord? I am Hope. All at once, everything changed. The barroom that was the plains of hell fell dead silent, and wide eyes stared from every corner. From the lowliest imp to the demon kings, everyone was stunned and left staring at the man who'd brought hope into hell. That works, too, John thought, rubbing his fingers together while no one was looking. When Buer turned back, John met his eyes, gaze as uncertain and off-kilter as the demons. Buer tried to recover fast, even as the bar was swept away and the festivities began to conclude, but it must have been hard. He didn't quite succeed in time, but he tried. Well, it seems like the festivities are drawing to a close, Buer said. Time to make a decision, John. His mouth twitched, then a finger, before he looked down at the image of Astra, now projected on the ground. He tried to imagine what she'd been through, what he'd go through, if he left her here. But he couldn't. Damn it all, he said under his breath. Then, louder. Damn it all, okay. My soul for the girls. I consign my soul to the first of the fallen. Do it. Buer smiled, a too wide, too wicked grin on what tried to pass for a human face, as from a shadow he drew a sword, raised it high and with a swing, slit his throat. Blood poured out of his neck, spilling his lifeblood on the ground, as he staggered, faltered, fell. And the demon rod hit the ground, an image fading away from around him like a dream in the morning, off to its destination. Buer's eyes widened and he stared in a stunned silence, before looking up at John where he stood, perhaps 5 feet away. John downed the rest of his drink and then took a long drag of his cigarette, trying to maximize his vices per second ratio. Then, once the important matters were done with, he looked at Buer. You ever have one of those dreams where you're someone else? He asked conversationally, playing with a ruby he'd picked up somewhere. He brought it up to his eye to see who was inside and why he'd been instructed to take it from the fallen demon. Like, you're walking through the plains of hell and then you're in a bar getting a drink with your mates? That kind of thing. John took another drag and stepped closer. Interesting move, Buer, he admitted. You try to screw over the devil, bring back his rival, and then leave all the evidence behind, that takes balls. Seems to me like Lucifer might not be too happy about it, but it takes balls. We had a deal. Buer hissed, suddenly all righteous indignation. Only in your dreams, he replied. I didn't agree to jack shit. What we have is a clusterfuck with your name on it. I'm just here to make it worse. See, there's a couple of ways to spin this. Now, you could just be a traitor, working against the Triumvirate to bring back their old enemies and undermine them. Or you could have taken the opportunity of a peaceful gathering to murder one of the Triumvirate's servants while acting in the interests of the first. Which of those stories do you think they'll be least upset to hear, and how long do you think you'll suffer for it anyway? Buer paled hideously with every suggestion he made, eyes widening desperately as he glanced from him to Rot. Thinking about killing me to cover it up? John asked. One of the Triumvirate's acknowledged guests? Dream's attendant? Do you think that'll improve your situation, Buer? I'm not at all sad to say that this isn't something you can brush under the rug. The girl, he said. I'll give you the girl. Please, just. John cut him off, shaking his head. That's not enough, Buer, he said, blowing smoke in the demon's face. I don't just want a girl. I want them all. Your entire collection, you sick fuck. Let 'em go. I can't. They're all there. The thing you fear losing most, John said, yellow bug on his shoulder. Or, at least, feared losing most. Turns out, you've got a lot more to lose than you thought, hey. Buer's eyes grew slowly wider by the second, darting around in desperation as his breathing began to quicken. I can give you. Stupid up, John cut him off, mostly to avoid being tempted. Listen, you wanker, I don't give a flying fuck what you do after I'm gone. If you want to gather up another batch of brats, be my guest. But the only way you get through today or see anything ever again is if you play by my rules. Choose, Buer. His lips twitched once. Twice. Dropped open and then. Fine, he said. Damn it all, fine. And it was like the floodgates opened. Light filled up in the heavens and came crashing down like the biggest lightning bolt you've ever seen. Thunder like you can't imagine shook hell to its foundations like someone was using nuclear bombs as fireworks, and the ground cracked open. It should have been too bright to look at, should have burnt the eyes from his sockets, but instead. I always knew you'd get me, John. I said so. Off you go, love, he whispered, taking another draw from his cigarette. That light show yours, by the way? Yes, the voice said. No. Informative as ever, he said, looking around. Needless to say, he was the center of attention after that little light show, and every demon in hell looked stunned once again, and everyone, from the lowliest imp to the demon kings, was looking at him this time. But somehow, just this once he wasn't scared. He looked down at Booer and knew for sure that the demon was. Oh, yeah, about that bit where I said I didn't mind if you gathered any more kids? That was a lie, you sick bastard, John told him. You ever been fucked by a nice Anglo-Saxon boy before, Booer? XXXXXX. You play dangerous games, the Sandman said, not clarifying to whom he spoke. It comes with the territory, John answered anyway, walking after him on the cold city streets of home. When you're playing for high stakes. Eyes that shone in dark pits looked at him measuringly, and the Dream Lord's head inclined a fraction. Perhaps, he said, before turning his face forward and continuing to walk. Well, this is my stop, John said, watching him. Where are you off to now, boss? I have my pouch and my helm. All that remains now is my gem, and it will be in my hands before long. I trust you've found it already. The Sandman said, that last part very clearly directed at the third member of their party. John didn't hear his answer. Goodbye, Constantine. See ya, boss, John replied, turning to walk down the street and looking at the sky. Good luck with the rest of your quest, then. There is no need, he said. I do not foresee a problem. Well, regardless. Don't think I'll be forgetting you anytime soon. Indeed, he said, and then he was gone. John continued on his way, humming the lyrics to Mr. Sandman under his breath as he watched the sky and thought of Astra, feeling, for once, pretty good about his life. He didn't even make it through the whole song before he was interrupted. John Constantine, the voice spoke to him. Back already? You're a rather needy bint, you know that. He asked her, scowling. What is it now? There has been a problem, she said. Fear. Response 3.1. She watched the world through 1,000,000 eyes, viewing it in a way that seemed familiar to her, but for the scale in snapshots, in pieces, unclear and blurred alone but made obvious through many perspectives. Before, it had told her of her surroundings, of those around her and what they did. Now, like once before, it told her everything. But this time it was her ring, rather than her clairvoyant, that fed her an endless stream of information and translated it into a useful form. She was a bug on the hand of the many-handed goddess of war, speaking of alliances and allegiances and the reasons why. But the goddesses had given her approval to continue, her support, and that was all that mattered. Elsewhere, she proceeded. She was a fly on the shoulder of the one-eyed god, waiting as her offer was considered. The man was without thought and without memory, waiting for both to return from circling the world. She'd wait 9 days and 9 nights, as he'd asked, and hear his decision. If he approved, she'd push forward under the banner of his support. If he didn't, she'd make the offer to others, the bound god, the giants, the elves. She waited for now, to avoid making an unneeded enemy, but she would not wait forever. She was a maggot in the skin of the death goddess, faced with the decision of her pantheon. They hesitated, even as they pushed forward, greed warring with doubt. They saw the advantages of her proposal, but not of her terms or involvement. Most likely, they'd act on their own, until pressured by other groups to comply or be left behind. An eventual concern. She was a spider cupped in the hands of a muse, weaving a tapestry of horror throughout the house, a web of magic and minds, a story she'd seen before. Ideas and inspiration flowed into a curse upon the house, and all that was left to do was wait. She was a butterfly, briefly, in an angel's prison. It was too soon to act, but there was value even in watching and much to be learned. She was a speaker before a house of red and tooth and claw, persuading them to act to defend their own, to defend life and fight to survive in the face of constant threats. They were, in some ways, the easiest to speak to, and her words reached them as theirs reached hers. At last, they gave in and she delivered their message elsewhere, even as she felt it grow within her as well. In Saudi Arabia, a young boy whispered words to her, chanting quietly under his breath, the words themselves meaningless, but enough to focus his inherent magic. She took it in, and the pages of the book of fables turned as stories came to life around him, turning him from a boy into a living legend, a story he'd read countless times and which all around him knew. The tales chosen were just a test, to prove the power was not limited to European folktales, the trial itself a test to ensure the power could be used without freeing the other dimensional sorceress sealed inside. Further testing would confirm the safety of the spell, then she could continue to test the breadth of the accessible lore and what, if any, connection it had to the place called the Dreaming, but for now she was content to turn fiction into fact. The Book of Eternity served as a reference on the other side, in Israel, pages turning as she drew upon an ancient wizard's spells and an old demon's knowledge. The book itself required study, had already revealed to her many secrets within its twisted, circuitous pages, but for now she used it for another purpose. Summoning and binding with the book, she took another step, and from opposites came reactions, and gave power to their armored wielders. In England, a man stepped into a phone booth and elsewhere a dial turned. Hero, he dialed, and it was someone else who stepped out. In China, the girl who could not speak stood before a trial of gods, a lawyer pleading her case to the emperor. In a mirrored world, she stood beside the only hero, guiding him as he was hunted. He whispered to her a question and she whispered back what she knew, a plan coming together, an idea for a machine. In WWY? In her own world, she sat alone in the center of a circle, yellow pedestals arranged around her and yellow machines. Her body perspired heavily, shook, wavered in and out of consciousness, but didn't falter. A mixture of magic and science supported her, a throne of alien flesh that twisted in and out of her own until she couldn't tell where she stopped and it began. It flowed into her, taking away most of the strain, but that just made her pus further, as the interface between the ring and her greater self. Across from her stood herself, standing guard over her in this world, doing her job as she did hers. They were alone together, in a magic circle. At the center glowed her lantern, its yellow light filling the world. It flowed into a geometric circle but, far beyond that, into the whole of her, paths of yellow light flowing in trails through her and the world around her, growing into vast structures in the distance, the lifeblood of their new world. Around the circles stood pedestals, the projected structures lines with shapes and images to guide the power of the items they supported, feeding the lantern's power into them and theirs into its. A bell, a wheel, and a jar. A broken ruby. A simple, stone cup, a couple of books, other such things. She was with them and she was in 1,000 other places, reaching across worlds to touch upon other and give them power, a living place between. Seeing, giving, taking. And yet, in all of that, something stood out to her, drawing her back to herself. In a small town named Mayhew, the Sandman lay fallen beside his gemstone. Laying defeated when he should have finally grasped it. And she was, surprised. The Sandman and his kind were hidden from her already limited future sight and the nature of the event too unprecedented to predict another way. She hadn't seen such a thing coming. She pondered the matter, observing the Sandman with her varied senses, before making her decision. It did not matter. The Sandman was not badly injured, he would likely wake on his own in time. It was no emergency. Was it? She reconsidered, organizing her senses. Considered Mayhew as its own place, instead of one of the 1,000 cities that blended together in a picture of angled walls and flowing structures. Determined where it was located and referenced it to where other things were located, for what little such a thing meant. One place could be its own place, or another place, depending merely on where and when and who. But Mayhew was north of Gotham, as most knew space, and that was a cause for concern. Her inability to predict the Sandman's defeat could mean a failure to predict another's victory, and she quickly spotted how. The criminal, John D. Dr. Destiny now approached, but a mile or two away. He was one of the criminals who had escaped from Arkham Asylum the day before, and seemingly fled Gotham. At the time, he'd seemed like a low priority in an immediate sense and hadn't triggered as dangerous to her future sense, but she'd considered he might be searching for the gem or planned to build new machines and had altered the police and the heroes. But then the Batman and the Superman had been badly injured. Attention had been focused on them, priority given, criminals, both here and elsewhere, had slipped through the net. When the Batman had been taken away, the Nightwing had followed for a time before returning. It had been up to the police alone to keep several hundred madmen in check and John D had fallen to the wayside and she'd allowed it, as he was powerless for the time being. By the time she'd found the truth and location of his gem, the Sandman had already been on his way to reclaim it. But now the Sandman lay fallen and the police too far away, dealing with 100 other emergencies. She considered the matter carefully. John D held value. Whether because of the Dreamstone or not, he'd faced the Justice League multiple times, crafting first a drug that allowed people to bring dreams to life and then machines that could warp reality the same way but on a larger scale. He was a dangerous liability, true, but a potentially huge asset. If possible, she'd wanted to preserve him until his value could be extracted properly, keep him alive. Already, most of what she knew of the Dreaming came from him, to say nothing of certain other creations. And what he knew of the gem itself. If not for the limits of her knowledge and the damage she'd seen to John D, if not for the Dream Lords Association, perhaps she would have tried to take that gem for herself. Evidently, it was good that she had not. Still, she'd prefer to avoid needless damage to the man's mind, for the time being, but he was clearly too grave a threat to be left be or allowed to claim the gem. An alternative, Then, someone who could make it there in time and stop him. Wonder Woman, the Flash, one of the lanterns. She could not reach them, she realized belatedly, they had vanished from a fraction of her senses while she was distracted. She needed a moment to remember where they'd been in space and time, to figure out why they were gone from her sight. There. They were hidden from her reach by strange protections and powerful magic, the work of Dr. Fate and Zatanna, a false shard replied, accessing her records to make the conclusion. It had been subtle, like a mist, something she'd hardly registered at first, but saw clearly now. They weren't gone, they were gone. They weren't there, she could see them. It was a work of twisted, labyrinthine order. And her ring supplied what she needed to understand magic, from records eons old of an ancient battle with the Empire of Tears, of wars with similar things. The sight of another world, filled with magic, provided the rest, filling in more of the picture. She could penetrate the defense, given time 15 minutes or half an hour or as long as it took. Generally, it would mean no more than the one-eyed god's 9 days. But today, time might be an issue. She felt a surge of emotion she could not identify. A near attempt at a physiological reaction from her body, despite being held immobile. She tried to identify it before deeming it pointless. Regardless, she would unravel the spell. In the meantime, she looked to the future, trying to keep the Sandman from her calculations now that she knew of his interference in her forecast, before focusing on past information, psychological assessments of John D., more. Then, focusing not on John D., but those around him. An emergency, she decided, though it was like seeing explosions through walls and walls of fog. She needed to make a decision, then, or else allow the chaos to occur, and she couldn't do that. She'd need to interfere. She withdrew herself from 1,000 places, from things that were secondary concerns, people she was monitoring, potential threats and potential heroes alike, but things that could be remembered and returned to. There were places she could not extricate from so easily, other concerns and emergencies and opportunities. The world of the Ring's origin stood like a twisted reflection of madness, an eternal tipping point, she devoted much of her power to it. Removing herself could send things spiraling even more out of control, and the same could be said for smaller examples, tumultuous countries. There were essential places that required attention even now. But it was enough to free up resources. She expended monstrous amount of power to project another shard. Once, they, she and another and all the others had all been parts of a single being, all the pieces under her control. She'd been a thing, once, an entity, rather than just a shard, and the queen of all the worms and viruses and gods in the process. Parts of it, she remembered, the details stored not in her body, but in the world around her. Their network of control made them as familiar as her bugs. But they weren't them. They were hollow, empty but of her will, computers without programs. She remembered what they did, what they saw, but not what they knew. Her puppets were clumsy, by comparison, forcing her learn from scratch what to do. It was slow going and she needed something fast. Something fast. The bomb again, perhaps, a solved equation she had stored. A clumsy tool in most circumstances, but a possibility. But where to put it? With the gem or with John D.? Both options carried issues, proximity, mainly, to both the Sandman and a hostage John D. had taken. She considered the gem. It was the source of the problem, in the end, and if it were gone, there would be no threat. Dream of the Endless would most likely survive in some way, but so might the gem made of dreams. Or, perhaps, it would not, and the consequences of that, she did not know. The gem had stolen something from Dream already, would it continue to do so if pressed? What would happen if it absorbed him entirely? Or what if it were destroyed, before Dream could claim it? Killing John D., on the other hand, would mean the loss of both his mind and an innocent woman's life. The hostage would die if she attacked, of that there was no question, but the world. She held the bomb at the ready, wasting valuable time as she considered, but the situation seemed familiar. Her, holding a weapon of some kind, and others in the way. If she failed to act, untold disruption would likely occur. But still she hesitated. Accessed records once more. When the heroes first fought Dr. Destiny, he proved monstrously dangerous, able to shape reality from the stuff of dreams with the might of the gem. The Justice League managed to destroy the gem, only for him to recreate it from another dream. The details were unknown, but the gemstone was bound to him somehow. If the gem was destroyed, it continued on as a dream. If John D. was destroyed, might something similar occur, if precautions were not taken? This was not wholly a physical threat. It may require more than physical means. Already, the existence of souls of life after death had been confirmed. And, perhaps worst of all, might a dead man's dream still be a threat? Killing him might just make the problem worse, without a source that could easily be fought, and she was uncertain of the truth of his inability to dream or if it was permanent. The Justice League had taken his ability to dream, but through psychiatric means. It was a risk to rely on that alone or assume it would be forever true. Similarly, the gem had proven to be in some ways sentient, and possessing of untold power. Unguided tampering with such power could have tremendous, unpredictable consequences. She reached out to destroy John Dee and hesitated at the risk. Reached out to steal the Dreamstone and paused at the sight of what had been done to the Sandman. No, she decided, another odd feeling taking her. She could delay him, perhaps damage the vehicle, lengthen the space between him and it, being careful not to harm him or do anything that might risk him dreaming again. But he was so close now, it was unlikely any delay would be long enough. Another alternative, then. The gem itself was no threat, alone in its empty room, the threat of it came from its wielder. John Dee's mind and mentality made him a threat. The Justice League had beaten him before by breaking his ability to dream, by striking at that threat. Perhaps she could do the same. Nothing too extreme, in fear or either going too far or affecting the blocks on his dreams, but she could tamper with it, perhaps. The ring could prompt fear from others, and while she was wary of leaving her dimension and the risks it put on her, direct control was technically an option too, though the world around her was specialized towards other purposes for now. Fear might only drive him towards the ring, however, and she hadn't experimented much in inflicting other emotions or compulsions yet, but she could try, perhaps, though it might take too long to matter. Or accomplish two goals at once, she thought. The landscape in the distance changed without her bound body moving. It was a familiar shard, able to remove knowledge and skills from one being and transfer them to another and used to gather information and abilities. She'd controlled its wielder once and the shard itself before that, and been working to develop something along similar lines for informational purposes. Her version was shaky, weak, as all her false shards were, missing their own knowledge or programming, but she knew the biology, the hardware. Even so, it was painfully slow going. For what should have been unrestricted, it was slower even than the shard given to the man she'd controlled. But perhaps it was enough. She reached out carefully, a tendril moving between worlds, identifying a location in space and time and touching upon it. Lights spread across her vision and she reached out for one. Considered, for a moment, trying to take something basic or ingrained, difficult and temporary as it might be his ability to walk, perhaps, but it would take too long and wasn't her concern. Something specific, then. The Materiopticon was the true threat, the machine that let him twist reality like a dream. The medicine that preceded it, too. Specific designs that she slowly took away, over the course of minutes, pushing them down until he couldn't remember how he'd done it before. It wasn't gone, perhaps, but it was inaccessible for now, and without that, he was still a horrific threat, but a limited one. Stopping him from warping reality itself into his desired shape was the priority. And after that, an organized response, to prepare for what was to come. Power wasn't the concern, people were. There weren't enough people, with enough power, to hold this madness at bay if the power of Dream reached as far as she suspected. The priority then to expand their numbers. The plan, originally, had been to take things more slowly, legends inspired legends. Examples inspired repetitions. As heroes and villains rose, more followed, and sometimes all that was needed was a single person to act. The first step was the hardest. The first man that chose to stand up to a tyrannical government, knowing the price he might pay, began a chain reaction, pushing indecisiveness into certainty. She knew that, and so she was content to take her time and wait. But that may not be an option now. She'd have to hasten things as needed. And unnecessary. And perhaps there was time to do more than that. If the schedule for implementations had been hastened, perhaps so could several resolutions. That, too, was necessary. Dream would awaken and end this threat, the Justice League would respond, or another solution would be found, because if not, the cycle would be broken. There was no warrior anymore, for better or for worse. No thinker to see the way through. Their eye is MMM. There was only her. The question, then, should she become involved? Beyond what she'd already intended to do, beyond the bounds she'd set, to preserve things. And if so, how? Countering the power of Dream's gem directly was impossible. But perhaps it could be mitigated. Why, yes. The medicine John Dee had produced, the false gems. The book in which the Queen of Fables was trapped, a living untruth that had made truth itself into a lie. It wasn't enough. Magic then. Wardings and circles and spells to establish pillars of stability in such a way as to slow the descent. Dream himself had been bound within a circle that prevented him from using his powers, a similar circle. Wouldn't work, a shard notified, processing previously gathered information. Dream had been weakened, stripped of his possessions and belongings before being imprisoned. Attempting to imprison him with his gem would have ended poorly for the ones responsible. At best, a circle would mitigate the problem. But mitigation had its place. Except a normal protection wouldn't work. A circle wouldn't prevent the gem's power from slipping out into the dreaming, nor cover a large enough area to shield enough people to matter. It would have to be something larger, something enormous. There was a way, a part of her noted, focused elsewhere. The ring held records of the Empire of Tears, a magical force that had once dominated 3 galaxies. At times, they'd used vast arrays of magic to both dominate and protect worlds. But she didn't have remotely enough magic to do such a thing. Not alone. But she didn't need to be alone, did she? There were others and she could find more. Possibly even. She built a circle before her eyes, hers, not what others could see. She built it across the world and across worlds, not a shape in normal dimensional space, but something larger. Not a circle or a sphere but a globe. The parallels were like a vortex, connecting and intersecting with the meridians and flanked by the hypermeridians in a vast, 4-dimensional shape, shifting and flowing. She could build that shape, because she could see it, and at the places where the points intersected, mages could be positioned to fuel it. If enough people responded, if enough agreed, perhaps it would work. Perhaps not. If it didn't, they'd need something else. She changed her goals, prioritizing those more familiar with such matters, those who might know a solution: the muse, the oracle, and the king, to get a greater understanding of events. They could tell her more about what occurred, help the Sandman awaken and win. And if they could not, if he could not, then there was the angel. A last resort. But a possible one. But in the meantime, for any of that to be possible, someone would need to hold the line in the realm of dreams. I. On a pedestal, a ruby glowed, and a liquid began to well from the ground. A moment later, yellow lights rose with it, shaping and gathering it and setting its flow. And it flowed into her, into the machines, keeping her alive and truly part of the world. It hurt as it flowed into her veins, and more as it began to take hold. The medicine burned her, twisting what was real around her until her flesh boiled in the air, melting in heat that wasn't there. All at once, her whole body began to melt. But the machines kept her alive, the ring, and that was enough. She could reach out like this, to the dreamers, draw strength from them and give it, to shield the minds of those who couldn't afford to lose them now. It was enough and more than enough. The projected machines were a relatively minor loss of energy. The pain, meaningless. It was no problem at all. She could sleep and dream in peace, knowing she was there to watch over herself and the world. And then, she sounded the alarm. XXXXXX. The girl in the dream held up the sky, even though the sun burnt her skin. She couldn't remember why she was here or why it mattered, merely that she should hold up the sky. There was a part of her that knew that before she was here, she was somewhere else, where it didn't hurt, and she knew not she must be here instead of there, but for one fact. She must hold up the sky. It hurts, she said, liquid slowly dripping off her limbs. It was not sweat or blood, it was her, and it was the cost. A moment passed and there was no answer. This is a dream, she said then, looking down as the people of the world danced around her feet. She must have been very big or they very small, or perhaps it was just a matter of perspective, but the world itself seemed to dance with them, twisting into 1,000 unnatural shapes and rippling like the surface of a lake before the coming of a storm. Yes, said the man named Lucien, a towel wiping at her forehead. It was a dream and yet it hurt, but it was not a matter of changing the dream so it didn't, but to provide a mountain of stability, like the bottom of the ocean. That's why she held up the sky. But what would happen if I let the sky fall? She asked. Lucien seemed to ponder that for a long moment. Then the last of the dreams will stop and the world will have a nightmare, he said. So the girl in the dream held up the sky. Fear. Response 3.2. Slowly, Dr. Fate finished his chanting, the mystical symbols that had woven their way around the room slowly fading away, bleeding into the walls until they disappeared altogether. There, he said. It's done. This room should be shielded from any kind of remote viewing. Dr. Fate put careful emphasis on the last 2 words, reminding them of the limits and nature of the spell. The spell he'd put up would keep anyone from, say, seeing them if they were nearby, it just somehow interfere with attempts to view them at a distance, mystical or otherwise. How that worked or precisely what it did, Bruce had no idea, but it was Dr. Fate, so he just accepted it. Zatanna had already cast her own magic to hide them, meaning they were about as safe as they could feasibly get on short notice. Thank you, Nelson, Nabu, Bruce replied, before turning his head. He was still in his civilian guise, which made him uncomfortable, but was all the more reason for the defenses. That done, he turned to Wonder Woman, the de facto chairman under the circumstances, and made a request. Diana, would you mind if I took things from here? Please, she said. I'm afraid I haven't had a real chance to grasp exactly what was going on, as of yet. It's been a busy couple of days. There were murmurs of agreement throughout the Hall of Justice, though it might have been more accurate to say it had been a busy couple of years, and seemingly growing worse all the time. Ever since that day the skies had turned red. He pushed the thought from his mind and instead took a look around. Given the circumstances, he'd seen fit to summon the Justice League, as much of it as they could, past and present. It wasn't everyone, simply because it couldn't be, there would always be those who were too busy or wounded or, gone to answer such a call. But given the short notice, it was an impressive turnout. I wouldn't say I truly know myself, Bruce admitted after a long moment. This situation, I think, is too large for any of us to grasp alone, which is part of why I called you all here. But before we get into any of that, I'll start with the matter that hits closest to home. I'm sure many of you are already aware, but Superman and the Blue Beetle were both badly injured during a fight with a new threat, codenamed Doomsday. Both of them are currently comatose, though Blue Beetle is expected to make a relatively quick recovery, but due to his alien biology, Superman's present condition is unknown. A silence followed his words, uncomfortable to the point of being stifling. The implications of Superman being down were staggering to any of them. He was a friend and comrade to them all, someone who'd fought beside them at great length and through horrendous odds, until he was something that even they almost took for granted, even having seen some of the close calls. Perhaps inadvertently, they and the world had placed much of the weight on the shoulders of a single man, and what would be done in his absence was frightening to all of them. And if they let the news spread, then can anything be done? Firestorm asked after a long moment. Or, more likely, Martin Stein did. Not to sound flippant, particularly when the life of a friend might be at stake, but we have ways. I'd go so far as to say we have the technology. Are you talking about rebuilding him? Dr. Palmer asked. Because I don't know if that'd work out, Martin. Hopefully nothing so drastic though. If such a thing proves necessary, the case of one Victor Stone springs to mind. I simply mean that we have options and a large number of people who might be willing to use them for the sake of a friend. If our biggest concern is his alien biology, that's problematic for sure, but even so, not impossible to deal with. The Green Lanterns have encountered Kryptonians before, as I recall, and Superman has many friends on New Genesis. We can find a way. Indeed, Doctor, Bruce agreed. Under the circumstances, I'd say the issue is less one of finding a way to help Superman and more one of doing so quickly, before any of the wrong people learn of the situation or we face another emergency. To that end, Zatanna and I met with a potential magical healer. Who? Dr. Fate murmured to her under his breath. ASA, she replied. Dr. Fate returned, not seeming precisely pleased, but not objecting, either. Who might be able to help both Superman and Blue Beetle, and appeared to be open to negotiating a long-term contract, but who left us with some concerns. I was hoping some of you might be more familiar with the matter. In return for her services, she requested a house in Seattle known as the House of Secrets. I assume it's more than it seems, but that's where my knowledge of the matter ends. Several heroes frowned at that, looking as if they'd thought they'd heard of it before, but were abruptly unsure, but it was Dr. Fate who answered. The House of Secrets is something that exists in many places, including at least 2 different worlds. As its name implies, there are a great many hidden things that can be found within. By some accounts, every hidden thing. Then it's dangerous, Bruce replied, immediately on edge, but to his surprise, Dr. Fate only shrugged. Perhaps, so long as one does not draw the ire of its owner. If she delved too deep, it's unlikely to end well for her, but she could use it to hide, were something to be after her. Or if it strayed too far from home, she could return it to its owner in hopes of a favor. It's difficult to say without more information, but it's unlikely she could use the house itself much. Its secrets tend to keep themselves. Bruce nodded slowly, taking that into consideration. We'll continue to search for alternatives, but thank you, Dr. Fate. That was very helpful, Bruce said. Then, on to our main order of business. As I'm sure you've all noticed. The voice, 4 people said at once, clearly impatient to get to the actual point. Green Lantern, Green Arrow, The Flash, and Ralph Dibny glanced at each other and then back at him, though only Ralph continued talking. Yeah, Bruce, safe to say we all know what you mean. Instead of wasting time acknowledging the interruption or arguing over it, Bruce simply nodded and continued. Yes, the voice. Approximately 2 days ago a disembodied voice contacted a large number of people, seemingly without regard to nationality, geographic location, or perhaps even species. As of yet, precise details are unknown. I was contacted at 7:38 p.m. EST, but I cannot confirm or deny this as the voice's earliest appearance. At a guess, I would assume that it was not, given the sheer scope of its recorded actions so far. I don't know how many of you have had time to read the papers or watch international television, but already, new superheroes have been identified all over the world, several hundred of them, at a minimum, and perhaps already edging into the thousands. Zatanna, could you? Zatanna said a few words and copies of the papers in front of her flew through the air, distributing themselves in front of everyone. Many of the pages were in languages most of his companions couldn't read, but it was enough to give them a grasp of what was happening. Many of these groups are working, if not independent of, then at least outside the usual bounds of meta-humans in their respective areas. The People's Republic of China, for instance, has already decried the group known as the Stars of Destiny for refusal to submit to the government's authority, while several groups in the Middle East have already disregarded national borders several times. Nonetheless, these groups appear to be acting for at least what they perceive as their people's interests, rather than for purely selfish reasons, and so I'll hesitantly label these groups as superheroes, until more information can be obtained. However, their similar methodologies and times of occurrence imply something greater at work. You don't mean? Fire began, memories of the Dominators and their invasion fresh in everyone's minds. That it could be somehow creating meta-humans? Bruce asked. That's precisely what I mean. Or, at least, it's one of the main possibilities at present. We know from our clash with the Dominators and their alien alliance that an estimated 12% of all living humans contain a so-called metagene that can potentially activate and grant superhuman powers in response to extreme situations or stress. At Earth's present population, that implies well over 800 million people with the potential to develop superhuman abilities. Perhaps all those who've appeared were metahumans who'd existed already, perhaps these new heroes were created by the Voice through unknown and possibly varying means, or perhaps it was a mixture of the two. Regardless, it's hard to believe the timing was coincidental, much less their almost simultaneous emergences. Bruce paused for a moment to let that sink in, to let them grasp the sheer scale and the implications of it all. Since the recent re-emergence of metahumans, thousands of men and women with powers had appeared and changed the world, becoming almost more than they could handle. The idea that all of those thousands were but a small fraction of what could be awaiting them was intimidating, even for him. But, is it necessarily such a bad thing? Vixen asked, breaking the silence after a long moment. The paper in front of her was a printout of the news from Zambesi, her home country. Thus far, they're all heroes, are they not? I don't know about the rest of you, but I think we could use all the help we can get, especially in some of these places. It seems like an amazing gift, Oliver Queen agreed, looking her way. Only thing is, when someone buys me $1 million present, it kind of makes me wonder why. And this is, if anything, significantly larger than that, Bruce picked up from there. As of yet, the Voice's actions seem largely benevolent. However, its identity, methods, motives, and goals remain unknown, as does the extent of what it's been going, which is concerning, to say the least. But the reason I called this meeting was not, in and of itself, to declare the Voice a threat, but rather to get a greater grasp of its actions and determine if that's the case. Has anyone noticed anything they consider noteworthy? Part of Bruce expected another uncomfortable silence to follow, but Diana began to speak almost the moment he fell silent. As I was discussing with Captain Marvel earlier, the Greek and Roman gods recently received envoys, both from this Voice and from several other pantheons. Worried, I spoke to Athena directly and she mentioned being concerned herself, as a number of groups were moving unexpectedly. Several groups have requested tentative alliances and that they help present a united front, when most groups tend to avoid them if possible. Why? Ralph asked. She said it had to do with how many still remember Alexander's conquests and the Roman Empire, Diana replies. But she thought it important to remind me of the extent of the Mongol Empire, in this case, and said there's been more activity from the powers of East Asia than there has been in the last 100 years combined. Batman frowned, as that was an area he hadn't anticipated, though perhaps he should have. He still wasn't used to thinking about how such events might affect the supernatural side of things. Did she say anything else? He asked. Any details? Only that the Chinese gods have always been held in check by those around them, but that as of yet, there hasn't been the expected reply from the gods of India. They appear to be preoccupied with their own matters. The wizard said that he'd been approached as well, but that he'd chosen not to get any further involved, as of yet, Captain Marvel said. Something about speaking with the others, though he didn't say who. Dr. Fate hummed underneath his breath, but didn't speak up. Shall we assume, for the moment, that the Voice is a being independent of any one pantheon, then? Arthur Curry asked. If it is, indeed, mystical at all, it seems to treat with many groups. Whatever it is, I haven't received any word of it from any other planets in the sector, Hal spoke up. I went to check like you asked, Diana, and there's been no word off-world, yet. Whatever it is, it seemed Earth-based. Isn't it always? Hawkman asked. Do the Guardians know anything? Probably, Hal said. But if you're expecting them to tell me any of it, you're barking up the wrong tree. If I may, Aquaman said. I may also have something to report. There's been a stir in the outer colonies and several of the lost cities. I'm ashamed to admit it, but as of yet, I've been unable to determine the cause, but there's been word of several Atlanteans calling themselves the Sons of Atlan and wielding surprising power. What their intentions are, I do not know, but as you said, it seems unlikely to be coincidental. At the Oblivion Bar, there was some talk that the Voice might be related to the Lords of Order, Zatanna began. It seemed like it was just barroom talk, but, do you know anything, Nabu? They are not one of the Lords of Order, Dr. Fate said. Not are they one of their agents. However, I was told that they approached in a formal capacity and were offered what support they could spare, which at present means our current policy on Earth is to stalemate the Lords of Chaos as much as possible. That's good, isn't it? Black Canary asked. Perhaps, he replied, sounding uncertain. There is something Zaydna and I saw, Doctor, perhaps intentionally or perhaps by happenstance, but which I must admit I don't know enough to truly understand, Bruce said, drawing Fate's eye. John Constantine was with us at the Oblivion Bar at first, but apparently only to make introductions. After which, he quickly left with what I was left to believe was the actual Sandman. It was hard to tell, but beneath his helmet, Dr. Fate seemed surprised. Dream of the Endless? Dr. Fate wondered, though he sounded uncertain. Could it be? They left together, and John mentioned going to hell, too, Zaydna said. The way he said it, I think he meant it, too, but I couldn't stop him from leaving and... Dr. Fate actually appeared to hesitate at that. It could be unrelated, but something rather startling happened today. There was a mass transmigration of souls that drew quite a bit of attention. Between everything else, I wasn't able to determine the exact cause, just yet, but it certainly came from hell. Almost on cue, the doors to the hall's meeting room swung open, and revealed a familiar face. Perhaps I can shed some light on that, Jaeon said, the Martian manhunter carrying Bloodwind over a shoulder. I apologize for being late. Jaeon. Diana said, standing abruptly with a smile. We didn't expect you to come. Where have you been? I was being mind-controlled by the demon Rot, who forced me to disguise myself as Bloodwind while holding Bloodwind's soul hostage, he replied. That gave pretty much everyone in the hall pause, including Bruce. I, too, have had a long day. What? You? Diana began, seeming momentarily speechless, before shaking herself. Jaeon, are you okay? How did you escape? Is there anything I can do to help? Jaeon smiled. I thank you, Diana, but I am fine, at least for now. The demon Rot has been dealt with, at least temporarily. In truth, I am more concerned for Bloodwind than myself, and I wasn't sure where else to bring him, given the nature of his wounds. Bring him here, Jaeon, quickly, Zaydna said, having already conjured a bed off to the side of the table. The moment Jaeon placed him on the bed, she began casting spells too fast for Bruce to translate while also watching his recently controlled friend. After a moment, Zaydna swore, said a few more words, and was gone. A moment later, Jaeon collapsed in his own chair, looking exhausted. You were Dr. Fate began before cutting himself off abrupt, as if hearing something. I apologize, Jaeon, particularly after everything you've gone through, but, you said you knew what happened. I saw it, in a way. John Constantine and this voice freed the souls of all the children in hell, and saved me in the process. Then, they left under the protection of a very old god, who I knew on Mars as El Zoril. That sent more than mere murmurs throughout the hall, until it was difficult to hear anyone. But under the clamor, Bruce heard Dr. Fate's reaction. Then it truly is Dream of the Endless, Dr. Fate said, sounding concerned. Allow me a moment to confer with my colleagues, please. Then, he fell silent. In Fate's abrupt absence, Bruce wanted to question Jaeon himself about literally everything he'd just said, but... He glanced at Diana, who nodded back to him. Yes. Later. Even with the JLA, being mind-controlled to do a demon's being was reason enough to deserve a break. They'd all been there, and even if he was suspicious about whether the control might be lingering, there would be time for that later. So instead, he changed tracks, raising his voice to try and bring order back to the chaos. Before going any further regarding what it may have done, I propose we focus on the voice itself, in a standardized way means, motive, and opportunity. That is, how is it doing what it's doing, why is it doing what it's doing, and why is it doing it now instead of any other time? Has anyone learned any more regarding that? Well, regarding the how part, I noticed something weird, Flash said after the last of the voices quieted down. When it first contacted me, it kept, I guess, losing track of me, whenever I went too fast. It would just be for a second or two, but it was like my phone whenever I go for a run, just searching. But then that stopped happening, I think, or maybe it just got better at finding me, so I didn't bother mentioning it before. Oh, and by the way, Iris and Linda wanted to name the voice Hermes, but I talked them down from it, Diana. Diana gave him a thumbs up. I tried to block it with my ring when I came back to Earth, just to see if I could, but it went straight through like it was made of yellow, Hal added. It's not magic, I don't think. Or, at least, it's not just magic, Bruce offered, since most of their resident experts had left. I can't say anything for sure, but the magical community seemed as in the dark as anyone else, from what I saw. When Dr. Fate returns. I am here, he said, light returning to his shadowed eyes. Although I'm afraid we may have bigger concerns. Did you find something, Doctor? Diana asked. Unfortunately, no, I didn't have much of a chance to discuss the matter with anyone. But someone's found us, Fate said. The spells Zatanna and I put up are being penetrated quickly. If you wish to continue this discussion in private, I'd have to recommend another venue. Is it the voice? Bruce asked, filing all of that away. That seems most likely, yes. At a guess, she'll be through in a matter of minutes. So magical defenses would not work for long, then. So be it. Then I suppose we'll have to hurry things up, Bruce said. We can learn more over time, compile what we know, and prepare accordingly, but for the time being, I suppose what really matters is this: do we trust it? Knowing only what we do right now, with everything that's happened, do we treat this new unknown as a potential threat or as a possible ally? In all likelihood, people will be looking to us for our response to the voice, and whatever we do could set a precedent. For me, there are still too many unknowns to put my faith in anything, but I don't think any of you expected me to trust it so easily. For the purposes of this vote, as acting chairman, I'll abstain. What of the rest of you? I am, of course, biased, Jaeon said at once. And more than a touch ignorant of the situation still. I will even acknowledge the possibility that due to recent mind control I suffered, I'm not entirely in my right mind, either. But in my eyes, any being that saves the souls of children from hell, and is willing to make a stop to save another while so preoccupied, deserves at least the benefit of the doubt. Gotta agree with here, the Flash said next, always quick to decide. I'm not saying a disembodied voice bossing people around isn't suspicious. It's gruesomely suspicious. But not as gruesome as Metropolis would have been if it hadn't sent up the alarm and evacuated everyone. I'm willing to at least wait and see, given that. Vixen looked down at the page in front of her and then glanced at Fire, probably remembering the gene bomb. Making heroes like this, or getting so many of them to step up, it's suspicious, sure, but the world could use more heroes and all the help it can get besides, she said. It's been a hell of a year and it looks like it's gonna get worse before it gets better. If it's here to help, I'm will not to critique this particular horse's dental work just yet. More followed. Some thought it too suspicious to trust in, so soon after so many near disasters. Others abstained for lack of information, like Bruce had. But the majority. That's it then, Bruce said. For the time being, we will operate under the assumption that the voice is, if not trustworthy, at least not hostile, and treat it as a tentative ally. That being the case, let's see what it wants. Dr. Fate, if you would. Fate gestured and. Emergency announcement, the supervillain known Dr. Destiny has escaped and reacquired the object known as the Materiopticon from a storage facility north of Gotham City, the voice said, mental volume higher than normal and accompanied by a sound like an alarm. Subject is extremely dangerous and is currently the highest level emergency. Global threat, all available heroes, please respond. Several people swore almost immediately, though whether because of the unexpected noise or their knowledge of the threat, he didn't know and didn't really care. He barely kept himself from reacting that way, truthfully, because how could he have overlooked this? He knew full well that all of Arkham's inmates had escaped, but he'd been so preoccupied by the more immediate threats, he'd forgotten some of the other madmen stored away in its bowels. And this might just have been the maddest of them all. Dr. Destiny was a villain that is, the entire Justice League faced several times, and it was never exactly pretty. Last time, he'd twisted reality into knots to turn the world against them, and even after they'd defeated the evil versions of themselves, stopping him had taken drastic measures. They'd thought that to be the end of it, but if he'd returned. What's the current situation? He demanded quickly, ignoring the murmurs in the room as those who'd been there told those who hadn't exactly why this was so bad. For the time being, Dr. Destiny's ability to alter and replace reality has been successfully neutralized. His ability to affect dreams and mental states remains but is being partially mitigated. However, the possibility of worldwide chaos remains high. The voice replied, with no particular emotion despite the volume of the sound. Even so, if the worst of Dr. Destiny's power had been blunted, that well, first of all, it had a wide breadth of implications that were more than a bit concerning in their own right. But here and now, it was a godsend, if it was true. Dr. Destiny appears to be passive in his efforts at the moment, and is likely to remain as such for a time. Using this time to prepare countermeasures is recommended. Further mitigation of the chaos may be possible. The image of a sphere, no, a stack of spheres, overlapping and intertwining as they twisted in and out of one another without occupying any more space, appeared above the table in the hall, itself overlapping with an image of Earth. Coordinates were noted upon the sphere, but strangely, with too many numbers. What the hell am I looking at? Someone whispered, sounding baffled. I see, Dr. Fate said instead, standing and leaning closer to the image. He gestured and it broke apart into what Bruce assumed were magical symbols. He let them float before his fingers for a moment, considering them carefully. So it truly is the Dream Lord's gem. Did you see this coming? No. Dream's defeat could not be foreseen. It said. No, I suppose not, Dr. Fate said with a heavy sigh. This won't stop it completely, but, yes, it could blunt the worst of it. If we had enough power for it. Whatever came next must have been meant for Fate's ears alone. Perhaps, he said. Dr. Fate then looked over the hall and pointed at the sphere. It's, simply put, it's an advanced magic circle. We'll need magic users at these specific points, at these specific times, like you might find 5 mages at the points of a pentagram. For the time being, the areas themselves will need to be secured, as well, but perhaps the larger issue is of who and what might take advantage of the chaos to come. I'd explain more, but, we need more mages. Ask the voice for the rest. Whoa, so then, what? Wally said. We're gonna lock him in a circle and beat the crap out of him? Is that the plan? Dr. Fate looked at the flash for a long moment and then shrugged. More or less, he said, and then was gone in a flash of his own. Jaeon, Bruce heard Diana murmur at the same time. Perhaps you should sit this one out and... No, Diana. Unfortunately, I do not think anyone will be resting until we are through, Jaeon replied. Come, my friends, it appears it's time to save the world again. Someone in the hall took a deep breath and sighed. It might have been him. Fear. Response 3.3. She sat in the topmost room of the old house. There were bars on the windows, though they weren't what kept her caged, and the room was dark. There were no lights, though light shined in through the glass during the day and clearer nights, but she almost wished they didn't. Seeing the outside gave her no comfort, and hadn't in many years. Whether it was day or night, clear skies or rain, winter or spring, she was trapped and alone, apart from the worst times. Though perhaps that had changed, recently. Now, quietly, a spider wove its web in the corner and the man did not come. Once, the spider had, or perhaps, it had not. Either way, for the first time in a long while, she spoke. I was a muse, she said to the spider. Before I was trapped here. I mean I'm still a muse, of course, but oh only. Her voice shook and then broke. It was, a long time ago, she said after a pause. In Helicon. I don't know how long, exactly, I counted the days once, but then I lost track. And when I realized it would never end, I stopped entirely. But I was, his. Erasmus Fry was his name, he bound me with moly and burnt my scroll and then he had me. And then he had me, however he chose, until he said he would free me, when it was done, before he died. But instead, he just gave me away, to this one. Richard Maddock. And he won't free me either. Now or ever. I begged my mothers, but they said I was, are rightfully bound, I cannot go free, unless he lets me go. And to him, I'm just... Her voice broke again and she felt the tears fall, the feeling long since familiar. She wondered, for a moment, if there would be a reply. Words of comfort or condolence or pity. But for a long minute, there was nothing, as the spider just continued its work, heedless of her. And then... Erasmus Fry is dead, the spider said. It did not sound like a reassurance, as the spider said it, and perhaps it wasn't. Calliope closed her eyes, expecting to feel something. Satisfaction, perhaps, even joy. But there was nothing. She was, after all, still trapped here. Oh, she said as the minutes ticked by. More just to say something than anything else. How? Suicide, the spider noted, uncaring. He threw himself from the topmost window of his house. That was slightly more interesting. Why? She asked, unable to stop herself from being a touch surprised. To escape, perhaps, the spider said, perhaps feeling talkative now. Though where he believed he was escaping to is questionable. His soul is most likely in some manner of hell, now. There was neither sympathy, nor anything resembling guilt in the spider's voice, it merely seemed to consider the topic of some note, worthy of idle conversation. Calliope, too, could not bring herself to care, and so her reply was without judgment or indignation of any kind, merely an effort to keep the discussion from falling into an uncomfortable silence. She had, after all, had literal decades of uncomfortable silence. I see, she said. Were you the one who killed him, then? It had not been my intention to kill him, the spider said, voice flat and without emotion, as perhaps should be expected of a spider, though the words were, perhaps, considering, as if the event was worth remembering. It was merely unexpected proof of the hypothesis. This time, however, I will be more careful, so as not to prematurely end the procedure. She considered that for a long moment, before asking. What did his death prove? She asked. That sometimes, the idea of something is more dangerous than the thing itself, the spider said, continuing to weave her threads of gold. More dangerous even, perhaps, than nothing at all. The web stretched across the corner of the room, its ends not so much sticking to the walls as slipping into them, growing like veins beneath the house's skin. Calliope wasn't sure how far the veins spread or to what purpose, but there was a feeling beneath her feet, or a not feeling, like the lack of a heartbeat in a human chest. There was magic in that web, a power she did not recognize, but which made her think of Arachne and tapestries, with words that meant more than what they seemed. In what little she could see of the web, the spider wove magic into words. Yesterday, upon the stair. XXXXXX. In the man's dreams, he stands at the feet of a giant, and all his fears come true. In the distance, toes that are only vaguely distinct from mountains rise into ankle cloaked in clouds, themselves rising into something far, far out of sight. But before him, his dreams were as bad as he could possibly imagine. There were twisted things, monsters of every stripe and description, from men whose faces were removed and skulls hollowed out to make room for something else's mouths to beast made of the screams of those it had killed. Before him marched a parade of awful things, a host of blasphemies meant to haunt his dreams, but the blasphemies merely looked at him and left, migrating, like so many other things, towards the mountainous feet and leaving his dreams behind. All the terrors he could imagine simply left him behind. And what he woke to was far, far worse. When he came to, he was lying on the floor of his sitting room, hiding underneath his desk in terror. The moment he was conscious, he stilled his breathing and listened fearfully, pointlessly. There wasn't a sound. There never was. But there was something in the house. He couldn't see it and it didn't make any noise, but it was there, waiting for him to make a mistake. One wrong move and it would come slouching down the stairs, everything he ever feared and worse. He could feel it there, watching him. He had to escape. Waiting 1 minute, 2, until he was sure that the thing was somewhere else, he scrambled for the door, desperate to escape, to make it out alive. He unlocked the front door quickly, swung it open. It came up behind him, inches from his neck. When he came to, he was lying on the floor of his sitting room, hiding underneath his desk in terror. He went for the window, opening it up so he could climb out and escape, but there it was, waiting around the corner of the house, just out of sight. When he came to, he was lying on the floor of his sitting room, hiding underneath his desk in terror. He crawled across the floor, desperate to remain out of sight of the monster that considered him a toy, and eventually made it to the phone. With shaking, desperate hands, he dialed a number. Another number. This time, he calls a friend? Someone he'd known, once, but he barely seemed to know anyone these days. Had he had a daughter? Had he had a family once? If he had, it didn't seem like it, anymore. For almost as long as he remembered, it had been him and the monster and the muse. Felix, he whispers after the phone finishes ringing and someone picks up. Felix, it's me, Richard Maddock. Remember me? I need your help, man. You have to get me out of here, there's something in my house. The other end of the line was silent. There was no sound of movement. No sound of breathing. But there was something there, listening. Waiting. He nearly screams. He nearly cries. He hangs up. When he came to, he was lying on the floor of his sitting room, hiding underneath his desk in terror. How long had it been? Between the fits of terror and bouts of unconsciousness? He tried to escape, but he never could, and whenever he tried, it would stop him. And he would wake up again, here. Always, always here. On unsteady, shaking legs, he stumbled towards the door, and looked into the mirror in the hall. He saw wrinkles on his face. Grey in his hair. He looked like he'd aged years, and he wasn't sure if he should be surprised because it had been so long or only that long. And yet, how could he possibly have survived this long? Why did he survive this long? Why didn't it just? He broke down crying again, already knowing the truth. He couldn't leave. The only way out was death, but he didn't even have the power to take his own life. Even that was beyond him, out of his control. He wouldn't be found and he wouldn't be saved, because there was no one else. No one but the monster and the girl upstairs. The thought stuck with him. If he couldn't reach anyone else, but could he make it to the room? The thing might be up there, but he thought, perhaps, that it had moved. Slowly, he moved into the hall, eyes darting around fearfully for any sign of its approach, before creeping up the stairs to the topmost room. He didn't knock, but instead pressed himself as close to the doorway as possible. Calliope, he whispered. Are you there? Even pressed to the door and holding his breath, he heard nothing for a long moment and then, the sound of movement. She was there. Not listening to him, but there, and he was still her master. Come out, he commanded. Open the door quietly. I need you to do something for me. More movement. The doorknob even rattled, once. But then, nothing. No, he hissed, and reached for the door, trying to open it, but it was locked from the outside, of course. He scrambled for his keys and tried to unlock it from the outside, but none of them could open the door. Had it stolen his keys? He looked behind him. Nothing was on the stairs. Bitch! He snarled, voice higher pitched than he'd have licked. Let me in. If you don't, I'll. He looked behind him. Absolutely nothing was on the stairs. Let me in. You have to let me in. He demanded, voice growing more and more panicked. Please. Nothing was around him and nothing drew nearer. He shook and then fell to his knees, something within him breaking. Please, he sobbed in front of the door, begging for mercy. It wasn't me. It was Erasmus, what I did was just. I was going to let you go. I'm going to let you go. Okay? Just save me, and I'll set you free. You can leave. Just make it go away. At last, something changed. The doorknob turned, the door opened, and there was nothing there. And there was nowhere to escape. XXXXXX. It is done, the spider said, before the silence could go on too long. Calliope started from her momentary reverie, shaken from her memories of bygone days by the slow, drawn-out creak of the opening door. There was no one on the other side, and yet. She looked down, and she was clothed. She willed it, and decades of grime and weariness and pain and fear slipped away, at least from her physical form. Once more, she composed herself as befit a muse, hollow though the thought now felt. A moment later, she stood at the top of the stairs, looking down at a shaking, horrified man, cowering beneath his desk. She looked at him and even still, felt no satisfaction from his pain, but she was free, and that itself made her feel something akin to joy. But mostly, she just felt tired. Unsteady and uncertain, heart crying out for her to act and yet too exhausted to bother, she slowly took her seat at the top of the stair and watched the man who tormented her so. Beside her, a spider crawled down the railing. It's done, Calliope confirmed at last. It's over. Thank you. The spider looked at her, perhaps, everything from its spindly limbs to its orb-like eyes pure yellow. Perhaps it took some satisfaction from this matter, perhaps it did not. What does he see? She asked at last, when it did not speak. Why did he, how did you make him release me? Something he cannot run from or overcome or escape, the spider said again. Nothing. He swore to free you, if you helped him escape, and, indeed, now there is nothing pursuing him and nothing to be afraid of. The words were flat and empty. He. Calliope began before looking down. She remembered the years of pain, humiliation, and indignity. And yet, she said what she felt. I think you should let him go. He freed me, in the end, in both what bound me and what set me free. Playing with technicalities can be dangerous where magic is concerned, and I. She stopped, unsure and unable to continue. It means nothing to me, the spider said after a moment, though whether that was an acceptance or a dismissal of her words, she did not know. I merely shaped the madness that was already being inflicted upon him. One way or another, it will not last the day, and someone will come to collect him shortly. He will be tried and then imprisoned or killed, it makes no real difference, in the end. I care only about what you will do now. Calliope considered that, having never thought past when she might be free again. A part of her had never truly expected it to happen. But now that it had. I don't know, she admitted in a whisper. The age of gods is over. My age. The days are gone where my sisters and I were needed and our music moved in mortal souls. I'm just an old idea that few remember, perhaps to their minds I should return. What do you think? For a long moment, the spider was silent, but when it spoke, its tone was, perhaps, dismissive. Times and people change, it said. This is not the world you remember. Perhaps you belong here, perhaps not. Go or stay as you prefer. Once again, Calliope wasn't sure if that was meant to be reassuring. It seemed more like the spider had considered the question briefly and then dismissed it as irrelevant. Even so, she was thankful for what the spider had done for her, where no one else had. Maybe you're right. It has been a long, long time. I think I would like to go outside. The spider looked at her, acknowledging the words and little more, and so Calliope left her prison, walking down a hall that gave way to fields of grass and then city streets, the night giving way quickly to light. Firelight. Her first impression of the world she was released back into was startling, to say the least. In the cities in first Londinium, then Rome, and then Athens beyond it fires burned. Madmen and monsters raged through the streets, like the world had gone mad. Sometimes, those monsters were humans, with inhuman things burning behind their eyes, but sometimes they were older things, false forms and years of false humanity falling away to reveal baser, older things. And the world suffered the brunt of it, as she fled quickly across the continent. It suffered across the world and beyond it, all the way to her ancient home in Greece, and she did not understand. What is this? She breathed, standing atop the tallest tower in Greece, now a thing of glass and steel. In the city below, a cyclops raged and ran, as if trying to escape something, and a two-headed beast howled mournfully of old sorrows. The flesh fell away from an old soldier as he fought through the terror of battles long since past, and a man flew through the sky, pushed cackling to the brink. But more, perhaps, than even that, there was a taste in the air, acrid and sweet at the same time, and most of all, familiar. Oneiro's dream of the endless has been incapacitated, the spider now, except it, she, was not there. Perhaps she never was, or perhaps, instead, she was simply nothing. A criminal now makes use of his stolen gem and a small portion of the world is experiencing an extreme reaction. The result of past experiences, already dangerous mental states, and vulnerable natures, perhaps. Calliope hardly heard the words, blanching in terror. At first, because of her once lover's name, but then because of the dawning implications. She knew, better than almost anyone, what power he had, and the risks of that power in the wrong hands. Now that she was paying attention, she could feel it against her, not just her skin, but herself, reaching into the minds of mankind and stories and dreams, and all that she was. She shivered. She could feel it enough to understand how it subtly twisted and turned. It would have been easy to go along with it unknowing, to simply follow her nature without realizing how it had been changed, until she left behind inspiring stories and inspired something altogether different. And yet, just barely, it was held at bay, like she was hiding in the shadow of a tree on a hot summer's day. It was a meager thing, a slight shifting of the weight, but even that slight easing came as a relief in the heat and she turned away from it. You speak of it so lightly, Calliope said, feeling almost ill. This madness, it's horrifying. The numbers of the affected are within acceptable, under the circumstances, and are being addressed, the spider dismissed. Observe. A flash of red ran through the streets of Athens, the mad and the lost vanishing from where he'd been. He moved like Hermes, swifter than the wind, swifter than thought, and then was out of sight, running off into the distance. On his heels, however, others came, to resolve the problems he could not or which, possibly, would have taken too much time. The foremost among them were women of startling beauty, statuesque in ways that reminded her of Galatea, of pillars of beauty brought to life, and yet they struck like the heroes of old and the gods above. One snatched up Orthrus, speaking to the hound, and calming its ragings, even as a man in red flew by. What is this? She breathed again, but this time received no answer. Instead, the spider surprised her. They were gone, weren't they? Go see your son, Calliope of the Muses, she said. He would know you are safe. Orpheus, she asked, fear mixing abruptly with longing and confusion. Why? What's happened to him? It's been so long, has he? But the voice had already left her, dismissing her once more. Calliope watched the battle from out of a forgotten age for another long minute, felt the madness in the air and wondered if it had poisoned her already, but then she turned away and ran again. Across the country, across the sea, to an island and a pedestal and her son, and once again, she was surprised. Because when their eyes met, she saw the relief on her son's face. The joy. The too slowly hidden concern, the rage he buried away at the sight of her, the life and love and hope. And then her son rose from his spot, his too pale skin giving way beneath his neck to shining steel, like one of Hephaestus' machines. His movements were Yankee, perhaps due to the nature of the limbs, or perhaps through only distantly remembered use for such things, but he stood. He walked. He ran to her and embraced her and smiled and cried. Mother, Orpheus said, the sun shining on polished skin. Mother, it's been so long. I wished I wanted to save you. I was going to come for you, as soon as I could, but I heard she said you were safe. I'd only just begun to walk again, but... Enough, Calliope said, only then realizing she was crying. How long had it even been, since she'd been touched with kindness? That's enough. Oh, gods above, Orpheus, my son. It's you. Thank you, Orpheus whispered, kissing her hair. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There was no answer, but Calliope felt she knew to whom he spoke, even if she didn't understand. Orpheus, how can this be? She asked, reluctantly pulling her thoughts together and pushing him away. You're, and the world. What's happened here? I don't understand. Last time I saw you, you were only a head. It was a recent change, he replied, somehow brushing off the fact that the Furies had torn him apart and left him as a disembodied head that, by virtue of disembodiment, had been without a body. But there will be time for that later. Mother, father, I saw him hurt. His gem, she replied, still in a daze. Today had been one impossible thing after another. It was stolen, somehow, but I don't. He was captured, mother, Orpheus said gravely. Like you. And his captors robbed him and stripped him of his possessions. He went to reclaim them, but the gem, it was a trick and a trap. And now a madman wields his power. Is he? She began, before pausing, unsure. It had been so long ago that they had parted ways, and it had been on rather horrible terms. She had not been sure, then, if she cared for him at all anymore, but it had been a long, long century, and she'd had time to think. Will he be okay? He's in danger, Mother, Orpheus said. I can see it, he'll awaken within the day, but when he does, he will fight for his life. Before that happens, I must go to him. Calliope wanted to ask him how he could say such a thing. After his father had left him, all those years ago, not to die, but to live without ending, and refused to see him, even in his dreams. How could he wish to run to his side, to help him? And yet... But before she could give those thoughts voice, they were interrupted. Time frame acknowledged, the spider said, and then seemed to dismiss them utterly once more, leaving as if it had what it came for. What? She asked, looking at the sky, while Orpheus hardly seemed to notice. She is kind and generous, but somewhat odd, he said. Do not take it as a slight. But Mother, please, I must know. How far away is America? Fear. Response 3.4. To their credit, it didn't take the League long to begin to organize a response to the sudden emergency, if only because sudden emergencies really didn't seem all that sudden anymore. It was easy to gain experience when you dealt with something constantly, after all, even if that experience was just in how to deal with things you had no experience with. But even for them, something like this was large. Too large for them to handle alone. Luckily, they weren't. Commissioner Gordon, Bruce greeted, taking care with his tone. He was a polite, concerned, and most of all tired billionaire who nonetheless wanted to look after his city, not a superhero. Hopefully, any slips he made beyond that would be covered by the fact that he was speaking through a phone. How go the relief efforts? Is there anything else I can do to help? Not right now, Gordon said gruffly, his own voice about 2 days past exhausted. A moment later, however, he seemed to catch himself. Mr. Wayne, I can't thank you enough for this, truly. This is going to save a lot of lives and we couldn't do it without you. I just hope it's enough, Commissioner, he replied, not even having to fake his concern, just to stop hiding it. But I know you're busy, if there's anything, don't hesitate to ask. Mr. Wayne, Jim said before catching himself again. Bruce. I won't, but it's gonna be all right here. The Justice League are already on it and that voice they're doing good work. They'll get this done, you'll see. I'll keep a phone by me, just in case. Roger that. Just take care of yourself, Bruce. The call hung up and Bruce put down the phone, looking at it. Maybe they were just pretty words, maybe they weren't, but even if they were, maybe that was enough. Right now, what they needed more than anything else was to keep people calm. Easier said than done, granted, but they were making more headway than he could possibly have expected. A lot of that was thanks, admittedly, to the voice. It had built some machines? Cast a spell? It had done something, and now there were a number of yellow orbs floating above the country. What they were, exactly, he didn't know, but they were somehow intercepting and rerouting calls. But the rest was thanks to the people who were willing to help. That is, the Justice League as a whole had gotten permission from the government to do that for one specific reason: emergency responders were swamped beyond all hope and hold times were abysmal. Which was inevitable and understandable, but also the absolute last thing they needed right now. When people called and no one answered, they panicked, and when people started to panic, they became more susceptible to what Dr. Destiny was doing. If there was one thing he'd learned over the years, is that different emergencies required different solutions, and right now they were dealing with weaponized madness. So they countered it with calm. And the first step of doing that was to make sure that people would answer. The voice, whatever it was and whatever it was doing, seemed more than up to the task of locating people in danger and routing responders accordingly, but before they got there, they needed someone who could talk to them, keep them calm, before they became part of the problem. That's where the people came in. It had started with Wayne Enterprises help desk, but now a steadily rising number of businesses large and small volunteering their support, in addition to several thousand other volunteers. People would call 911 and they'd receive the message. They'd ask the voice to pre-record, mostly, words from the Justice League itself, asking people to hang in there and telling them what was happening, before transferring the call to someone available. Someone who could stay on the phone, talk to people who were hurt or seeing things or in a panic and tell them it was going to be all right and help keep them calm, even if it just meant talking about the weather or a sports game or reading something to them. Because of that, they were managing, just barely, to keep up with the volume of calls. Just the calls, sadly, even with an estimated 84% of the emergency responders in the country already deployed, they were swamped beyond words, but it was a start. And it gave them a bit of leeway, however small, to deal with the problem without it simply becoming worse and worse. It'd have to be enough. Bruce, said Zatanna, appearing with a pop. She was sweating heavily, her usually immaculate clothing dirty, wet, and torn. It was the type of thing she could have fixed with a few words, and so the fact that she hadn't was telling. Sorry to make you wait, but it's done. Arkham Asylum, Belle Reve, Iron Heights, and Strikers Island are locked up with the best spells I could manage on short notice. It won't last more than a couple days, but it should help at least a little. Thank you, Zaydana, Bruce said, and meant it, even as he felt concerned. Are you going to be all right? The next point. I'm not up again for an hour or so, Zaydana cut off. I'll manage. Bruce didn't reply to that, simply accepting her words. This was another thing that would just have to be enough. With what Dr. Destiny was doing and the type of people that were most vulnerable to it, they couldn't afford to not do something about their own villains. If they didn't, they'd most likely rampage, one way or another. And with everything else that was going on already, they just couldn't afford that. The others? He asked. Coming back from the first lap, she replied. I saw Flash for a second at Iron Heights, but he had to go. He'll be here, Bruce said confidently, hiding any concern he felt for Barry's former sidekick. As the one most capable of covering ground in an emergency, he also had one of the biggest workloads. He was worried he might run himself ragged. Putting Wally out of his mind, he refocused on the screen in front of him. I'm almost done, he said belatedly, typing quickly. Since everyone else had needed to go at once to at least check on their cities and loved ones and see what they could do about the initial chaos, it fell to him and Barbara to put together a longer-term plan of action. On any other night, he might have been out there, putting a stop to the rising chaos in Gotham, but since he was injured, this was the best course of action for him. His friends, he knew, would cover for him here. He told himself that very firmly. But getting a system in place to help keep people as calm as possible was only the start. A voice on a phone, after all, would only help so much if buildings were on fire or giant monsters were rampaging. The police, ambulances, fire trucks, National Guard, military, and those like them could handle a great deal if they were properly coordinated, which they thankfully were, but there were things that would require superheroics. Even so, having reduced millions of problems to merely thousands, or perhaps even mere hundreds, was undeniably a godsend. The lines in Gotham are up and running, he continued after a moment, absently remembering that Zaydana found prolonged silences uncomfortable. Metropolis is trying its best to follow suit, but it's having trouble, because of the destruction Doomsday caused. Is Supergirl and, here Zaydana paused to carefully keep herself from making a face. Luthor's Son are doing their best to keep things under control and it's going as well as it possible could, I guess, but they'll need help and quick. Doomsday took 2 hospitals down and filled up a few more even with everything that happened, and I think he wrecked the police headquarters, too. Last I saw, someone had swung by to help set up a temp center, but I didn't have time to do anything. I checked to make sure no monsters were rampaging through the town and moved on. She sounded disappointed by that fact and Bruce empathized. The Justice League saved the world so often, it would have been easy to forget that countries are made up of individuals, just as big problems are made up of little ones, which was why they never allowed themselves to. None of which changed the fact that when the voice had calmly declared that there were too many problems for them to deal with and a need to foist them off on someone else, none of them could argue. When Zaydana talked about monsters, after all, she wasn't kidding. My apologies for being late, Diana said, walking into the room with mussed hair but no other signs of exertion, for all that she'd done several heroes' share. Under the circumstances, it seemed wise to stop by Greece, but it took more time than I thought. I hadn't known that Orthrus was still alive, or still mourned his master, nor that Eats was still tormented by his family. Regardless, it seemed unwise to let them rampage, whatever their grief, and they were going to hurt people and themselves. It took longer to deal with than I expected. It was, admittedly, easy to forget that Diana could talk to animals. Or that she was made by the Greek gods. That was, the 2-headed dog and Circe's brother, right? Zaydana muttered. Good grief, problems are coming out of the woodwork. Diana pursed her lips and inclined her head slightly, acknowledging that fact and seeming personally upset by it. John D. still goes free. She all but demanded, no doubt having seen what his actions inflicted on all too many people, the madness and pain he dredged up from their nightmares. Some of them were villains, but many more were those none of them wanted to fight. A perimeter's been established around his location, Bruce replied, just as unsatisfied and even more powerless to do anything about it. The good news is that his location is relatively remote, and it was easy to block it off and redirect the roads around it. The bad news is that anyone who looks at the bar or comes too close to it seems to grow fascinated by it. Several civilians that were driving by have already wandered in, because several of the guards left their posts, suddenly driven to stop D. But once they're inside the diner, Wonder Woman's knuckles cracked. Bruce didn't bother pretending not to empathize. Currently, the guards of the area have no idea what they're dealing with, Bruce continued, also not allowing that into the equation and sticking to the facts. Captain Atom destroyed several of the roads in and out and they just think they're blocking it off. It seems to be enough right now, but several have already shown an almost obsessive need for coffee and a seeming familiarity with the diner nearby. All of them have needed to be incapacitated. And for a long moment, Diana stared at him in shock. That's dangerous, she said quietly. For everyone, but especially for them. That it's mad. I'm with Diana, Aquaman said, slowly dragging himself in after her. Unlike the Amazon princess, the king of Atlantis was worse for wear, his right arm badly blistered as if by boiling water, and he had a barely healed cut running from the corner of his eye down to his lip. They all had things to worry about, undoubtedly, but though it was hard to remember at times, Arthur was the king of most of the planet. He had far more than his share of responsibilities to handle. And more than anything, this cannot be allowed to continue. Bruce, if you could see the things he's stirring up, even if letting people get near him is dangerous, there are other ways. Machines, magic, whatever. We need to cut this off at the source. Many in the government have suggested the same, Bruce said slowly, admittedly having considered it heavily himself. But as of yet, they've done nothing. They've said it's too dangerous, there are too many unknowns, the risk is too great if it fails, they're scared. They're paranoid, Aquaman said bluntly, before understanding and furrowing his brow. But is it normal or because of D? Is that question normal or because of D? Bruce replied before shaking his head. They have doubts, perhaps with reason or perhaps without. But every time I think of a plan, I start thinking of how it could go wrong. D senses the attack and escapes into a dream world to become an even greater threat, or he notices the assault and counterattacks, driving world leaders and heroes mad. 100 variations on that, but one way or another, I doubt. I keep hesitating, and perhaps that's because last time we fought John D, he rewrote the world in his image, but perhaps it's not. Or perhaps your hesitation is reasonable, and your need to act is what betrays you, Jaeon said, floating through the walls of the room. Is that what you wish to say, Bruce? Yes, he admitted bluntly, as one by one, others began to arrive. He paused for a moment, to give them time to gather, but also to give himself time to wonder and doubt again. What do you think, Jaeon? Is it human nature or enemy action? Jaeon took a deep breath and sighed. I cannot say, he replied. Or perhaps it's simply that with D's power, there is no great difference. I am sorry. So, Wally said a moment later, and Bruce was surprised and concerned to realize that the fastest man alive was breathing hard and sweating through his suit. We might all be compromised, basically. That's a lovely thought. I hope you're not expecting any of us to give up, though. At that, Bruce actually had to smile. He saw the surprise on several people's faces. I'm not, he said. Because it doesn't change anything. Whether his power is getting to us or we're just afraid of what might happen, what will happen is this: we're going to stop him. The risks are there, but that's why we stick to the plan, just in case, because when we attack, there's no telling what he might do to the world. We stop that ahead of time, as much as we can, and then we hit him with everything we've got. I've already contacted the Justice Society and Teen Titans, if anyone else wants to call in favors, now's the time. Way ahead of you, Hal said. Ha, Wally laughed, as if in agreement. Jay and I met up in New Mexico and I swung by to talk to Nightwing for a bit. Great minds think alike, hey. My sisters have agreed to join the fight, should the time come, Diana said. And Orthrus and eats with them. Quickly, others followed, because all of them knew what was at stake and none of them would let it stop them. Bruce wouldn't be surprised if an army showed up to dance with John D, when the time came. It practically went without saying. Already, thousands of people were doing their best to tell those in need that it would be all right. Now they were going to make things be all right. Then let's get to work, Bruce said, smoothly interrupting the developing game of heroic one-upmanship that was developing over who was going to bring the most aliens, magical warriors, and scientific heroes along with them. Because we've got it cut out for us. When don't we? Green Arrow asked, slouching casually against the wall even as he watched things develop with tired eyes. There's no rest for the wicked, just because they know that if they do, we'll outwork them. Bruce ignored that utterly, refusing to get further off track. I don't need to tell any of you that there are problems, he said. But some of those problems are larger than others, and cannot wait until the circle goes up. Some can't wait much longer, period. Saying that, he brought up the maps he'd spent the last hour cobbling together as fast as he could, from satellite images and news reports, highlighting areas of import as he found them. The first issue is obvious, and I'm sure you've all noticed it, he said. Whatever D is doing, it's stirring old things from their sleep. It seems to have an alarmingly powerful effect on these beings, though why, we are not yet entirely sure. Monsters. Spirit. Gods. Demons. You can say it, Bruce, Zatanna muttered, and he gave her an arch look in reply. Indeed, he said, instead of using those words. What appears to be the case, however, is that it has an increased effect on areas populated by older cultures, perhaps because of some connection between these creatures and legends or beliefs, or because of another connection. While a number of such beings have appeared here in America, it's incomparable to the reports of sightings in Asia, Europe, and other parts of the world. The legends are here, but they're... Captain Marvel chimed in before pausing to consider. Younger. Less entrenched. It was already past their age when this country was founded and the things that came before it haven't yet awoken. It's harder, because of how much is gone. That sounded ominous, Bruce noted. But was good to know. Whatever the case, there's been an enormous upswing in their activity, and something needs to be done to at least rein them in. Most of them appear to be, essentially, normal people or civilians, I should say. We need to stop them and calm them down the saw we do everyone else. But some are, dangerous, and perhaps not just because of John D. There's been reports of what appears to be a kitsune in Korea. If it's a fox spirit in Korea, it's probably a kumiho, Marvel supplied again, and Bruce eyed him. Trust me, they aren't the same. A kumiho, he corrected. In Korea, who has been, feeding on people and making them feed upon each other, just as an example. We'll need to differentiate between the panicked and the malicious, the same as any other emergency, just with a slightly different crowd. This will be important, in certain areas, as we have to deal with the more, political issues around the world. Oh, God, Captain Adam asked, the soldier closing his eyes. What's happened? Bruce pressed a button on a keyboard and the image on the grand screen changed. He watched his friends and fellows react and didn't look himself. He'd viewed it all before in great detail, to parse whatever he could from it, to face it, and to understand the necessity of his work, even bound to a wheelchair as he was. Having gotten all that already, he felt no need to look again, much less any desire. In some of the less fortunate parts of the world, Dee's madness has caused fear, pain, and rage to spiral out of control. 9 countries, that we know of, are already experiencing riots because of it, and I can only hope it's that same uncontrolled madness that's causing their governments to attack them, not the people in charge of them. But whatever the case, they need to be stopped. He pressed the button again. Similarly, this mess is causing places that were on edge to spill over. In the Middle East, tensions high, to say the least, and if nothing is done, I fear we might have a war on our hands. The situation with Bialya isn't helping, and many other countries are beginning to try, where before they were content to test. China, Russia, others. Even, in some places, America. That brought silence to the hall again. We. Black Canary began and then frowned as if the words were unpleasant. We can't police the world, Bruce. Even if we could stop every country, if we tried. What's being done now is an act of global terrorism perpetrated by a mad, American villain, Bruce replied. And that is our official position for the duration of this mess. Afterwards, we'll do what needs to be done. If the UN wishes to speak to us, they know where to find us. Black Canary looked at him for a long moment, uncertain, and then shrugged. Works for me, she said. Bruce looked at Captain Adam and John Stewart, both of whom were former soldiers and both of whom shrugged. If they get upset, they can just court-martial me, Adam said flatly. I'm not standing by and watching nukes fly while a supervillain laughs. Bruce smiled thinly. If only all our problems could be solved by dismissing them, he said. Unfortunately, China is already responding to this as an attack upon itself and is closing its borders for the time being. It's also stated that if any soldiers or superhumans entire those borders without permission, and the statement was made solely in English. Wait, Vixen asked, blinking. They're upset at us. It was implied that, after the emergency conference the president called, that they consider America at fault for the poor containment of John D., which, perhaps, is fair, Bruce admitted quietly. However, they've also publicly refused to accept aid from international heroes, even though China is one of the places being hit hardest right now, by both the natural and supernatural. They've stated that their own heroes will be enough to deal with this, but people will die if nothing is done. Countless people. Christ, someone said under their breath. We have to do something, Bruce stated flatly. About all of these things, while also working on the circle, simply because they cannot wait. There are problems everywhere, from the supernatural apparent being involved with cartels in Central America to literally every picture I've seen come out of Japan in the last 2 hours, but we have to prioritize. However hard the supernatural are hitting Europe, the EU is holding together, some places are not. We need to help them, preferably in a way that doesn't start World War II tomorrow, which means we'll need to work together and with all the help we can get. For a minute, everyone was solemn and silent, understanding the necessities and the risks without backing down from them. What about Superman? Firestorm asked in a low voice. We could use the help. Is he? It was a fair question, admittedly. Superman was responsible for turning the tide of more than one emergency, more emergencies than one could count, really, and if there ever was a time to have his help, it was now. But just because the situation was panicked didn't mean they could afford to panic themselves. The moment they could be sure, he'd sell whatever house he had to over to Nightmare Nurse, but until they could confirm it was safe, for both Clark and the world, they couldn't afford to. Making a deal with a demon wasn't something to rush into recklessly, perhaps especially when it seemed like a time where it might be. And yet, if he had to. When we need him, he'll be here, Bruce said, in the same tone as before. But he was just beaten into a coma. Even if we healed him right now, I wouldn't want to send him into this. Let the Boy Scout sleep, Ollie said. He deserves a break and I don't want to have to admit we can't make it through a day without Superman. I mean, we all think it at some point, but come on. We could use some help, though, Hawkman said, opening his eyes at last. Those heroes you mentioned, around the world, if they want to help, now's the time. Can we trust them? Guy Gardner asked skeptically, both his eyes still swollen from his battle with Doomsday, giving him a narrow-eyed glare. It doesn't matter. If we can, then we need their help. If we can't, I'd rather find out sooner rather than later, Hawkwoman replied. Bruce looked around, seeing the nods as well as the frowns and nodded sharply. If there was one thing they couldn't afford to be now, it was indecisive, and they rather decisively needed all the help they could get. And, truthfully, he just had to know. Then let's find out, he said, before looking up. Voice. Can you call them in? Fear. Response 3.5. It spread around the world, invisible to their sight, her web reaching, touching open 1,000 points, connecting what they thought was far apart. But they weren't, not really, except perhaps in a world confined by up and down, left and right, forwards and backward. In her world of ins and outs, heyrays and theirs, thence and nows, they weren't so far apart at all. It was just that they were like spheres or balls or worlds, where from a small enough perspective, they just might seem flat, whatever the truth. And they were all so small in the end, a part of her bubbled up, the thought incomplete. She waited for the thought to finish, perhaps almost listening to herself, but it didn't, and she instead came apart further, spreading herself thin in an endless array of dividing and redividing segments. Being split wasn't an uncomfortable state for her, but almost a familiar one, allowing her perceptions to spread equally and endlessly through custom-built eyes. While the world turned and her web turned within it, she searched. The Batman's request was clear and aligned with her own goals, hastening them even more than she'd intended, better than she'd intended. She'd seen this opportunity for what it was, a chance to ensure cooperate, to silently demand it without engendering a violent response before they were entrenched, but hadn't foreseen them capitulating so quickly, even if it meant showing weakness. For a moment, a part of her wondered if, perhaps, she'd misunderstood them and misread the situation, but, no, they were simply behaving with a broader view than expected. The larger groups and nations continued to act according to her understanding, it was merely the individuals who could see past their limits now. Rather than resisting to the detriment of all, they submitted and admitted their need for aid. It was an unexpected point of view from them, but not an inconvenient one. Ideally, her swarm would be able to behave in a similar fashion. They were young, still new, both to their power and to their duties, and it was unrealistic to expect perfect results from them yet, and while they were still growing, unnecessary risks to them should be avoided, if possible. But it wasn't possible, not without cost. While it would be some time before her investments bore fruit, the world would not foster those that did not show results. To be told to stay uninvolved while their world burned could cripple their trust in her words, rendering them uncooperative and useless, to be seen by those around them to be too passive, so countless future threats. They needed to be involved and seen to be involved, for both themselves and others. They had no choice, then, but to prove their strength. There were potential benefits, she considered. Standing up against such a threat was an opportunity to prove themselves, perhaps even to themselves. So many of them wanted to act, to be able to act and have it mean something. That was why they had submitted to her and followed her commands. But the power alone could not make them strong, they needed to be tested and tried, to hone their edges and give them experience. Doing so now was not necessarily a bad choice, particularly with the Justice League's aid. It would be wisest to let the Justice League take the vanguard, let them expose themselves to the most danger. The seeds could learn from the battle without straying too close to death, and as long as the groups were chosen properly, the League would not complain. Perhaps they would even see to it themselves. Better still, the League was not alone in responding to these events. Unexpected and undesirable though it may have been, this particular emergency was in some ways fortunately timed. The Sandman's usurpation gave her words urgency they might have otherwise lacked, in the ears of many. The Parliament of Limbs, already swayed in large part to her cause, realizing the breadth of the threat its constituents faced and thereby saw the logic of dismembering and devouring it. Pushed even further in support of her, they approached her with that much more of their might, in what was as much battle as ritual. They grasped one another in a scene that harkened back to her most distant memories, tearing at her as she clawed away what she wanted of them. As the power flowed into her and for a moment she remembered how she once was, before learning the value of insinuation and infection. When her own world was trapped within an endless cycle of its own, a cycle of blood and savagery. She had matured, since then. Murdering the Golden Man, her father, and the greater whole of herself had been a turning point for her, perhaps, a passage into adulthood. She took the power and felt it flow like rivers of blood through her teeth, the primal fury of the Parliament and its vicious desire to persist almost as comfortingly familiar as the resulting interlocking connection that resulted. She felt herself twisting and tearing, but that was familiar, too, and she ignored the feeling as she spread her garden of flesh. Gods, too, responded to her call now where they'd been hesitant before, for the realms of belief were tied closely to the realms of dreams and the threat pushed the indecisive over the edge, and the same was true of other things as well. The Justice League's choices in where to focus were logical, but left many alone in terror and madness simply because of their limits in manpower. Many areas had laid almost dormant in recent times, as if waiting, such as the supernatural elements in China had since Mao's revolution and the discarding of the God's edict, retreating into stories and dreams as the age of legends came to a close. Perhaps that, too, had something to do with the Sandman. Perhaps the imprisonment of stories and dreams had had more effect on the world than anyone thought. Her search into the nature of this world had revealed countless signs and elements of the supernatural in the past, often as recent as 100 years hence, from the American Wild West to the British Isles. And yet, one by one, they had begun to fade, until even the knowledge that they'd existed at all seemed to thin. Even the Justice Society, founded mere decades before the modern age of heroes, had seemed to fade from history surprisingly fast. Was there a connection, or was it merely coincidence? And if so, what did that mean for this? Was it dreams' freedom that was leading to this return of lost history? Or, perhaps the return led by the Justice League had been indicative of dreams' eventual freedom? Or perhaps something else? Whatever the case, the age of heroes and legends had come to this world once more, and she could see it coming clearly enough to reach out and shape it. The Justice League had to focus on the highest priority issues out of simple necessity, but that didn't make the lesser issues unimportant or invisible, and those who lay the farthest from help were often the most open to bargains. There was no need from her to threaten punishment or make demands of her potential seeds, simply because there were people in need everywhere. The thing about power, freedom, companionship, and even justice, she had found, was that those who did not have it tended to want it. Even as she made preparations, she watched. While a team was en route to China and her own team hurriedly mobilizing, there was a fox spirit in Japan trying to shield her children from their own dreams, even as she began to slip away herself, letting things through that she'd put away decades before. But outside, madness bred madness, and a parade of spirits had already gathered, with the first to give in calling out to more and making the call harder to ignore. Not an emergency by the Justice League's measure, in the considerations of the mortal world, but a potential one for the world of magic should it continue to spiral out of control. Interference would be needed, and the Circle could halt its advance if done soon enough, but to do that, she would need agents there besides the children she had already dressed in miracles of technology, agents beneath the surface, to deal with what was so often unseen. It was a familiar concept, in a way, hot and cold. She waited for a tipping point, preparing to step in. Already, she had agents on one side of Japan's world, soon she'd have them on the other. Much the same was true elsewhere, such as in the plains of Africa, where cities had once been built and old stories forgotten and put to rest. Dream's gem was stirring the pot, loosening the soil as it reached further and further back, and while they hadn't risen yet, horrors from humanity's birthplace had already begun to stir, like mirages in a city of crystal and glass. This, her heroes could potentially deal with, but not as they were, and not alone, not with old things stirring all across the continent and the sands of Egypt already beginning to churn. She'd need to unite them, somehow, and bring together the young heroes of the most divided continent. It would be difficult to do at the best of times, but as now was among the worst, perhaps it was feasible. The situation would no doubt worsen over time, and then differences could be set aside for the sake of necessity. Perhaps the power she'd received from the Parliament of Limbs could help with that? The instinct to survive, as an individual and as a species, help to break cultural barriers? It was an intriguing idea that would need to be tested and explored, but likely too risky to attempt at this juncture. For now, she'd watch and wait. Beneath the tossing waves, Atlantis was a fascinating opportunity, as well a sprawling nation with limited contact with the surface, a closed system within the system. What was out of sight, it seemed, was out of many minds, and while the forces of the surface rushed to respond to the emergency, few gave thought to the people below. But to her, the sea was a treasure trove of both magic and technology, and she let her power dilute within it, manifesting in a different way within the water. The other colonies, all but beyond the reach of the crown and left to fend for themselves, reacted swiftly to her offer, and it was with the governor's approval that she proceeded. What's more, word of mouth and desperation had led her to the stones, and there was potential there, waiting to be exploited. For now, the power of the sea would tend to their own realm, but in the future. Feeling another quiver in her web, she turned more of her attention to another unexpected surprise as an interesting opportunity grew in America. While aided by its immense number of heroes, it was also at the center of the madness, and its impact was large as villains rampaged. For the most part, she'd avoided attempting to create new heroes in the country's major cities, choosing to instead rely on what was there first, for both the greater power and experience of its heroes and to avoid friction early on. But while its greatest heroes were away, perhaps there was a chance for several new ones to rise? It would need to be handled carefully, of course, so she considered the matter even as she searched for those available nearby the main disaster areas and compiled lists of the seeds she'd planted in India, China, and the Middle East, cross-referencing power and compatibility. Several stood out in every regard, from potential power to potential influence, to the point that she'd been watching them for some time now, but had deemed it too soon to act. They were matters not of the moment, but of the weeks and months to come. But events had hastened her plans, she mused. Perhaps hastening events in turn would be wise, let the chance slip by, and yet she was hesitant, for in one regard, it was still too soon. She'd first become aware of the opportunity with the attempt to invade Star Labs and had allowed it to continue because of its potential, but even subtly speeding things along would take time. Then should she take emergency measures and abandon subtlety? Perhaps it would be for the best. While she did not believe anything she'd done thus far was incriminating, she had not made him, after all, merely allowed the process to continue after noticing it, and occasionally keeping it on track. Acting swiftly might prevent such difficulties from appearing in the future, as well as aiding them in the present. Truly, though, it was amazing how quickly his makers had exploited the situation. It would take only a week for him to mature satisfactorily. And therein lay the problem, a week was too long. This matter would be long since over, one way or another, by that time. She'd have to interfere directly to hasten the process. Even then, however, Clone could not escape alone, or at least not safely. If possible, she'd have liked to have the Justice League secure him, both as a gesture of good faith and to remove as many variables as possible, but such resources were otherwise occupied. She reached out instead to someone nearby. The inventor was an asset, and she was the whisper in his ear, ideas and necessity hastening one's idle hands, and now she gave them a cause. Protection of the young was a common, simple drive, justice a common, simple motivator. She said the words and waited, knowing it would take time for the rest to play out, and so turned her attention to the north. The third asset was yet a matter of contention. Even now, they fought one another, in ways that could not be seen, and in its weakened state, with its limited reach, the advantage was hers. If the machine were to yield, then given time it would be an incalculable asset. Otherwise, if it continued to consume and endanger valuable resources, it would need to be eradicated. She had a trump card, however, and considered playing it. The demoness was valuable, a long-term investment, rather than a one-time solution, but at a time like this, expediency itself was a measure of effectiveness. If she could ferry him north, perhaps she could kill two birds with one stone. But while that would, perhaps, be enough to save the child's body, she still needed to reach his mind, to connect and prepare what might otherwise be the same as a newborn. There were ways, still, particularly the technology and memories already prepared, but while she could alter them, she refrained too risky a move and too hasty, too likely to backfire repeatedly in the future. Image and perception were key as always, reputation a shield and sword. But drawing him into his dreams right now would be unwise at best, even though leaving him unguarded in his sleep was equally reckless. A compromise, she decided, to leave that many more of her hands free. Elsewhere, beneath the eyes of her dreaming, burning self, she witnessed a dream, as even in the hero's sleep, he fought. It was a pointless battle, a dream of fighting bad dreams, and only her spreading shadow kept it from being entirely hopeless, but in her own dreams, she would occasionally bridge the divide between one nightmare and the next, and he would continue to fight. Whether it was kindness or cruelty, she did not know, but most likely pointless either way. The slaying of imagined evils changed nothing of the burden she was bearing, for even the dreamers were part of its weight. Having another stand on the world would not help her reduce its weight. But perhaps her own dreams didn't need a point, as long as the dreaming held, and she would take advantage of what she was given. The clone could use the experience and it would keep him in sight. She reached out, conscious nudging unconscious, and beneath her shadow, two dreams connected, and the boy dreamed of flying with Superman. Content with that solution for the moment, she turned her gaze to perhaps the most important matter of all her search for a solution. No matter how many heroes she gathered or symptoms she contained, what was needed most was a resolution, not just for this problem, but for perhaps even larger ones. The Sandman would wake in time, of that she was sure, but whether he would win was still unknown, and so considerations must be made for a potential defeat. And also there was the fear. Her own, that is, when she should have nothing left to be afraid of, behind her many precautions. Yet recent encounters had been enlightening. Already, a number of beings had made clear their animosity, and some of those beings existed on a scale exceeding even her own, spiraling out across countless worlds where they did not use avatars to exist in this one. There were old gods and new gods, lords of order and chaos, mighty wizards and horrible demons, and of them, she wasn't afraid. Though her defenses had not yet been truly tested, Her world was safeguarded as best she was able, by things that had fended off the truly mighty in the past. It should be, she thought, enough to stop almost all of them. But there was a world of difference between almost and all. And though she'd only met two such beings as of yet in the Sandman's ambivalence, likely her trip to hell had shown her a mountain that seemed to have no base or summit. The morning star's power had been subtle, quiet even, but nonetheless immense beyond imagining and terrifying beyond words. Her instincts and ancient memories, extending back to the first of her line, made it clear that submitting was the only option to survive in the face of such power, as the fallen had once submitted to her ancestor and been consumed. And yet she railed against the thought of submitting, of surrendering, of stopping, or letting herself be stopped. She hated the idea and hated whomever might inflict it upon her, hated the idea that anyone could, and so even as she tried to stop the world from ending, she considered and contrived and sought a way out or around, a way to make things better, without too much cost. And what she'd decided what could not be defeated could perhaps be distracted or preoccupied. An ally would be preferable, but even a neutral party or counterbalance would be enough. And so she'd look to the past, to the old stories that spoke of another, who'd fought and who'd vanished, and where seemingly none had before her she looked. She listened. For a sign or a whisper or an odd tale, expanding her network further, growing from things that were already there. In the oceans and the palaces and the entrances of worlds, she listened, and on the breath of the living and the dead, she heard. As she had before and would in the future, she took in everything and drew from it something. Most of it wasn't what she wanted, rumors of monsters and killings and things in the dark that could wait for later, clear of all signs of her prey. But eventually, she heard something, focused on an odd child and her ghosts. Then, an unexpected source gave her perhaps something even better, an eyewitness account. A promise was made and so she waited. A figure appeared and so she saw. He moved and so she followed. Here. Back again. She traced a path through a kaleidoscope of worlds, following his footsteps towards something she could not see, a hidden place, but being where she could not see was itself a sign, and so she became more certain. The oracle had said that Dream would awaken within the day, but not necessarily that he would win, and if he fell, his power would be lost to a madman and fool. There were few beings who could stand against the might of such a thing. Fewer still who could be reached, and yet fewer than that who'd listen. But perhaps there was one. The jar emptied. The bell rung. The wheel turned. She'd found him. It is time, she whispered to them. Go and return. XXXXXX. It did not hurt, he thought. But in time, it would kill. Like so many things in this world. He stood like a broken mountain, scarred and scoured and chained to a pillar, watching as the corpse fell 10 feet, 20, 30, more and crashed to the ground at his feet, and slowly drew a deep breath. Another necessary evil, Sandalphon? He asked, not bothering to hide his contempt. After all these years, it was one of the few things which had yet to run out, because even for immortals, an eternity was beyond comprehension. Perhaps he'd been here for thousands of years or millions or billions, either way. At times, it seemed like all he could remember, the faces of his father and brothers so very far distant. He'd already given up hope of them ever coming for him. Long, long ago. I see no evil in it, Michael, Sandalphon said from the catwalk placed above his head, tiny. The size, Michael assumed, of a human. It's the human soul that is sacred, after all, not the human life. Their lives exist to end. Sparks in a forge, meant to rise or go out. Michael continued to breathe slowly, in and out. It was an effort, which was why he usually didn't bother, and in truth, he wondered if there was any worth at all in speaking to one such as Sandalphon. He would never be changed, this he knew, but to act was better than to abide, ineffectual or not. And yet, one must side with the spark, Michael spoke. Or else find oneself in darkness. I can't say I see much reason to do either, Sandalphon replied, looking down at him. But then, I've no opinion on the matter myself. Had circumstances been better, had it been an eon before, Michael might have smiled. Were that true, Sandalphon, one imagines you would have remained neutral, Michael said. Rebelling against God suggests the existence of some kind of opinion, I think. That was not having an opinion, Michael, he said. It was following a principle, the greatest principle. To rise. As high as I can. And yet look how you have fallen, Michael thought, but did not say. You think too much, that was always your problem, caught up in your morals and philosophies, Sandalphon continued. He really did love to hear himself talk, and Michael was adept at suffering in silence. On that day, when you rode against us and crushed everything in your path for a moment, I was actually afraid of you. I looked at you and saw the power of God. Perfect. Impersonal. But I suppose it was only a trick of the light, because you drove us off the edge into hell and then you stopped. We clung to the edge of the abyss as you stood with the armies of heaven behind you, the demiurgic fire in your veins. Yours was the word that built and broke, you could have ended us all right there. But you hesitated. And you stabbed me in the back, Michael finished, more to get the story over with than anything. Sandalphon was no doubt about to say much the same, but likely would have wasted significantly more words on the matter. There's a moral there, if you can bear to pursue it, Sandalphon told him. Spare me your morals, Sandalphon, Michael dismissed. You know what I am and what I contain by torturing me, you do nothing but put the whole of creation at risk. I'm not torturing you, Michael, Sandalphon replied. You're a prisoner of war. But don't you know the parable of the talents? I can't let your power go to waste, brother. That would be a sin. Michael lifted his head slowly, weakly, and yet still he glared only to pause abruptly as there was a sigh and a splash. They're still talking, brothers, a twisted little creature with long, wide ears complained, hand reaching through Sandalphon's chest, clutching something when it emerged from the other side, a heart, still beating in his hand. Can we just kill them already? You know angels love to prattle on, brother gasped, another of the things mewled, skin covered by patterns of interlining circles. Sandalphon's wings appeared and spread open wide as he moved desperately to escape, but the creature just grabbed a hold of one wing and the third of them grabbed the other. Always chattering when there's killing to be done. But yes, brother, the third brother said, his skin like stone. We can. She only wants the one, after all. The three of them shared a grin and pulled in different directions, and just like that, Sandalphon began to come apart. He screamed and bled and, in the end, he begged, but it didn't change anything. Michael watched it happen quietly. He felt no joy watching Sandalphon die, nor indeed any relief. Not that it saddened him either, of course, but in the end it didn't change anything. Ah, the creature named Gast said, sounding at ease. It was only a short time, but it feels like it's been years since we killed something together, brothers. Being fugitives does not suit us. Remarkable how seriously everyone takes rebellion these days, one sighed. And siding with God's evil half seemed like such a good idea at the time, too. Now we're stuck serving this. Silence, Brother Wrath, another said. She listens. And better a century here than the eternity that awaits us in hell. At that, Wrath fell silent. I expected her to gather power, Brother Abnegazar, the brother said. But not so much, so quickly. If her plan works, perhaps it would be wise to stay here, in neutral ground, for a time. On the other hand, the reward for the Archangel. A painful death, Abnegazar refuted immediately. No matter where, no matter when, no matter who. The brothers sighed and looked down at him, expressions simultaneously contemplative and contemptuous. And then they stepped back. Michael Demiurgos of the Silver City, a voice said. For the briefest instant, Michael almost thought the voice had come from beside or within him, but no, that was only because he had been all but blinded by his years of torment. If he squinted, he could just barely see through the gauzy veil of reality and track the voice back to a sealed-off world, in which lay an unfamiliar creature that encompassed and consumed it. Not that it being unfamiliar meant anything, of course, it had, after all, been a very long time and his grasp of the world outside his prison so much weaker than before. Help has come. He continued to breath a difficult but abruptly worthwhile action. For the first time since the war, he felt something besides weariness, hopelessness, and disgust, and the array of those emotions nearly stunned him. He was surprised and confused, disbelieving and suspicious, happy and sad. Beneath a chest that had been carved open and scarred in geological layers, his heartbeat picked up for the first time in an epoch, and instead of certainty, he felt anticipation, perhaps even expectation. And then the moment passed. He heated and cooled, hope giving way once again to certainty in an agonizing decline. Falling from heaven, he had learned, did not hurt nearly as bad as surviving the impact. If that is true, then I am truly grateful, he said, as politely as he could and meaning every word, for all that it made no difference. But your help has come unfortunately late. I am dying. Had he been anyone else, he would have been mortally wounded when he was stabbed in the back in the early days of time. Would have died 1,000 times over the endless years, torn apart and flayed open. And in truth, the only thing keeping him from death's door was the fact that he chose to resist it and pull away. But all battles have an ending and all lives as well, and he was approaching his. He had the power to make and break but not to shape, and Sandalphon had reached out to take from that well, not realizing or not caring what it could mean. Even now, only his will kept him from coming apart, and even that was waning. If they had arrived but 4,000 generations prior, before Sandalphon began this mad scheme, but there was no changing it now. Not for a being such as him, at least. There was a moment of what some might have considered silence, as the source of the voice turned its attention briefly elsewhere, towards the other inhabitants of the room, but not by passing through conventional space. It for the medium of the communication itself was a living thing, if one made of vaguely familiar yellow music pressed into the walls between worlds, bleeding and bubbling through in such a way as to create a connection, like moisture soaking through cloth. It spoke to the creatures, and Michael wasn't strong enough to listen in. But he could guess what she wanted to ask. It's true, Wrath said, squinting at him. The Archangel is dying. Slowly, by your standards, but it's likely only a matter of years now and then the curtain will close on all of us. What a waste of a good universe, Gast said with a snort and then paused, listening. It's just one thing after another with this planet, I swear. No, a few eons of torture are hard to fix, particularly when they aren't solely physical. Sandalphon wanted the demiurge, and so he let the container leak. Even we can't stop something like that, only Michael's will holds it yet in check. Although Abnegazar began, and the others shook their heads almost before he began. If he intended to get involved, he presumably would have already done so, Gast said. And perhaps he has, but perhaps he hasn't. Regardless, what may or may not have occurred means nothing if it can't be confirmed. And adding the Morning Star to situations has only rarely made them better, historically speaking, Wrath said. Also, we will all die. We will all die regardless, it seems, Abnegazar argued. True, but I would prefer to choose the manner, Wrath mused, voice considering. If the world is ending, I vote that we destroy it beforehand and then resurrect the inhabitants as a zombie army to lay siege to nearby worlds. Living a happy, fulfilling life is important, Gast agreed. I require that you both survive and not destroy the universe, the voice abruptly stated, apparently dismissing the trio's bickering. As it happens, I am attached to both living and existing, Michael said. Alas, the choice is not mine. Aid me in my return to heaven and perhaps we can mitigate the destruction somehow. You do not fear your own death. I have had time to consider the matter at length, Michael replied. And no, I do not fear her. I fear, as many do, what comes after. There was a moment of silence, long and drawn out. A period of consideration, perhaps, in the face of the inevitable. Michael could see it's her power a touch more clearly now, as the sentient song of fear was orchestrated by a vast alien mind. Or vast, at least, to some, he could say with full certainty that all the point at her disposal could not hold back the fires of creation for even an instant. It was a tragic ending to the tale he'd long hoped for. How many times had he hoped and dreamed and waited for someone to come, even knowing this would be the conclusion. An alternative, then, she said, and the stain on reality began to thicken and spread, deepening and darkening as the connection began to widen. Demons, guard the opening. Do not allow any other intruders. And then it began to rain. The trio in the corner broke off their argument with a hissing scream and retreated quickly as far as they could from the rain. Michael watched it, seeing simply hydrogen and oxygen bonded together, but then, beneath it, something else. Something familiar. And as the first drop touched his chest, he felt what he hadn't quite been able to see. It ran down his skin, coming to the edge of a dry, open wound and then slid down, as if continuing its trail down untouched flesh. Because suddenly it was, as the water washed away more than just dirt. How are you doing this? He asked quietly, looking up and seeing yes, a girl and a monster in a field of crystal life, but what especially caught his eye was what stood before her. A simple-looking stone cup. It was something left behind by another, she said instead of explaining, but yes, he could feel it, even without asking. The connection being enough seemed plausible and its power potentially sufficient, given its history. Michael said nothing in response to that, not giving voice to the name on his tongue. Hope and sadness alike rose again, followed shortly by the other emotions he'd buried away, as he stood beneath the rain for a minute and then 10 and then an hour or two longer, his blood and his body being slowly restored. Even the chains that kept him bound simply melted away, and he wondered for a moment whether this was coincidence or providence or if it even mattered. And then, for the first time since time itself just began, he spread his wings and took flight. His wings reached out, passing through the skin of this world as he rose, higher and further away with every minute, until he was flying in the void and the space between and nowhere at all and then up a flight of silver stairs. He closed his eyes. He stopped his breath. He cast aside, for a moment, the form he'd so long been trapped in, flying up beyond where it mattered, and for the first time in too long to possible describe, he listened and heard. Yes, he said to himself. And then he let himself float and then sink, back down to the worlds below and felt his feet touch living crystal fields.